Welcome to Podcastathon 2025. I am so excited that you're here with us. My name is Kyle King. I'm going to be the host for the day, and I am the founder and chief people officer of the Culture Lab. If this is your first time with us, if this is your first time in meeting me, I'm going to give a little bit of background about my journey, what got me to this point. We're going to talk about the event, and then we're going to wait about 10 minutes, and then we're going to get started officially. But I am so excited, so grateful that you're here with us. And today is going to be super special. It's going to be super special because it's a compilation of all of my experiences, all of my research, all of my life professionally, and even personally in a lot of aspects, all in one compact day. For the last 10 years, I've had the privilege of serving students across the world throughout education, as an after-school director, as an 8th grade ELA teacher, as a dean of students, as a director of school culture and student advancement, as a board member that founded schools and organizations. I've done so many things on the back of empowering people. And I wanted to be able to create relationships. I wanted to be the person that made a difference, that left a mark, that was so committed to being the change that oftentimes we wish to be able to see and we wish to be able to make. And today is all about that. Because one of the things that I've realized in building 3 organizations, the Shine Institute that worked with students throughout America, that helped them get exposed to entrepreneurship, financial literacy, information technology, as well as real estate, as well as building a publishing company that helped hundreds and even thousands of educators, entrepreneurs, and individual professionals to be able to write, publish, and promote and launch their book and be able to build a business beyond their story. And even my newest organization, the Culture Lab, which is helping nonprofit institutions or organizations, as well as educational institutions, K-12, as well as higher level institutions, to be able to leverage corporate sponsorships or corporations and high net worth individuals, investors, to be able to have the resources for them to be able to thrive. Because one thing that I've realized over the years is one thing. If we don't have the resources in our schools, then it's challenging for us to be able to ensure that students are thriving. If we don't have the resources within our organizations, then it's challenging for us to be able to survive. If we don't have the resources, even in our households, it's challenging for us to be able to create experiences that our children, that our constituents, that our members, that our employees deserve. And one of the things that I've realized over the years is the throughway and the challenge that we often see in not being able to have these resources, in people leaving and us not being able to retain talent, develop talent, recruit talent, for us having schools that shut down, having organizations that shut down, having the various things that we see in the economy, is one word, and that's leadership. And if you're anything like me, I'm sure you've had leaders in your life that have empowered you to go off and create change, empowered you to use your gifts and be able to go off and innovate, empowered you to be able to identify ways for you to accelerate your career or even your own self. But I'm sure you're like me as well on the other end, that you've had leaders that have destroyed your character. You've had leaders that have destroyed your confidence. You have had leaders that have pulled you back and not allowed you to really thrive and spread your wings. You have had leaders that did not be able to put you in the position to win. And I've seen it so often throughout my own career that I wanted to be able to curate an event. I wanted to be able to curate today, and I wanted to be able to connect and collaborate with other individuals, other professionals in the realm of leadership, organizational effectiveness, culture, change, AI, fundraising, all of these different things that we're going to be talking about today. And I wanted to be able to curate an event that could do one thing, serve, give back, and be able to empower our next generation or our current generation of leaders to be able to have the tools, the methodologies, the stories, the framework, and the confidence to be able to go off and change, empower, and transform your organization, your team, your school, your culture. And I am the founder of Contagious Culture. I wrote a book earlier this year called Contagious Culture, Creating an Ecosystem of Academic Excellence. And this book has been featured in so many different schools and school districts around the globe. And I wanted to be able to curate an event today that embodied that same theme of contagious culture. Because what contagious culture is, in a nutshell, is your ability to be able to use kindness, your ability to be able to use respect, your ability to be able to use empathy, compassion, your ability to use that motivation, that purpose to be able to inspire others to go off and use their gift, use their talent, use their genius to inspire change. And one of the things that I'm excited most today is we've put together an event of almost 20 speakers, and we're not selling anything. We're serving. We're not here to ask you to do anything but show up, take notes, ask questions, and be a part of the event, be present in the event. So my expectation for you, my ask for you, anybody that's listening, and I'm probably going to say this multiple times throughout the conversation, is if you have a question, put it in the comment section. If you have a comment, put it in the comment section. If you have something that you're struggling with or a story that you're wanting to share with us that we can even address live, put it in the comment section. Because I'm going to be with you throughout this whole day from right now until 6 p.m. and probably even after 6 p.m. But our speakers are here from all over the world. They have different experiences, and they're going to be teaching, training, and sharing their heart, their wisdom, and their experiences with you today. And we want to be able to get this first session kicked off the right way. And I've had a conversation with the two women that will be coming on soon. And what I will say is both of them changed my life. Their energy, their heart, their ability to be able to use their gift, use their experience, use their passion for change to be able to transform so many people's lives in business as well as in their personal lives. But they're also just dope people. And they're the types of people that you just want to be around and have a good time with and hang out with. And I wanted to get the day started because I believe the beginning of something sets the tone for the whole day. And I am so excited to welcome up our two speakers that are going to be coming on here soon. I see you guys that are going to be coming on here soon. And here's, again, I just want to reset my expectation. My expectation for today is to have fun. My expectation today is for you to be able to leave as the audience member with one thing, at least one thing that you can take with you for the rest of the day, the rest of the week, the rest of the year, and the rest of your career. So if you don't have a notebook, I want you to go get a notebook. I want you to turn to a fresh sheet of paper. I want you to go grab a pen or a pencil or a marker, whatever you prefer, and I want you to get it ready. Because our two speakers that are coming up for our first session to talk about vision with balance and how empathy and how power can heal not only American organizations, but our leadership and organizations all around the world. Amy, Deborah, I love that you're here early. We're just going to go ahead and get this started and bring you up right now. So excited to welcome to the stage my two good friends, Amy, Deborah. I'm going to change the orientation of this, boom, so that it looks a little better. I feel like that looks a little better. I feel like our heads are even a little bit better. So can you, before we get started, can you guys both introduce yourself and just talk about what is the story that got you to this point right now? Amy, we'll start with you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. Kyle, Deborah, so good to be with you. So my story. Well, first, I tell people I've had 3 lives kind of so far. I graduated pre-med from school. So the first lesson that I tell people all the time is, especially students from back in the day, and even now my own kids, I say, what you major in college is not always what you're going to end up doing later in life. So don't stress, just do the best you can. But I started out pre-med and ended up going into education. So I spent 17 years as a high school teacher and high school assistant principal for 10 years during that time. And in that time, I realized that a lot of the work that I was doing was, last night was a football night, so my voice is half gone. A lot of what I was doing was serving people that in communities, not just the students, but the families, the parents, the communities that didn't have as strong of a voice as they could have, or people that didn't have access to the things that other people did. And over that time, I started training and eventually got into diversity, equity, and inclusion as a career. So my first role in corporate America was 5 years ago. I was the head of diversity, equity, and inclusion for Paycor for 5 years. And after that time, Paycor was acquired just recently by Paychex. And so I work for Paychex now as the director of belonging in the belonging and engagement team. So that's kind of the story of how I got here. And I'm really excited to be here with you all today.
I appreciate you so much, so much. Deborah, I want you to introduce yourself, but a little bit differently.
Okay.
What is your slingshot moment? What is that moment that woke you up and pulled you back and pushed you and accelerated into what you do today?
Oh my goodness. Way to start with a loaded question first.
We're gonna get right into it.
How it's gonna be. Okay. Oh my gosh. I to pick one. Gosh, there's so many. So many. I don't know. That's a very loaded question. I think most recently, within this past year, 18 months, 16 months or so, I don't know, I lose track of days, with starting Newton Steel. I've been in the corporate space for over 20 years. We'll leave it at that. And as in sales, some sort of sales capacity, sales leader, it was a slingshot of getting slung out of a position that was working for a multi-billion-dollar company, and the position eliminated. Moving back to Michigan from being gone in the Metro Detroit area almost 20 years, and just kind of always afraid, always looked to entrepreneurs, always looked to people that stepped out as like, wow, like you can do that. I've been a true intrapreneur, but putting myself out there, literally, if you want to say slinging myself, throwing myself out there to the wolves to be able to start this new adventure, it's been terrifying, but yet exciting. Sometimes more or less of the scales are tipping either way. But when I started last year, it was actually this year, I would say March was when I really was able to push off from to start Newton Steel, to working within corporate, understanding that without the right people in place, as well as the right processes in place, I don't, whatever you're selling, whoever you are, like you're going to struggle. So I really kind of tipped into that gut feeling of what you would have, or that sinking feeling without transparency or without people allowing you to be yourself. You hire smart people to be smart, let them be smart. Kind of helping realign companies now do that internally, restructure processes, rebuild people, consistency and accountability. So those are what I hold myself to. It's not always easy. I understand it's hard. Yeah. But to stay disciplined and to stay on that is kind of what I'm helping now people push to do. So practice what you preach. Yeah.
Deborah, you said something, and you said a lot, and it's so much value to even get the conversation started off. There's a lot of what I heard is a lot of characteristics that leaders should have.
That word should.
And both of you
taken out of our vocabulary. They need 100%. To have. Yes.
They need to have. And both of you have sat in leadership positions, but then also both of you have experienced leadership. Mm-hmm. And I believe one of the challenges that we see organizationally as well as economically is what I want to call the death of leaders in organizations. And it's this culture where we're hiring people based upon titles, tenure, and resume, rather than hiring people based upon values, integrity, results, and ability to curate and cultivate relationships amongst teams to be able to grow something forward. Amy, I'm going to come to you first, and then Deborah, I'd love for you to chime into this question. If you could define leadership in one or two sentences for our leaders that are going to be listening, whether they're here with us now or watching the replay, how would you describe it? And what are the characteristics that truly make a great leader in your opinion?
In one or two sentences, I would say, and I'm gonna say an effective leader, because you can be a leader but not actually be an effective leader.
Oh yeah.
So an effective leader, I would say, is someone who has the ability to be aware of themselves and others, right? They have emotional intelligence, and they continue to adapt and learn that skill to the point where they're able to pull and help others see their own potential and ability without knowing it, right? So you, as a leader, as an effective leader, you have the ability to coach, to mentor, to see the things that other people can't see in themselves and help them realize it for themselves. That is an effective leader. It's not someone who is, authoritarian or, telling you what to, like a taskmaster, telling you what to do all day long. There is a time and a place there are times where you just have to say, hey, this is what we have to do and get it done. But a leader is someone who sees the qualities in another person and pulls them out and helps them realize their own potential. What to look for? I think the qualities of that leader, obviously I've said emotional intelligence. There's some technical skill depending on the role or the industry or the job, of course. But, they've done, I think it was UC Berkeley did a 4-decade study on emotional intelligence and found that it was 400% more likely to cause leadership success than any technical skill in any industry.
You said 400%?
400% more likely to predict leadership success when you developed emotional intelligence. The other thing was more likely to, I think it was on average, make $27,000 more a year because you're rising in levels of leadership because you're emotionally intelligent. When you're aware of others and you're aware of yourself and you're doing that work and you don't stop doing that work, that's when you're really going to the top. And if you think about all of the leaders that we've had who've been effective, or even in your own lives, you probably remember like, oh wow, they like really, it wasn't just about my work. They actually cared about me as a human being.
That's good.
And working and helped pull that potential out.
That's good. Deborah, what do you hear when you hear that response?
I think combination, just piggyback off of exactly that was great, Amy. I think the problem is that I've encountered and that I see that block a lot of people from leveling up or getting to that next level, whether it's internal politics, the self-awareness piece, you want to be there, but it's sticking and staying in that self-awareness. The yes men that you see, that's probably, I know that's why I am where I am. Yes, my self-awareness has wavered and sometimes it's hard to get in your own head. You have to have your own checkpoints, but I've never been a yes man to be able to just go along with for the sake of going along with. But I think that that's healthy. It's similar to like arguing, like there's a way you can do it to make it healthy, to be better, and that is a self-awareness. That's your emotional intelligence to not, take score, hold things in internally, to have a transparent conversation. And I feel that a lot of people allow their ego to get into the way, that they get in the way. So rather than listening to the people, again, going back to, you hired them because they're smart, you saw something in them, once they're in the company, listen to that. Don't forget and keep going back to that base point of why they're there. There's a quote that I love, build a team so strong and so great that no one can spot the leader.
Mm-hmm.
For everyone to kind of be on that same playing field, to where you're all lifting each other up. I mean, I've worked for, the small mom and pops to they're the best leaders that I can pull out. Boom, 2 of them right in my head from 20 years ago and from most recently. They're going to jump in the trenches with you. Yeah. They're doing it. They've done it. It's not finger pointing or blaming or that. Like, things happen, we all have to be prepared, but to be able to jump in and do that unconditionally within, rather than trying to be the hero, again, that's where the ego and self-awareness really play into it. We all get in there. I do.
No, we do.
Your ego, it gets in there. No one's perfect.
It's kind of like what I hear you saying, Deborah, and I love that, is it's kind of balancing ego with empathy. And one of the greatest leaders that I feel like I've had the privilege of learning from didn't have traditional degrees. He was not like a career professional. But I saw the way that he always differentiated the way that he communicated to people. He showed compassion and consideration. He would push people in one way based upon what they needed, but then would be softer with other people in the way that they needed. He would communicate loudly to certain people because it got them motivated, but then he would communicate softer with other people when he recognized that that type of communication would inspire them to be able to do things differently. And that first leader was my dad. And it was talking about a lot of these times when he would coach, and when he never had this theory of everybody gets the same. He had a theory of everybody gets the same opportunity, but I'm going to push somebody differently. But the team is much bigger than the single individual. And there were characters, there was a character and a values based and expectations and a standard of excellence that he embodied that pushed us to being able to be one of the top organizations in an AAU basketball team, and has helped so many players to be able to go off and play professional or just do different things in their career. I guess a question that I have, though, and why I bring that up is leadership without empathy, I don't believe is possible. But how can we balance that thread? Or a better question is, what is the first practical step, Amy, that leaders can take to lead with empathy without losing authority?
Yeah. So this, you're hitting right on the subject matter of the book there, Kyle. And for
anybody new that doesn't know about the book, can you talk about the book and your response?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. So on November 1st, so just 2 weeks ago, I published my first book. Yay. And it is called Healing Division, How Balancing Empathy and Power Can Heal American Society. So you're nailing it right on the nose there. And honestly, the premise of the book is, excuse me, you can't be an effective leader one way or the other, right? So you're asking what the first practical step is, and having empathy and balancing that is first recognizing you have to become self-aware. Like you cannot be an effective leader. And that first practical step is figuring that out. You have to go forward and you have to do the assessments. You know, there are gazillions of assessments out there. There are some that I prefer over others. That means investigating biases, you know, project implicit. It means going in and doing, insights, DISC, like HBDI, Myers-Briggs, all of these things.
I am completely ignorant. All of these acronyms are just too much for me.
Yes, I totally understand.
What do you recommend? Like, what is the first step in? I love the term self-awareness.
Yes.
But I think self-awareness can often be one of those terms that we look as, oh, I journal at the end of the night, Amy, or I know myself, but you really don't. And I'm familiar with DISC and all these things. What is the tool or the thing that you would recommend?
You have to get comfortable. Well, it's hard to be comfortable with this, but you have to ask other people how you are.
That's
good. You can't just be within yourself and think like, oh, this is me. Right. You have to get outside of yourself and ask other people, hey, how did I show up today? When I came to the meeting today, did I listen to everyone? When I showed up and we had our conversation, our evaluation conversation, did I say something that rubbed you the wrong way? Was it not effective? Am I actually doing what it is that you're needing me to do to help you grow? You have to ask the questions that sometimes it makes you vulnerable. You have to get vulnerable. And as a leader, sometimes that's scary because, you don't want to show that you can't handle it, but that's honestly the exact opposite of what you're doing. When you get vulnerable with the people that you work with, they respect you, they trust you more. You're building psychological safety because you're showing them it's safe for them to also be vulnerable. And I would say that's the best first step. Be vulnerable, ask questions about how you're being perceived so that you can correct the things you don't even know are happening. That to me is the best first step. And then ask them how they feel about when you are exerting times of authority, that you're not exerting power over, but you're actually exerting power to serve the whole, not self.
I love that response. And Deborah, I want you to chime in on this next question, and then I'm gonna come back to you, Amy. You've seen a lot of organizations. You've worked within the logistics space. You're a sales leader. You run your own organization, Newton Steel. And you've seen a lot of organizations in your career where their culture and their climate is completely fractured. People aren't on the same teams. There's no processes. There's no real clear alignment in regards to communication, and a lot of different cracks in the foundation. Mm-hmm. I guess the question is, when an organization's culture is fractured, what should the first 30 days of development or healing look like in order for us to be able to get on the same page, whether it's from a sales perspective, whether from an efficiencies perspective? If we recognize the fractures and we recognize after we went through this self-awareness period from a leadership standpoint, what do you recommend in regards to those next steps to being able to ensure efficiency as a whole?
That's a great question, and a challenging one, because again, we all know if a foundation is cracked, it's the same thing within our homes. It's a challenge. It's going to lead to more. You're just going to keep stacking. So I think you said the word in the answer is recognizing, and it does take, stepping back and looking at it. To Amy's point of, it is to be vulnerable is to be brave, and it's scary. So when you, even into the workplace, which Amy was saying, even it's in the family, some people are afraid. Some people are afraid to just have that conversation, not necessarily if it's a leader that's asking, because the person's, they're, what's the word I'm looking for? There could be retaliation. Mm-hmm. So that's a scary part. So understanding that, it's, whatever you say, it's safe. You're able to say whatever you want. No, it's not. So that right there, you're blocked. So to be able to dig down into that, and that I wouldn't be able to get past that point if there were leaders, owners in place that couldn't see that. I'm not saying that it's not fixable, but that piece right there and being able to find out, that's the crack. That's a very, very huge crack. So how do you get around that without transparency? I guess I don't want to say I don't know, but without getting in there and knowing the whole scope, that's a very challenging, because it's very delicate. It's very vulnerable. It's very sensitive. It's, it's their baby. They've done a great job. They've made a lot of money.
Let me follow up with this question for you. One of the things that I appreciate that you said is, if you're not able to recognize that there is cracks in the foundation, then nothing's getting fixed. It's kind of like, if I don't recognize problems in my relationship, then it's kind of like there's no way for us to be able to move forward.
It's a Band-Aid on a leaking boat.
I like that. A Band-Aid on a leaking boat. I guess how can executives or leaders hold people accountable to a standard, but then still make them feel seen and valued during that process?
Communication.
What does that look like?
I will steal one of the phrases when you and I first met, and that has stuck with me since. It is that community, and being able to have that community and the people, to what Amy said as well, to level set. It's, yes, you're going to build that safety. You're going to put that consistency to where someone gets to know you, that they're able to call you on the carpet. They're able to, are you okay? Something's a little off. Again, however, there is a line, of course, between the friend and friendly within a workplace. There is the line between the leaders and the team members, and not crossing that, but you have to be able to show yourself, leaving some of the emotional baggage at the door, but internally for what's there. And I don't know if that answers your question, but having the community and having people that you trust around you to be able to support you in a safe, loving, unconditional loving way, not in a self-serving way, and not in a way, and then be able to receive it. Because there's a lot of people that you might be able to tell that to, but they're the retaliation mindset, and then it's just going to come back and bite you. So it's a very challenging, but it's all within yourself. Wait, why did I get so upset about that? Why does that make me so angry? Bringing it back inside of your own head, maybe there's an emotional scar from Lord knows what, how many years ago, that you didn't even know that was something that, I hate the triggered. I know that's such a common, I hate using that word, but it is. That's the word I'm using, because, or just throwing up a defense, or, bringing it into an emotional, but if you know that, that's fine. There's a lot of things that happen. I'm like, oh, okay, this isn't that person. This isn't the same situation. This is Amy. This is Kyle in front of me right now. This is, so I think that that's where the community piece to pull in and have the people, especially if you're a leader and you don't, or are removed, if you don't have people around you that can be honest with you, how can you be honest with yourself?
And go ahead, Amy.
Sorry, I'd love to piggyback off of your question about like how do executives see that. I think one thing that is very important, or to say two things that are very important, is no one's going to trust you if your words and your actions don't align.
It's very true.
So if communication is really important, but if all you're doing is talking, no one's going to believe anything you're saying.
Right.
It's like if I tell you I'm going to stop by your house tonight and then I don't show up, I don't believe you. And if you show up and you didn't tell me you were coming, that's also not okay. Like you can't do and not say, and you can't say and not do. The two have to come together in order for people to trust you. And so, yes, community and actions and words all have to be there in order for the work and the trust to exist. And that is what fractures organizations, is when leaders, and that, that's what kind of causes these fractures in culture, is when executive leaders, senior leaders lose touch and stop listening to the people that are in their organization. And then, it's lip service and all you're doing is talking and no one sees anything that's coming out of it. It's like, you're not going to, it's irreparable at that point.
Yeah. Talk without action.
You're willing to do the work.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this then, Amy. I want to expound on that, because I read something a while ago. This may have been last year or maybe 2 years ago. And I lived by this for a long period of time. So you're probably going to challenge me, and you're probably going, I'm probably going to get flamed in the comments section. Where it said that I believe 60% of America's top CEOs lack empathy.
60 was that one?
I think it's 60%, 60% of America's top CEOs.
Yeah.
Completely lack empathy. So I believe it was all about bottom line, and it was all about profitability. It was all about growth. It was all about, if you can't get the job done, then we'll just get somebody better. It wasn't about growing talent. It was about just bringing in new talent. And I built an organization that was completely unfounded on values. And it showed up in me first. And I recognized that when I built the Culture Lab, it had to look completely different. It had to feel completely different. And I recognized that organizationally, we've grown a lot quicker than any other organization because we were rooted in values. A lot of American organizations, though, still believe this, that, with layoffs, with the lack of inclusion, the lack of a lot of these necessary programs. So what do you believe American organizations are getting wrong about this idea of lacking empathy or balance, and how can we fix it? And I see you're ready to fire off. So just go ahead.
Take it away.
The problem is right now we live in it's all capitalism. We live in a society that's all about money and power, and how can I get more of it? And the idea that having means that, or sharing with others means that you can't have, is what the problem is. Is the idea that you, just because someone else is getting $20 means that I can't have $20, that's the issue. That's good. And fear. It's fear. People are scared. And that fear is being perpetuated through society. And it's a result of, as Deborah was saying earlier, it's a result of people's previous traumas informing their current decisions. They're thinking from a place of trauma rather than a place of peace and healing. And so you have to get to a point where understanding, and this is chapter 7 of the book. Two things can be true. Having power doesn't mean you can't be empathetic, and being empathetic doesn't mean you can't be powerful. Both of those things.
Hold on. You can't drop a bar like that. Just skip over it. Can you say that again for the audience, please?
Being empathetic doesn't mean that you cannot be powerful, and having power does not mean that you can't be empathetic.
That's good.
Both can exist at the same time. It's
And you can still make money both.
And you can still be successful.
Up.
Absolutely. It doesn't mean that, because I have or because someone else has means that I won't or they won't. It's not, I don't want to make it sound like, everybody gets the same thing. It's everybody gets what they need, or they have the ability or access to do so if they choose to. It doesn't mean that they will. And so, setting up an environment where you're talking about, I actually wrote down vision and values. It's so important to have that before getting started. You just have to understand that, like, everyone's opinion matters, and you can come up with a best third solution. It doesn't have to be a this or that kind of a conversation. You don't have to be forced into a dichotomy. Two things can be true. Power and empathy can exist at the same time, and empathy is not weakness. It's actually a strength. As we just discussed, emotional intelligence is, empathy is a part of that, and actually propels you to be more successful. Most of our leaders that are empathetic are exceedingly successful.
Amy, I have a question that actually came in for you. Do you think it's possible to develop empathy, or is that an inherent character trait? If so, how can leaders go about developing empathy?
Yeah. So the educator is never going to tell someone that something is a fixed trait. Everyone has the ability to learn. Yeah. And if that was one of my dad's or my parents' lifelong lessons, was never stop learning. You can always do, yes, empathy. Now, I will say this, it will come naturally to some, more likely than others, but it doesn't mean that it can't be developed.
Yeah.
Yes. So the answer to the question is yes, empathy can be developed. How do you develop empathy is by first recognizing, understanding what empathy is. Honestly, the first thing you have to do is know what it is. And many people, as we get older, we start putting, our brains continue to categorize more and more information, and we start saying, oh, okay, empathy is walking in someone else's shoes. Boom, done. Empathy. That is not. That's not it. And honestly, children as young as 3 can be taught how to be empathetic. We start to lose that a little bit as we get older, because we start having all of these self-responsibilities, and you start
getting a little jaded though too.
Yeah, right. And anxiety starts to form. You're like, oh, but if I care about that person, then the other person's not going to like me anymore. And then, all these thoughts. And so you have to get outside. You have to step outside of yourself and understand that just because you may not know a person doesn't mean that you can't be empathetic towards that person. But you have to, the first step in developing empathy is knowing exactly what it is and what it entails. And if you look up the definition of empathy and all of the words that come behind it, it is very multifaceted. And you have to know how to do all of those things all at once. It's definitely something that is learned.
I think a quick answer to help with people to kind of touch into that is, when somebody does something, what's your initial first reaction? Do you feel inside of you that they are trying to screw you over? Are they just having a bad day? When somebody cuts you off in traffic, I'm the type of person that I'm the former, where I don't like that. So I don't assume you have a bad day. I have to tell myself to, because I don't want to have road rage. But I think being able to recognize those little things that then compact as you are in the workplace, of just, where does your mind go? What are your automatics? Like, what's the word I'm looking for? That
reaction, like what's that? Your knee jerk, Yes.
What you immediately go to, and then kind of follow that through. Everyone has blind spots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And kind of pay attention to those little things, because those little things are the ones that compound, and then you get to the jaded. Your insecurities are packed in, and you can't get past them.
I think that's why it's important for community. I
agree.
I think it's a special type of person to identify their blind spots individually. I think that's why it's important to have that community and say, like, look, like, let's say I'm driving in the car with you, Deborah, and I have road rage. Like, I need that person to check me in the passenger seat. Like, Kyle, you need to chill.
You need an accountability partner.
I need that person. And what I've heard in the conversation thus far that I hope somebody catches that's listening in is leadership is unselfish. Leadership is about considering something outside of your perspective, outside of your experience, outside of how you would normally do things, so that that other person can be able to thrive, so that organizationally or relationally or in our family, we can thrive together.
Well, that's how
And
innovation happens, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what fuels innovation. You can't have innovation if you're not considering other people's opinions, because you're just thinking about your own the whole time. That's boring. Like,
let
grow.
Let me push back on that. What if what if somebody else's perspective, I'm gonna just ask the question like I want to ask it. I find that oftentimes as high achievers, as thought leaders, we can find ourselves in spaces where we have the most valuable thoughts, or we have the most innovative or creative ways of being able to do things. What happens if we're in spaces and we don't necessarily have bright minds around us to be able to fuel our innovation, and then we have to be the one to continue to come up with something? Jim Collins says it best in his book B 2.0. He says, until you can get 95% of people operating in their zone of genius in your organization is not optimized to be able to thrive.
Max it out.
So I guess the question there is, how do we ensure, can we teach innovation in our teams, or is it important to, or do we have to recruit and hire innovative thinkers?
So what you said in that quote was 95% have to be operating in their own genius, not your genius, their genius.
That's good. Challenge it. Yeah.
So yes, sometimes you may think that's where the ego comes in, right? You may think that you're the brightest mind and you have to be the one to come up with all the answers, but are you allowing people to operate in their genius, or are you wanting them to operate in yours?
Let me challenge you. What if their genius conflicts with what your direction as a leader? Anybody can answer that one.
I'll let you take it. So I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
No, that's great. I agree with everything you say. It's that going back to, it's the basics. You know, why is that conflicting with you? What is going on there? Is it the yin to the yang, or are you just being insecure because this person is different than you, might be better than you? Excuse me, what's going on here? It's digging down to find out why you feel that way. And okay, if it's not you, that's fine. Work with that. That's who they are. That's again, they're bringing something different to the table than what you are. If you're all doing the same thing, then that's what's the point? You know, There's a reason why other people can pick up where you might not be good. And if anything, you can learn from them.
Right.
Deborah, let me ask you this, and I have a question that actually just came in for you earlier. You mentioned that the importance of self-awareness. What has been your experience with becoming more emotionally intelligent, and how can leaders learn from your journey to adopt the quality?
I think everything that what we've been saying here is the answer to that. I mean, I'll be the first to admit of allowing my ego to get into the way of what the goal of the team was, of not wanting to see things the way that they were, how I wanted to see things, and then allowing that community, the people that were close to me, similar to what you're saying, driving in the car, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, is there something more that's, to be able, rather than dismissing that, allowing that to come in and have the conversations that are uncomfortable and that I needed to then have with myself. So I think that has, and again, it's a working journey. I don't think anybody, similar to what Amy said, always keep learning, always keep wanting to be better. I think that is a true, if you think you're the smartest in the room, get in another room.
Yeah.
You have to.
And so it's not linear either.
No. Right? And nor does it, and it shouldn't be. I can't believe I just said should. No, it is not. it can't be hard stop, and that's for anybody. But I think the recognizing what that is and understanding if that person does bring something different to the table, allowing them to have that moment and to shine. That's not going to take away from you. It's not going to take away from me. People that want to be the hero or be the one. I did that. That's within the team, the transparency. There's an insecurity that's within the team that they need to feel that or to say that. internally, whether it's inside them or within the culture of the team. But I feel that is, there's been some tough lessons that have had to, and even with, that goes with friendships, that goes with family, that, at work, who we are, work is who we are at home, and vice versa, who are at home and work, being able to thread that through, not just turn it on and off with all relationships, with all people. And then constantly that journey, it's still a journey. It doesn't end, unfortunately.
Amy, let me ask you a question. Earlier, I love how you said that leadership in a nutshell is about alignment, and that your words and actions have to align. And to be very transparent, I think I've been on the opposite end of that, where I had these bright ideas and these visions for an organization, and I would communicate them, and without recognizing the pressure or the weight of responsibility that would come with fulfilling them. And I would communicate them prematurely, and then recognize on the back end, like, oh my God, like I need this, or I need
to actually do this now.
And what happened is that you then lose trust in the people if you're not delivering, because all they heard was the intent, but then they felt the negative impact.
Yep.
And I think that oftentimes we're not aligned. So can you talk about just a practical tool, and maybe this is even for me, a practical tool that leaders can do, or a practical skill or habit that they can introduce in their careers, where they are ensuring that they are aligned, so that they're mitigating the risk of negative impact or character or lack of trust organizationally?
Yeah, two very easy things. One, have an accountability partner, like we were just talking about before. Find somebody that you trust, that as a leader you can go to and say, hey, did I do this or not? Or that, well, you don't even have to ask them. They're just going to come to you and say, like, hey, I just want you to know, last quarter you said we were going to do X and it hasn't happened yet. So what are we doing? And what? And then the second thing is you have to ask the people in your organization and listen to them. That's it. Like, you have to be able to say to them, like, it's not just about having your own accountability partner. As a leader, you are accountable to everyone in the organization. So you have to be willing to ask the people. You have to listen to the people and say, hey, what did we say we were going to do that we didn't follow through on? Is there something out there that we said we were going to do that we didn't do? And how is that impacting your work every day?
I think getting ahead of it too. It's okay to say, look, I'm sorry. I know I said that. I haven't forgotten.
Admitting
to it. Or guess
Absolutely.
what? I forgot. I absolutely forgot. I'm sorry. That's where the communication and being able to have open communication, that people aren't afraid to then have that. Like, hey, you said that. Oh, shoot. We're humans.
Yeah. The safety to make mistakes. We're not going to be perfect 100% of the time. So if there is something that you forgot to do, or something that you said you were going to do that you didn't, or the track changed, on you in the midstream, and like that communication piece, and then taking ownership of those moments,
yes,
demonstrates and models to other people that it's okay for them to do the same thing.
I want to talk about that for a second. You said something, the safety to make mistakes. And, as a parent first, I think we teach that in the household. Like, when you drop the flour all over the kitchen, I'm not going to beat you for that. You just like, let's clean this up together. It's okay. Let's celebrate the mistake so that I could teach you what you need. And I think that it goes to everything. And it's even as a former classroom teacher, I want you to be okay with making mistakes, so that we have this culture that failure is necessary for our own progress. But I think that is not in existence in corporations. That's not in existence in business. It's like we always have to be buttoned up. We have to be well, spoken and almost perfect in all ways possible, where authenticity, vulnerability, and transparency is missing. So, ladies, can we talk about how we fuel or curate safe cultures or safe organizations, where I feel that I can tell my boss that, hey, I'm just not feeling it today, and not have to give a whole explanation on why I need the day off? Or, hey, me and my spouse are going through it, and I can just feel comfortable communicating that and staying home. Or safe to say that, hey, I'm not feeling this on this project, or whatever the case may be, how can we create more safe environments where people actually feel comfortable showing up and not like they're always on the chopping block?
Amy, that's all you get at very low. You're taking
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it just goes back to building a relationship. You have to build relationships with your people. And you have to learn how, if you don't know how to build a relationship, then that's where you start, is how do I build a relationship with my people? And it doesn't mean that you have to be best friends. It doesn't mean that it has to be like, you might not even like the person sometimes. That's okay too. But there was some research that an organization called Saramount did on how to build and how to become an inclusive leader. And they realized that there are 7 pillars of connectivity, and only 4 of those 7 have to align in order for a relationship to work. And so we actually built our mentoring program on those principles when we matched the mentor with the mentee. And honestly, it's funny because you when they were answering their questions, they were like, why are we answering like what our favorite style of comedy is, or what our favorite kind of music is, or languages, like what languages do I speak? But those are parts of, those are pillars. Those are the pillars. Like if we don't have the same comedic style, if we don't like the same music, and again, if you think back on all of the relationships you've had that were successful, these pillars show up. But it's not all of them. Like there are things that you still disagree on, and that's okay. But figuring out how to build a relationship with someone is the first step in learning how to move forward as an effective leader.
Can we have the pillars?
Yeah, I have to find them. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Give me 1 second and I'll let you know what they are.
As you're finding that, Deborah, I want to come to you for a second. One of the biggest realizations that I've had as a leader in being in spaces is that alignment is critical to effectiveness and growth as an individual. And I need to, before I communicate something, I need to look at the risk. I need to identify personnel. I need to adopt processes and all of these different things. And I have accountability partners in my life that are now helping me do these different things and keeping me accountable. And it took a while for me to be able to get to that point, and a lot of loss. And I say that to ask you the question, what is one thing in your leadership journey that you've realized that you could improve upon that our audience can learn from?
Oh, goodness. There's just one thing to pick on. And I hate to keep going back, and it's the basics. It's the 101. It's the awareness to be able to, is there just one thing that you can be able to continue to do? Self-text, that meant the accountability. I don't want to regurgitate what we had said here, but I think, again, I always go back to similar to what Amy was saying with the 7 pillars, the foundation, the pieces that is strong and sturdy within yourself and within the team. I've also worked backwards. If we're all having the same goal and we're all going to the same place, work backwards from there and never take your eye off of what that goal is. Because if it's all coming back to love and understanding, or money, or be more successful, if it's all coming back to that foundational piece of it, that's what's just going to continue to drive you. At least what drives me internally.
That makes sense. Amy, you look like you have something. You have too?
I got them.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the 7 pillars of connectivity are personal background, so like how you grew up. Shared life trajectory is the second one. So you have similar ideas or goals of where you want your life to go. Interests and hobbies, that kind of makes sense. Political and social morals.
Interesting. Musical
preferences, language or dialect, and sense of humor.
I would agree with all of those. And I know there was a study done. So they probably have all this research on why it's the right thing. But I would definitely, because I think even relationally, and not to make this too personal, but I feel like if we don't have the same comedic style or interests, it's just weird. It's kind of like, I think I
But
want
you said that 6 of them, what was it, the number of the 7?
Four have to exist for a relationship to be successful.
Yeah, you see all the time. It's like people are just like, oh, I don't really get his humor. But if there's other strong,
absolutely
4 of those where it's like, okay, it's kind of funny, but I don't really get it.
Yeah.
You know?
Or I mean, it's honestly, it's personal relationships and it's work relationships.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's what,
because you can think about, like, even with your spouse or your partner or, you know, whoever you're around. I mean, it could be your own child. Like, there are things that as they grow up, you're like, wait a minute, I didn't know that's how you felt about that. And it's okay.
But those are okay. Those are relationship pieces. And the same thing as I go right back to sales as a salesperson that I am, like, if you can find one of those or a few of those to hit with the customer to build that relationship.
That's right.
It's a path to get going. You know, it's a path to then explore. Like, if somebody comes in on the sense of humor, then it can be like, oh, what's your background? Oh, and then they can evolve into the other pieces, and each one of those is just going to solidify the relationship.
And all relationships take work. And so you have to be willing to put the time in to get to know someone. So it's, you know, back to your point about how do you create the safety, is building the relationship. But if the relationship doesn't come naturally, you still have to put the work in to try to figure out how can we build this relationship so that we both feel safe, to have that culture of failure being okay. Making mistakes is okay.
There's something you can find for sure. There's
always something. Yeah.
Something.
Deborah, let me ask you this. You know, as I look back at this list, which one of these are most important to you in building relationships? Is it?
You want to say them again?
Yeah. Can you say it again?
I wrote them. I got them.
Oh, you got them? Okay.
Yeah, the trajectory, the personal, as well as interests, political, social. I can't read my own handwriting. What was
language, dialect, personal background, musical preferences, and sense of humor?
Music. I didn't finish the word. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. But of those, now is that personally? Are we within the workplace? Are we?
It's interesting because I think for me it's the same. Personally and professionally, I'll share mine next. But I'd be interested to know, you know, both of you, what's the most important when you're building a relationship on this list?
Me personally, it would be the shared life, the trajectory.
Interesting.
Like, I think that is, I've always said, you know, I don't want somebody to drag me along, and I don't want to drag you along. We're in this and we're going in it together.
Yeah.
So I feel that's those people, whether it's my friends, my family. And again, there's different levels. Everyone's at their different phase. But again, if that main goal is what you're going for, if that's what you're trying to do, that's what it can always bring you back to.
That makes sense. Deborah, what about you? Or excuse me, Amy, what about you?
Yeah, it's hard. You know, I'm one of those people who I can't just pick one.
You're a salesperson.
This is never me. You know, like when you have those classroom activities where, like, if you feel like this, stand on this side. If you feel like that's not, I was always like, nope, I'm gonna be right in the middle. I would have to say it's two very equally shared life trajectory. I agree. But that's not always the case. But I would say social morals, maybe not so much political all the time, but social for sure. Like social morals for me, if we have that shared understanding and you have, you know, an innate drive and it's built from a place of intrinsic motivation, then you're, you know, that to me is like you have that internal, like something is driving you on the inside and you have some type of a compass that's doing that internally. That for me is probably one of the most important.
That's interesting because I think we share that, but I looked at mine a little bit differently. I think most important is personal background because of that. Because I think because of our personal background, it is where we get our motivation from. It's where we get, you know, our drive and our desires from. Yeah. And then I'm on the fence between like 2 and 3. So I think shared life trajectory, like where are we going? Like what are we doing? Yeah. I think personally and professionally, if you don't have vision, it's challenging for me to be able to, I don't know. It's simple things like have a conversation. If we can't talk about where we're going and what we're doing or the purpose of this action or these decisions, then it's kind of like I feel very flat. But then I think now here more recently, I think the values piece. I think that is so important because I've been on the opposite end in leadership positions, and I've sat on boards where, saying this transparently, I've had to conform because the consensus on the board had a different political and shared view. And I wanted to navigate the complexities of that board. So I had to shift in sometimes, but stepping off and realizing and going through my own leadership journey, I recognize that you shouldn't have to shift if it's a safe space.
Yeah.
Or if you do, you can, to have that comfortable that conversation, if you do think differently, you're still having the respect for the individual,
Exactly.
And you can comfortably have that without fear of retaliation. And yeah, I think that's the part right there. That's well said.
I want to ask you all this, and we have a few minutes. And first, I think it's important to talk about what you do. I think, throughout this whole conversation, our audience has learned about your philosophies and your perspectives. But I think it's also important to just highlight the work that you're doing that aligns with these perspectives that you have. Deborah, could you talk a little bit about what you do? What's your driving factor and what you're trying to accomplish with companies? And then Amy, could you close us out with talking about the work that you're doing and why that's important?
Yes, absolutely. I briefly mentioned it. Where did you go? Did we lose you?
I'm here.
Here.
Okay. Well, I'll just keep going. I know the Okay. The show must go on. But I mentioned it in the beginning of the call. The Newton Steel is a company that I started with a combination of course, my last name being Newton and my mom's last name Steele with an E on the end. Unfortunately, she passed last year, so wasn't able to catch the full mission and what this is, but it's people focused. Rebuilding people, reconstructing sales processes within companies, or reinforcing within all sales. Kyle mentioned I've been in the logistics space most recently the last 10, 11 years. So that's kind of where I'm honing in on. But to me, I think this whole conversation encompassed, it's the foundational pieces. It doesn't matter what you're selling and what you have to the people and the processes that are in place. So that's what I'm here to do, is help rebuild and restructure those where needed. So
I actually have a question regarding your background. So you said you were a salesperson.
Mm-hmm.
What took you from sales to people? To be people focused? Is it still sales focused?
I think those are synonymous.
Yeah.
I think to be able to be good in sales, you have to know people.
Yeah.
I was a waitress and bartender, and that's when I got my first big girl job, because you walk up to a table, you need to know who to be. Are you a stand-up comedian? Are you nothing but the business? You need to read people immediately. And I think that even on a surface level, you still need to be able to find a way to connect with the people.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's not, and which is fine. But if they're not, don't take it personal. So those types of things. So I think that I don't have an answer besides I think they're one and the same.
Yeah.
So good question.
Yeah. Thank you for answering your question. So what I do, I talked a little bit about at the beginning. I currently am leading employee listening, engagement. I'm on the team that is called Belonging and Engagement. And the work that we do is helping people feel good at work, helping people feel heard, that their voices are listened to, and that they feel like they can be their best self and bring their best self to work every day, whatever that looks like. And sometimes our best days are different every day based on what's going on in our lives, and just making sure that the policies and the opportunities, the benefits, the talent development, that all of those things align with the values of our organization, and making sure that people, that's what I do every day, is just making sure people feel welcomed and heard. And I was doing that work as an educator. I'm doing it now. I was doing it when I was in my brief stint in healthcare. All of those things just really come down to making people feel accepted. So my driving factor came from my parents. Both of them some of my parents had a very uncharacteristic quality to their relationship. They were 20 years apart in age, which, is exceedingly common.
I forgot I was on camera for a second. I had like my eyes.
I always joke that like, but in maturity, they met in the middle. Like my dad came down 10 and my mom went up 10, and they just, and so that's the joke. But they went through a lot. My dad grew up, he was the youngest Black drill sergeant in the Army in 1943. He was 19 years old in Japan. My mom was raised in the civil rights movement. They both encountered these horrific, honestly, experiences as young Black people in the world, and yet and still their lesson for me and everyone was accept everyone, with a period at the end of that sentence. They weren't jaded. They weren't, they didn't, grow up and say, but not, it was never, there was never a but. It was accept everyone. And that is how I have operated in the world. And that is why I do the work that I do, because everyone should be able to feel like that.
That's beautiful.
Just show up and be you is enough.
Here's my final question. And I'd love to hear both of your responses. You have 60 seconds to transform everybody listening. If you had one message to end us off, 60 seconds, leaders, organizational leaders, change makers, what would be your message for them?
I'm going to say, realize your own power, but do so with vulnerability so that you continue to grow.
That's good. Deborah, what you got for us? Come on, Deborah.
I'm trying to think of like the best little soundbite nugget drop, mic drop and then fade away. Gosh, there's so many different things that are running through my head. The vulnerability piece is, again, most recently has shown up with me, but it truly, the words to be brave is to be vulnerable.
I like that. Anybody listening in? This is the Podcastathon. And this is session 1.
Yay. Look at you. You're just kicking it off.
Vision with balance, how empathy and power can heal American organizations and your leadership. And first, I want to thank you two ladies for showing up, coming and starting us off. I literally, when I got on here, I was like, all right, let's get to it. And, at the beginning, you have those nerves, but you two have given me life. You have given me so much fire as well to remain aligned, to be brave, to be courageous, and to be unselfish in my leadership, to consider other people so that those innovative ideas on the team are so necessary for all of us being able to grow. And I just thank both of you. Deborah, you sharing your story of your mother and how that propelled you forward. Amy, you sharing your experiences in belonging and inclusion and how that's continuing to propel you forward to do that work. I thank you. I honor you. I want to just take a minute to give you your flowers. And like the audience has been saying, like, this is excellent. And I appreciate our audience members giving us questions and giving us thoughts and sharing your comments and your affirmation for us this morning. And this is just number 1. And I have a free gift for anybody that's listening. I have a free gift. I told y'all I would give y'all something away for free. We're not selling anything, I promise. And there's no sale in the gift. If you go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com, you don't need to put www, just upgrademyfundraising in your browser.com. It'll take you directly to a link. And if you just put your email in, it's going to give you a free 5-day course that's going to send emails to you every single day on leadership, on fundraising, on relationship building, and how to really activate and grow your own leadership so that you can embody contagious culture. Ladies, I thank you so very much. And where can we find you all online?
Oh boy, there's lots of places. So LinkedIn for me, for sure. Just Amy, middle initial E Hull, Hull.
I like how you put the H-U.
Because everybody, it's Amy Hall. They go looking for Hall instead of Hu. So Hull. I have like several different tags on Twitter. I don't even know them all. I'm on Twitter. Let's see. Twitter is at the Amy E Hull. There's like a Amy E Hull official on Instagram. I'm all the places. If you just type my name in, it should be there. Or you can buy the book, and then you can have all the handles right there on the front page for you.
LinkedIn is the best and easiest way for everything that I'm pushing through.
Yeah.
So, and I want to take a quick second too and thank you for the opportunity,
Absolutely.
Kyle. You've been such a blessing as a person, as a human, and for all I'm super thankful.
Yeah.
Grateful for you.
Thanks for being a culture crusader out here in these streets.
You know it. You know
right. Good luck today. Good luck today. You got this. Long day.
Thank you so much.
It's gonna be awesome.
Anybody in our audience that is still with us, we want to just thank you. We want to welcome you to Podcastathon 2025, where we're going to be talking all day about leadership, culture, fundraising, developing that internal alignment so that you can be better, That's important. So we just finished up an amazing conversation on vision with balance and how empathy and power can heal our American organizations and our leadership. And look, if you thought that was good, I am so excited. Oh my gosh, so excited to have this conversation with two amazing individuals. Oh my God, everybody's amazing. And I'm so excited about this next conversation because this conversation focuses on one thing: the intersection of emotional intelligence and organizational performance. I have a leadership expert and an EQ expert, and they're going to come together and they're going to be able to give us all of the game, all of the sauce, all of the methodologies, and continue to build upon the conversation that we just had so that you can be effective, but then also emotionally intelligent. You can be productive, but also have empathy. You can be able to be the person, the change maker, the transformative leader that your organization deserves. Let's go get it. Marissa, Tracy,
hello.
my two people. How are you?
Good.
Good morning.
Tracy, great morning. Marissa, Tracy, can you first just start by introducing yourself and just telling us, we're going to introduce it a little bit differently this time. What is one word that describes who you are and the mission that you're on?
Emotional intelligence. Propelling emotional intelligence.
One word that describes the work that I'm doing. I'm going to go with my title, fire starter. I'm here to inspire that fire, that collective energy of people on fire.
I love that. What does that mean?
The fire starter and the collective energy of people on fire.
Oh, a fire starter.
Yeah. So this is funny. This is a term that I had a boss use previously in a performance review. And she said to me, Marissa, you are a fire starter. And in that performance review, I received that as a negative. And so for like decades, I carried that around as a shameful thing.
That's good.
Something to be embarrassed about, that was negative about who I am. And then as I did this unlearning and this unpacking to realize who I am at my core, I realized that that's who I am. I'm a word nerd. Can't get my words together this morning. And the word inspire comes from that root inspire, which means to breathe life into. And I feel like that is what my mission is. I feel like that is what my work is to breathe life into. So inspire that fire, breathe life into people, light that fire, because we need people on fire right now in our world, for sure.
No, I love that. I love when people can identify the root and the origin of words and breathe life into. That's so amazing. One of my favorite words is discipline, and I think we've miscategorized discipline, especially with like our children all the time. And the root word of discipline is disciple. And it's to teach, to encourage, to empower. So if your discipline is not encouraging and empowering and teaching, are you actually disciplining that child, that organization, whomever it is that you're working with? So I think that's so important. Tracy, it's so good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you too. Thank you so much for this event.
Of course. Let's get into it. I have a question that I want to be able to just get us started with. What is one system or routine that you've built into your day-to-day leadership that strengthens the connection in the relationships that you have? Whoever wants to take it.
Go, Tracy.
All right. She says, go, Tracy. I believe in self-care, and self-care has so many different forms, right? So it could be getting up and journaling. It could be going outside. It could be opening up a book, some motivation, but just taking that time in the morning to not look at your phone the first thing. That gets your mind around the day, the being so grateful for being blessed with another day, and just pausing and getting your mind around it. So that self-care, and again, it can come in so many different shapes.
That's good.
Yeah, mine is similar. I have a non-negotiable of I need a walk every single day. I am all about the connection between mind, body, and spirit. And there is so much richness and so much goodness that happens on my daily walks. So my husband knows that like if I come down the stairs in the afternoon and I'm like, I got to go for a walk, he's like, clear in the space. You've got the room. You take what you need. So that is something that I do every day. I try to walk at least 2 miles every day, just be out in nature, get my vitamin D. I will take meetings on a walk sometimes. Sometimes I'll do an audiobook. Sometimes I'll just watch the birds and the hawks. I'm really enjoying the fall colors right now. But that's just, I call them my wonder walks, being able to just be in existence and just be.
I'm going to take that on more. I'm going to go on a wonder walk because I find when I go on my walks, it's so many thoughts going through my head. And then I have my phone and then I start jotting down all these notes, or I get on my phone and start emailing and all of these different things. But I'm going to take time to be more intentional in these times and be more present in these specific moments as well. You know, Tracy, I'm interested in you answering this question that I always get, that I still don't feel like people have really defined really intentionally. You're in the emotional intelligence space. You are an EQ expert. You're the person that that transforms the inside so that people can be able to transform things that come on the outside. Marissa, I love what you communicated. You said that you help people be well so that they can lead well. So both of you are empowering that internal so that externally what comes out is transformative teams and higher productivity and higher performance and higher retention and all of these different things. But Tracy, I'm interested in you first defining, like, what is emotional intelligence? For those people that have heard the buzzwords, those people that have seen the memes and all of these different things, and even walk around and say that I'm emotionally intelligent, but they got some issues still, Tracy. Can you talk to us about what does that mean and how would you define emotional intelligence?
Absolutely. Emotional intelligence is really understanding ourselves first, what's going on in here, and then how do we then take that information and how are we showing up in the world? That's really emotional intelligence. Are we first understanding ourselves, then we're better to express ourselves, we have better interpersonal relationships, better decision making, and ultimately we want to decrease our stress. So emotional intelligence is really understanding how are you showing up?
Yeah.
Now, Marissa, I want you to expound on that a little bit more, because your phrase again that I said earlier is I help people be well so that they can lead well. And I think you need to have that like on a shirt or something, because I find it
Noted.
Because I would definitely wear that. But when I hear that, what does that actually mean though?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think there's a lot of different parts of that. I think there is, well, first of all, let me say, people are not well, right? We've heard Brene Brown lately say that people are disengaged, they're distrustful, they're disconnected. We are disconnected from our minds, we are disconnected from our bodies, we are disconnected from our souls. And so when I talk about being well, I'm talking about taking that time that Tracy and I were just talking about to take care of ourselves, to understand who we are, to build that relationship with ourselves, to understand. I work with so many leaders that are experiencing an identity crisis because they have shifted from an individual contributor to a leader. And when you're in the people business, People are messy and people are complicated. And if you don't have a rooted foundation of knowing who you are internally and what feeds you, what you need, what your non-negotiables are, what your core nutrients are, if you don't know all of that information, you are not able to lead well. And so making sure that leaders, that people have that foundation. And, when we're doing, and Tracy, I don't know if you see this too, I feel like when we do leadership development, when we're talking about emotional intelligence, let me back up. I think a lot of times when we do leadership development, we're so focused on building that skill and helping people with the skill building.
I do agree.
But we are not building capacity. And that's what emotional intelligence is building that internal capacity so that you can then deal with and manage all this stuff that is going on in our external world and our communities and our organizations. And if you don't have that inner capacity, it's really hard to lead in a world that's so volatile and crazy.
Can I challenge that perspective, Louis?
Absolutely.
I think what I heard, and let me know if I heard it incorrectly, it's helping us kind of expand our capacity.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to listen with the audience's ears today. What I just heard is that expand my capacity means more work, more responsibility, more stuff that I have to figure out how to balance. And then I would then have to go to Tracy and figure out, like, now I'm overwhelmed. Now I'm stressed. Now I want to leave my job and all of these different things. Can you better describe what capacity means so that I can be better as a leader? Because I do agree. Any leadership training that I've been to, it's like I'm learning how to better manipulate my staff to do more work rather than being well and doing the internal so that we can be more effective collectively. So can you expound on that a bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. So my other catchphrase is more without compromise. I want to offer you space to be more, not do more. I want to offer you space to be more without sacrificing who you are at your core. So I think we've got it backwards. And I'd love to hear Tracy's perspective on this. I think we've got it backwards. I think we need to focus on presence before performance in our organizations.
That's good.
I think that's how we continue to build that inner capacity and build that inner intelligence, or that inner, that emotional intelligence.
Tracy, what do you hear when you hear that?
Yeah, I hear, and what I see is people just need to take that step back and become aware. We're all so much on this hamster wheel, going to the next thing, and really just taking a minute to see, like, gosh, have I even prepped for a meeting? And I don't mean prep for, do I have all of my data points ready? Have you emotionally prepped for the meeting? Do you know who you're meeting with? Do you know how they'll potentially react to something? To take that a few minutes and just really think about how am I showing up? And are you compartmentalizing things? We go into the workplace, but yet we all have all this noise all around us. Are we able to really be present?
I'm going to be the first one to be honest here. I don't think I've ever even considered emotionally preparing for any meeting. I think like I have chills over here when you said that, because, and I circled it on my paper. Like, have you ever emotionally prepared for a meeting? Because I think for me, it's always been tactical. Do I have my slides ready? Do I have my notes ready? Do I have my run of show, like for today, ready? And I've never really sat with, all right, who are all the people that I'm talking to? All right, what do they need from me on this meeting? Okay, well, in all of these different things, can you give me, and this is maybe for me and selfishly, can you give me one thing, Tracy, that I can do to better emotionally prepare for the responsibilities that I have professionally?
To emotionally prepare, I would jot down who are you meeting with, and you can do this mentally or actually put it down on a piece of paper and think about what is one outcome they hope to get from the meeting. Put yourself in their shoes. What do they want from it? And then another thought is, think of your allies. Who are the allies in the room, right? Who do you think is going to be along the same train of thought that you have? So those are our two things.
It's interesting that you said, like, what is the outcome that they hope to get? Because it's shifting it from this is a my meeting into this is a we meeting. So I have to stop thinking about what is the outcome that I want, what is the time that I want to stay within, and what is the outcome or the desired results that I need so that I can be able to then go to my next meeting. But even like Marissa said earlier, it's going from a present centered rather than just a performative centered. And I'm being present in this meeting. I'm being considerate of everyone in this room. And I'm trying to identify ways to show up best for everyone so that we all can walk away feeling encouraged, feeling empowered to be able to move forward. That's a great
Absolutely. It's almost thinking about the difference of, am I going to be assertive or am I going to be like aggressive in this meeting? If you're assertive, you know what you want to get out of the meeting. And ideally, the questions that you're asking in the meeting, you're having other people answer as if it's their idea. Because when people believe it's their idea that they're bringing forth, there's your buy-in.
That's good. Marissa, I recognize the blind spot just now in my own leadership, in my own professional and personal journey. How do you recommend helping leaders recognize blind spots that they can't see? What are some practical tools that they can use or habits that they can develop so that they can understand the blind spots in their leadership that everyone probably feels, but they don't feel encouraged or empowered to communicate?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, I want to circle back to something that you said when you said that you have never really taken the time to emotionally prepare for a meeting. And I think that's where we're failing some of our leaders. I'm not saying that we failed you.
It's all good.
You have turned out amazingly. But I think that's where we're failing a lot of our leaders. We're teaching them how to do and not how to be. And what if we switch it around and we help our leaders to be and then do? Because then they have a more solid foundation to rest upon.
That's good.
To your question, how do we find the blind spots? I think there's a couple of ways to do that. I think, Tracy is certified like I am in the EQI 2.0. And that's a great tool. That is a great assessment to help folks to have that, to lay out what are some of the blind spots. And if you do it with a leader and their team, you can help them to see, how other people are perceiving, how other people are receiving them. I think in a coaching conversation, one of the things that I will often do is when clients are sharing things with me, I'll reflect things back to them. And sometimes they hear something totally different than what they said. But like when I hear it and I share that back, and that starts a conversation about where are some of the spaces where you might not be understanding the impact that you're having on other people. I also encourage folks to ask other people that they trust, people that they have their best interest at heart. So keeping that in mind, but how do you receive me? How do you perceive me? Because I think that can also be very eye-opening. It can be very hard at times because sometimes people hear things that they don't necessarily want to hear. But I think when you ask that question again to people that you trust and know that have your best interest at heart, I think they can give you really helpful and insightful information about some of those blind spots that you might be leading from or that you might need to address.
I want to follow up with this question, and either one of you could expound on it. I hear that often where I'm asking other people kind of like, how do you perceive me? What do you see, et cetera, et cetera? What are my blind spots? My challenge, though, with a lot of people is once I receive that feedback, what am I supposed to do with it? Or how do I deal with when I don't hear something that I like and it does create an emotion that may trigger me? How do I guess it's a twofold question. How do I deal with the emotion? How do I implement potentially the change? Or what if I completely disagree with what they're communicating? Can you walk me through those thoughts that I have around that statement?
Yeah. If I could jump into what Marissa said with us being certified and to do the 360 reviews, I think another is to just ask your staff or ask your team, what should I start, stop, or continue doing? And ask sincerely and give them time to process that. You may know some of your team members that they really prefer to just think on the spot. Other team members may want to take that question and really digest it and take time to think about how they would respond to that. That stop, continue.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love that tool.
The other, when you mentioned how do you receive information, we learn so much by our own reactions. So if someone gives you feedback that maybe you're just uncomfortable with,
Yeah.
I'd almost take that as maybe I should write this down. Maybe I should write down like what is this triggering for me? Is that person right? Maybe, gosh, I didn't see myself that way. Maybe I need to do more soul searching in that area. So I think the first is when you take information, number one, you have to thank people for their feedback. Thank you for them to be so vulnerable. And what a gift it is for you to receive that solid, genuine feedback. And then to internally say, okay, well, how am I going to process this? And maybe it's not only getting information from that one person, ask a few people, vet it out a little bit. And if you do have a reaction, ask for more details.
Let me ask you this, and I really appreciate how you kind of walk me through the process of reflection and how important self-reflection is and how important allowing other people to kind of guide you to the answer, whether this is an internal thing that I may need to work out myself, or maybe it's kind of just noise in a sense as well, and you balancing and you having the power to choose how you want to move forward. My thought though is that when we communicate many things in the workplace, it creates conflict. It may be miscommunicated, and then it turns into a lack of trust or a lack of authenticity or vulnerability because that environment isn't safe. So a question that I wrote down earlier, based upon where this conversation is going, what strategies do you believe help teams rebuild trust after conflict or after that miscommunication or the broken expectations? And how can we implement those things or those habits into our day-to-day interactions on a day-to-day basis? Whoever wants it.
It's a loaded question.
Maybe we should break it down. What was the first question?
So let's say I have a team that is experiencing conflict. Let's say I have a team that's experiencing some miscommunication or broken trust. What is one tool or one strategy that I could use as a leader to improve communication, to improve trust or restore trust, and to understand the root of the conflict in the first place?
I would show up with empathy.
What does that look like?
Put yourself in their shoes, right? Putting yourself in their shoes. So why did that conflict happen? To understand that first and foremost. If it's just a one-on-one type of situation, maybe you decide to ask open-ended questions. Gosh, on a rating of 1 to 10, how would you rate yourself in that meeting? And they respond. What are some things that you wish you did differently? Like get them to talk. So that would be for them to like look in the mirror a little bit. The second, or maybe simultaneously, is that empathy. Like, are you really able to put yourself in their shoes? So let's say it's a big project and everyone's working on Project Xena, and all of a sudden the higher leadership team says we have to shift. It's no longer Project Xena. We're going to switch to something else. Well, the way to communicate that with your team is to certainly give them the value, help them feel valued. You were selected on this first project because of your insight, because of your technical skills. But we want to make sure that we're rising above to reduce the conflict that could happen if you're moving to a separate project. So you want to make sure that you have solid relationships.
That's
so
good.
First, be empathetic. Second, have really good relationship management.
That's good. Marissa, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so many thoughts. The first thing that I'm thinking about is this quote, and I'm going to butcher this, so I apologize. But there's a Marianne Williamson talks about all human behavior is one of two things. It's either love or a call for love. And I think about that so often because I feel like part of my mission is bringing more love to our workplaces and to our communities. And I think about how we can do that in a situation where that trust has been broken, right? And how we can, as Tracy was saying, restore those relationships and create space. And I think what happens when that trust gets broken within an organization is that one or more people do not feel safe in that space. And so how do we restore that safety? How do we create and hold space for people to be brave with one another?
Yeah.
And that's going to look like when you ask that question, the first thought that ran through my head was that's going to look different for each team and each organization because you're going to have all kinds of different contextual things that are going on there. So I think it's really, like Tracy was saying, getting to that deeper and root cause of what is happening, what's causing that broken structure, what's happening, what's causing that distrust and that disconnection and that disengagement with each other. How do we resolve that first?
It's interesting because when I was growing up and even going through college, my degree's in finance and international business. And even in college, I had all of these goals. And one of my goals coming into college was to go the bio pre-med track. And I just knew that I was going to be a nephrologist and be a surgeon on the kidneys and help, save people's lives. And then I took chemistry in college and, that changed everything for me. But it's interesting how we get to these places in lives and the stories that happen or the experiences or the mentors that we've met over the years that got us to the work that we're doing today. I'd be interested for our audience to learn, like, what is your background? What is your story that got you to the work that you're currently doing today? I'd love for both of you to share.
Well, I can share it real quick. I am a recovering academic, so I spent most of my professional career in academia and higher education. And in 2016, we were experiencing an organizational restructure because we had a new president at our university. Simultaneously, we found out that I was pregnant with our daughter. And it was a moment of sheer identity crisis and disruption because I had this new role at home and I had this new role at work. And I didn't know, it was going back to that conversation that we were having earlier about, I didn't know who I was in that moment. And so a big part of my work is that I burned out in that time and in that space. And so a lot of the work that I want to do is empowering leaders to be better leaders, to be well, to take that time to care for themselves so that they can care for others. And I also want to help to build organizations that are having those hard conversations and that are doing the hard and deep work that we need within our communities and within our organizations these days.
Well put, Marissa. Absolutely. I'll say for me, I was in marketing for 25 years and I received a 10% raise 2 months prior. And then HR and my boss walked to my office and I was like, this is not good. And I was let go a month before my wedding and decided, okay, things happen for you, not to you. And it took me a while to process it. And I really still believe that so wholeheartedly that things happen for you. And I started my business. I wanted to do work remotely. I looked into becoming a disc trainer, and then I just landed on emotional intelligence. So my goal is to develop emotionally intelligent leaders who create trust, they communicate with clarity, and they bring out the best in their people, right?
Yeah.
Especially in this, really demanding and high stress environments. And I know we've talked about, well, what are some ways to do that? And one thing we haven't really brought to the surface is active listening. And to really make sure that you as a leader are using active listening skills and your team. And is it time to go back to the basics and have a training on what the heck is active listening?
Yeah.
Can we talk about that though? Because
Sure. I love that topic.
I would it's interesting. I had a conversation with a gentleman at Davidson College, good friend of mine. And we were in a conversation and he didn't use the term active listening. He used the term athletic listening, and it was a completely new term. I don't know if he just made a mistake and just meant to say active listening, but I'll never forget that. And I don't think that many people have really defined what active listening looks like. And I'm the type of person that is similar to Marissa, where like I'm a word nerd, because I think that oftentimes we just throw out words. We don't really know what they mean, or you may communicate it and mean something differently than I may mean it. So can we talk about your definition of active listening and why that's so important in corporate, professional, and even personal spaces?
I will say that I love active listening from a perspective of staying curious. Like that's how I would expand that definition of being in the conversation where you are listening from a place of genuine curiosity, that you want to hear what the other person, I'm gonna go back to my word nerd here. So the word curious comes from cura, which means to use judgment. So often we come at it and being judgmental, but using judgment and curiosity and staying with the conversation so that you can let your curiosity lead rather than your agenda to lead.
That's good.
And to add to that, it's being fully present.
Yeah.
Did you know that 93% of all of our communication is non-verbal? Think about that for a second. That we need to look at our body language, our eye contact, our reactions matching up to the words that we're saying. So to be fully present, that's active listening.
Yeah.
And
That's
then
good.
when you're in that, when you're listening and you're not interrupting and you're taking a step back, maybe you're putting an idea on a piece of paper to ask your question, not just blurting it out. But are you then taking in what they're saying and then paraphrasing it? I heard you say XYZ. And asking open-ended questions to really build that active listening, being present.
In active listening, in wellness, in empathy, and emotional intelligence, it's all about how, again, going back to being well so that we can lead well. One of the questions that I have here is, in conversations about wellness, though, personal boundaries come up a lot. Like a lot. But in the workplace, what I've seen so often is that boundaries are often overlooked. So how can leaders and employees create and maintain boundaries at work in ways that support their own well-being as well as professional effectiveness?
Okay, I'm going to jump in. This is my favorite topic. I'm going to get close. I'm going to lean in. This is where we've got to talk about the word that nobody wants to talk about. It's the word resentment. When you notice that you are starting to get resentful, that is a sign, that is a signal, that is a red flag or a white flag saying, hey, one of your core nutrients is not getting met. And what I mean by core nutrients, and core nutrients are what I work with clients to help identify as the things that they need. So core nutrients, just like we have to have core nutrients through the food that nourishes our body, we also need core nutrients that our souls need, that our spirits need. And so thinking through, like, what are those core nutrients for you? And then identifying based on what you need, how do you build boundaries from that so that you don't then become so resentful? So I notice, like, one of my core nutrients is meaningful contributions and impact. And so I notice when I am not in conversations unlike the one that this one right here is feeding my soul. This is feeding my core nutrient of meaningful contribution and impact. But when I am not in conversations that are doing that, I become resentful because that core nutrient is not being met. So I've got to create boundaries and space within my daily schedule to make sure, or weekly schedule or monthly schedule, to make sure that I'm feeding those core nutrients. So I think that's one really helpful way to pay attention to boundaries, is that word of resentment.
How do you feed your core nutrients? Like, what are some habits, some daily practices or weekly practices that you would recommend to people, especially in these professional spaces, on how they can actually feed those core nutrients?
Yeah, I think it's different for everybody. One of the ones that I do, one of mine is movement. I've got and connection. I've got to not only be able to connect to myself, but also connect to the outside world. So one of those daily habits is that daily walking that I do. That is something that feeds that core nutrient. The meaningful contributions and impact, whether it's I am creating LinkedIn content, whether it isn't, that I am making time and space to be in soul aligned, spirit aligned conversations like this one, thinking through each one of those to make sure that I am creating time and space for those. I'm trying to think of other ones that I had. I know Tracy mentioned earlier, like having that time in the morning. I'm an early riser. Having that quiet time to like let my brain just settle is another one that I need, and that allows me to connect to my spiritual self, which is something that I really crave and need.
I have a question.
Do you mind if I jump into the question of setting boundaries? Is one thing that comes to my mind is really knowing your values. So do you need to take a step back and do a values exercise? I'm sure we can find one. And then when we're talking about boundaries, well, what kind of boundaries? Is it time boundaries? Is it role boundaries, communication? Is it emotional boundaries? So we need to talk about or understand, well, what kind of boundaries are we setting? So I think we need to really break everything down. What are my values? What boundaries are we talking about? And making sure then that our communication is really clear to use those I statements.
That's good.
And then finally, it's being really consistent with your boundaries. Yeah. And I'm the same person yesterday with my boundaries as I am today, as I will be tomorrow, because people will react to that consistency or lack of consistency.
Yeah. And I would add to that the energetic boundaries, like paying attention to your energy. And I will be fully transparent. Tracy and I were trying to connect this weekend. And life is just lifing a little hard here in our community. And so we were having some hard conversations last night with our 9-year-old daughter before she went to school this morning. And so I texted Tracy this morning. I was like, I did not mean to leave you hanging. My energy level was very low last night. I did not have the inner capacity and the energy level to connect last night. It wasn't you. It's just where we are. But paying attention to that and paying attention to my energetic level last night and just saying, I don't have that capacity right now, and setting that boundary that, hey, I'm not going to engage in that conversation. I know that Tracy's going to understand, even though I don't know her yet. I can tell she's an amazing human, but paying attention to that and giving yourself space for that.
And that's going back to your values, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Your value was family. Family's really high for you. So that's where you needed to put your energy.
1000%. You're exactly right.
I want to challenge a perspective really quickly because I have a recent experience with this. How do you feel about when people set boundaries, but they're not received by another person, where that person on the opposite end, where the boundaries are coming from, feels entitled for access? How do we handle that conversation? Because then it creates a disconnect or a lack of understanding in those boundaries, or even in professional workplaces when I've set a boundary, but our leader or our manager doesn't really agree with that boundary, or even personally, in this case with you all, why do we feel entitled for access, or why do we feel entitled for certain things? Take it, Marissa. I feel like you got it. You smiled. I was like, yep.
Oh, there's so many things I could say.
Yeah, me too. Like, which one are we going to take out, right?
Yeah.
Which piece?
Yeah. I mean, listen, we are not responsible for other people and how they receive or perceive that. We are responsible for taking care of our energy, our time, our resources. And if people don't receive that well, that's their stuff.
Mm-hmm. But
I don't know how to say that in a kind way.
But validating a person goes a really long way.
Yes.
Right? To
Yeah.
first validate them, and to then to really understand, well, what's their why? Why do they keep pushing? Like, just asking, I feel like a broken record, but when we ask open-ended questions, we're going to get down to the why. Why are they pushing on your boundaries?
Yeah.
Do they not feel self-worth? Really understanding where are they in all this?
I have a question that came in a little bit earlier, and it says, if you ladies could mandate one rule in every workplace tomorrow that would make it more compassionate, what would it be?
I'm going to align compassion with listening and putting ourselves in other people's shoes.
What does that look like?
We need to respect people's boundaries, and yet we know when other people are perhaps going through a difficult time, right? So showing that compassion is saying, okay, I know that John over here is going through something at home, and listening more, and to show that compassion is to really listen without any interruption, being very present, asking what they need, being there, being present.
That's good.
Yeah. I love that. Oh, I guess to expand that a little bit, I think the rule that I would set would be giving people more space to be. Like we have created these cultures where productivity is king or queen, and that is not serving humans well, and it's not serving organizations well. And I think we really need to back up and give people space to take a deep breath. I think that would be a game changer in creating spaces that were more compassionate and loving and human centered.
Let me ask you this. Both of you are in this space continuing to help people be more what I would call present-centered leaders. That then the result of being present-centered is performance, productivity, retention, all of these different things as well. How do you coach someone, though, that lacks self-awareness, emotional control, or emotional intelligence as a whole? Like, what is a framework that I could use, let's say starting today, that would help me start becoming better in these specific spaces?
So I'd be happy to jump in on this one. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. And that is, in order for you to really understand, is to look in the mirror, right? And to ask yourself, gosh, that self-reflection, did I respond the way I wanted to? Was my impulse control way too fast? Should I have taken a step back and said, I really need to pause. I need to prep more. You mentioned, Kyle, earlier, like, I never thought about emotionally preparing for a meeting. And when we're emotionally prepared, we're more apt to be better listeners. We're hearing people. We're putting ourselves in their shoes, right? Our empathy is really heightened. What do you think of those tips?
I think that's important. I think for me, in being in a lot of spaces where, and I've been in education, and education isn't in one of those fields that there's a lot of griping, there's a lot of complaining, there's a lot of lack of value for the people that are there, contributing to growing students. And I'm under the belief that we cannot teach or create a culture that we're not modeling. And I think it's important, especially, and this is why I love education, because we have the literal direct contribution to transforming our country and our world. And how can I teach students to be emotionally aware and emotionally intelligent and emotionally just regulated if I'm not regulating my emotions?
Right.
How can I ensure that students are operating from a place of excellence and high standards and performing, and I'm not, or I'm coming late to school? I think that the best form of coaching is sometimes modeling and being a mirror, and allowing your actions, allowing your presence to be able to showcase what performance looks like. There's a coach, I think it was the Buffalo Bills years ago, that inherited their team. And if I'm getting this wrong, y'all can cook me in the comments. I believe it was the Buffalo Bills. And he came in there and he said, I wanted to create excellence as a standard. Excellence is the standard. And he started focusing on all of the little things from coming to practice on time, to wearing suits on game day, to all of these little things. And I think in 2 years, he inherited, I believe the team was like 2-12. It was a losing franchise. And I believe in 2 years, they won the Super Bowl. And it was focusing on all of these small things. And I think it's the same point in regards to self-awareness, like actively listening, paying attention when someone's speaking, writing notes before you actually cut them off so that you can hear their whole perspective, being willing to ask questions, and all of these little things over a period of time that I believe end up in creating these safe spaces. So I think it's important in totality.
Leading by example.
Yeah. And I will add to that, Kyle, that a lot of that is being able to be aware of what are those triggers, what are those things that are dysregulating you. And when I talk about being well first, like taking that time to make sure that your nervous system is settled and that you have the emotional regulation to deal with all of that stuff. Like I think about it as a parent to a 9-year-old who has big emotions right now. When she is having a meltdown, I've got to be in a space and in a zone where I am emotionally prepared and emotionally grounded enough to help her settle and navigate her big emotions. And if I'm dysregulated and she's dysregulated, then world watch out, because it is a mama and a kiddo that are just going at it. And I think it's the same thing in a leadership role. Like if leaders haven't done that internal work and are not self-aware enough to know that something is unsettling for them, that can have a ripple effect within the organization. And so that again is such a reason of why we need to do this internal work and have this emotional intelligence and create this self-awareness for leaders, because this is what's disrupting and cracking organizations. And we need to pay attention to that.
I think people are so in tune, like, oh, the IQ, and do they have the technical skills?
Yeah.
Our EQ is more important than our IQ. And EQ stands for the emotional quotient, the measurement of your emotional intelligence. So when we're looking at, is it more important to have EQ or IQ? Boy, Daniel Goleman, the guru of emotional intelligence, he will absolutely say EQ is more important.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I always thought that EQ stood for emotional intelligence, and I just thought they used the Q instead of an I.
No.
That's so funny to me.
The measurement of. They're interchanged a lot.
Yeah.
And when I present, I do a keynote or a workshop, I'm very clear on emotional quotient, the measurement of the emotion. So people can learn their emotional quotient score. And how do they do that? They talk to myself, they talk to Marissa, you talk to an emotional intelligence certified trainer. And we have an online assessment for you. You complete that, and then you have your score in 15 different areas. And boy, my clients, they'll first go, wow, this really describes me. Yeah. And the very small percentage that maybe say, oh, I'm not sure about it, I'll say, let's go back to the assessment. There's something about assessment fatigue. Maybe that's where your mind was. And they're like, oh no, Tracy, that describes me.
That's so
This assessment was built by Multi-Health Systems based in Canada, and their number one client is military. This is tried and true.
Of course.
And if you disagree, we just go back to the assessment and say, hey, here's what you responded, be in a different place, right?
I like that. Let me ask you this, ladies. If you had 60 seconds, and I love always presenting this question, if you had 60 seconds to share a message that all leaders would be able to communicate, but then they would have to implement immediately, what would your 60 seconds say and be? Whether it's encouragement, whether it's a strategy, or whether it's just something that you want them to take away.
Mine would be this, and I've already said some of this before, but mine is the collective energy of people on fire is what is going to change our communities, our organizations, our families, our world. And if we are too burned out and too tired to do that, then we are not going to create the change that we want to see in our organizations, in our communities, in our families, and in our world. So let's inspire that fire and take time to be well so that you can lead well.
And I would say, organizations today, this is no doubt, they need calm, clear, emotionally steady leaders. And how do you become emotionally steady? You're very aware of your own emotional intelligence. Because emotional intelligence is not about fixing people, it's about helping good people thrive.
I love that.
I love that. Anybody listening right now, I want you to understand that just like Tracy said, emotional intelligence has nothing to do with fixing people. You don't need to be fixed. You need to understand, take yourself and put yourself in someone else's shoes so that we can be able to help people thrive, so that we can help people transform, so that we can help people become feeling empowered and motivated and inspired, and not just for the moment. We want to be able to create a behavior and a character inside that allows them to always have that fire that was started from Marissa. We want people to be able to be well so that they can lead well. We want people to be present-centered so that they can improve their performance, their productivity, and all of the things that they're doing within their organizations and, frankly, in their lives. Ladies, where can people find you, and how can people continue to support you in your journey of helping people transform teams by first focusing on transforming themselves?
Tracy, take it away.
Sure. I can be found at Tracy Solaric. So I'm sure you have this printed somewhere. So tracysolaric.com, TracySolarek.com. And you can also find me on LinkedIn. And my company is Optimum Potential, and it's Optimum with a Y, because we always need to understand what is our why. So my URL is OPTYMUM potential.com.
I love that. And I also am over on LinkedIn, Marissa Wheeling Chesluk, CIESLUK. And my company is MWC Leadership. So going back to that idea that I shared earlier about more without compromise, that's what the MWC stands for. So it also is my initials, so that makes it easy. But MWCleadership.com is also another place that I'm over spending time on. And I want to help leaders do that internal work so that they can have a ripple effect within their organizations. And so if I can support folks in a one-on-one coaching capacity, if I can help folks to have the hard conversations, I think that's where the work that I want to do.
Anybody listening right now, one of the questions that truly transformed my own leadership was, have you ever emotionally prepared for a meeting, for an interaction? Are you actually taking yourself out of the driver's seat and being willing to be a passenger and allow your team around you to create the energy, the climate, and the culture of your organization? Have you ever just thought of the perspective that being more doesn't always require you to do more? Now, doing more may require you to reflect more and ask more questions and allow other people to hold you accountable. But that doesn't just mean that it's productivity based. What I've heard is that it's presence based. Our listeners, I need you to focus on being more self-aware. I need you to understand that you are 400% more likely to produce leadership success if you're emotionally aware. I need you to hire one of these women or both of them to understand your EQ score so that you can improve on your EI, so that you can improve on your ROI at the end of the day as well.
Absolutely, Kyle. That's
Good.
Exactly it. Is that emotional intelligence definitely impacts ROI. It impacts your productivity. It impacts people being happy at work, because emotional intelligence is tied directly to happiness. Happy employees will be more productive.
Go ahead, Marissa.
Well, I was going to say, and I think so often, can you tell, I'm like, I love this conversation. I think so often we are, that leaders and organizations are so quick to invest in a new software or a new platform or a new system or a new whatever. And we are not taking the time to invest in our people. And that is the most powerful ROI.
I wish we had more time, because I
Absolutely.
want to talk about that so much in education specifically.
Yes.
We will invest millions in so much money in programming and technology and computers and all of these things, but we will not increase teacher salaries. We will
Right.
invest so much in all of these things rather than development programs and being able to truly develop, refine, and empower the people within our buildings, the people within our systems, and give them a little bit more so that they can be more, rather than going out and going to find more when it's right there in your backyard. Ladies, could you give me, each of you, could you think of one question or one activity that our audience could use today, either that they can reflect on or that they can do that would improve their EI and be able to help them show up better in their leadership?
My number one is pause. Take a pause, because pausing can give you that opportunity to be more of an active listener. It can derail you from maybe saying something you may regret. But take that pause. Don't respond immediately. Don't send that email immediately. Pause.
That's good.
That was my one as well. So we are so totally aligned. There is so much power in the pause. Give yourself permission to pause. Give yourself the space to pause, to just be, and not always feel like you have to do.
Can I just ask what pausing looks like in practice? I know we're running up on time, but I just want to know, like, what does pausing look like in practice for our audience?
It's writing that email that perhaps starts with a lot of frustration and putting it in a draft and going back to it.
That's good.
It's before you pick up the phone or answer that text, you take a breath. Maybe you decide to get up and get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. It's pulling yourself out of the situation for seconds, for a few minutes, whatever it takes.
That's good.
And I would add, go for a 5 to 10 minute walk outside.
Mm-hmm.
Take time to be emotionally prepared for your meeting. Put white space on your calendar and hold that boundary strong so that you can pause instead of having back-to-back meetings all day. Create 5 to 10 minutes at the end of the day where you can just be still and be quiet. There's so much power there. It doesn't have to be a 30-minute meditation or an hour-long retreat. It can be a 5 to 10 second just regroup, or 5 to 10 minute, whatever you've got.
That's so good. Ladies, I just want to give you your flowers and just thank you so very much for joining us on session 2.
Thank you.
Strategy, developing teams through emotional intelligence. Anybody that's listening, please check them out, follow them, pay them. If you are on my audience, I know you have it. So invest in them so that you can invest in your team. And first, it's important for us to invest in ourselves so that we can do the inner work, so that we can be well, so that we can ultimately lead well. Thank you so very much. And if you are new to the Podcastathon 2025, we're here. And all day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., we're going to be talking about all of the key characteristics and strategies for you to be better leaders, for you to be able to improve yourself so that you can ultimately improve your teams. And the first 2 sessions have me literally on fire. And I'm so excited. I'm so humbled to be sharing with such amazing speakers. And if you're new to the platform, what I want you to do, we have a free gift for you. And it's go to upgrademyfundraising.com. Upgrademyfundraising.com. It's right there ahead of us, or above me, above my head. And go to upgrademyfundraising.com so that you can understand what you need to do to be a better leader, so that you can understand what are the key characteristics and things that you can do to improve your team, improve your fundraising, and improve how you're showing up. But look, I'm on fire for this next conversation. I am so ready to have this next conversation with two people that are truly special to me, that are doing some phenomenal work, truly phenomenal work. And this conversation is going to be exciting. And this session examines how organizations can use AI and artificial intelligence, not just as a tool, but as a cultural catalyst. And I love the word catalyst because it's creating something. It's creating ripples. It's creating a ripple that's going to happen within our organizations, within our world, within our economy, to be able to transform the way that we do business and this mission-driven work that we're calling transformation. So Coretta Dixon and Myrisha Franklin are going to be joining us discussing how AI can elevate human thinking, spark innovation, and support equitable practices when implemented thoughtfully. So they're going to explore how leaders ultimately can create cultures where humans and AI can collaborate rather than compete. This is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm going to bring them up. Myrisha, welcome to the stage. Coretta, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. I'm so excited to see y'all. How are you doing, Myrisha?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm amazing. I can sure hear you. Coretta, how you doing?
Good, Kyle. How are you doing? You've been kind of running a marathon this morning.
Look. Then somebody that actually runs marathons, you just got to take it one step at a time. And if I come off camera, I'm just going to get some water and I'm back at it. But I am so excited to have this conversation, and I have so many questions throughout this conversation. But before we get started into the meat, into the fruit of what we're going to be able to share today, can you just first introduce yourself without sharing any titles? And can you talk about the story behind where you are today?
Myrisha, I'll let you go first.
Okay, absolutely. Well, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity and just putting this on. This is amazing.
Appreciate
So my name is Myrisha. I am born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas. I know people think of Dorothy, Kansas, click the hills. No, it's Missouri, the state next to Kansas. So anywho, I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and I've always had this desire to help people. I've always had a desire to see people flourish past like their surroundings and their demographics. So long story short, I grew up, I got my cosmetology license. I'm an entrepreneur since like the 6th grade. I used to sell candy in school, and it's just continued on in that vein, just kind of as far as thinking, a thought leader, entrepreneur, trying to help provide opportunities for other people. I think that's the best. And I'm a mom. Yes, I'm a mother of a 13-year-old. Is that good?
That's good. Coretta, what you got for it?
Thank you again, Myrisha. That I want to do some of that work. I can't wait to dive into that conversation. So Coretta Dixon, and I live in Chicago, Illinois, born and raised. I got into this work because I felt like sometimes in corporate America, there isn't always that empathy for the person on the other end that is taking on the change. And I wanted to be the change maker. So my entire life, I have been that one that has pushed the needle. And I wanted to do that in corporations and challenge them on the way they're thinking and the way they show up for their teams.
That's good. That's good. Ladies, I know you both personally, and I'm sure we'll have some funny conversations offline. And I really love the work that both of you are doing. And Myrisha, this first question is for you.
Yes.
With the work that you're doing for the love of self and the women that you're empowering, why that work? Why is the work that you're doing important?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you asked me that. So I was a cosmetologist, as I told you guys earlier, for 15 years behind the chair. And I just remember standing there and I would just be praying like, God, I know you've called me to mentor. I know you've called me to give back to the next generation. And I'm just like, but I don't have time. I don't have time. You know what I mean? Like I had a family and just my work and just different things just did not allow the time. And I just felt so, you know how you have that feeling like you're going to miss out on something? I just felt like I was going to miss the opportunity. And so I was kind of, and it wasn't like a in-depth prayer. I mean, I'm doing people's hair and I'm just kind of talking to God, you know, so it's not like this in my closet deep thing, you know, it was just kind of my heart's cry. And so, 3 years ago, I had the opportunity. I just kind of felt the Lord lead me to come from behind the chair. I didn't have a super solid plan, but we had a plan-ish. And honestly, this is my opportunity to mentor girls. So what we do is we go into middle and high schools teaching cosmetology and entrepreneurship. That's what we do. But why we do it is really so that we can imprint on the next generation, to help them to not fall into the same traps that maybe you did or I did or the people around us did. Also to expose them to opportunities, because I believe that I am who I am solely because of what I was exposed to as a youth, whether that was through my youth group, school, however that my mom, however that be, what I was exposed to expanded my mind. You know, once they say you expand a rubber band, it can never go back, right? So once my mind saw these things, I was just like, it's possible. It's possible. So that is why I do what I do.
Now, Coretta, similar question. You have been exposed. You've had a lot of rubber band moments in your career where you've worked with Fortune 100 companies, you've worked with hundreds of thousands of people, and not just worked with them, led them and empowered them and transformed a lot of these spaces. What was your slingshot moment? Why did you make the intentional decision to step out of the realm of corporate and build something lasting that has helped me, has helped so many people in how you approach organizational effectiveness and really being able to ultimately build organizations that do think, not just implement?
Well, like Marisha, I'll give 100% credit to my faith. So I worked in consulting is my second career. I worked in finance and things like that prior to, and I decided to move into consulting. But what I noticed is the lack of empathy. When I initially started consulting, I was in my late 20s and working with individuals that were fresh out of college. And so I realized how much we are beat down in those first couple of years in consulting. And not only that, it shows up in the way our clients are treated. And so I decided that there was not, with the different firms that I worked for, there wasn't a lot of opportunity for me to have flexibility in the practices that I put forward for change. And technology adoption is so very intimidating sometimes to people that are taking on that new role. And so because of that, I knew that, especially in this age of AI, there had to be something more, and there required a little more hand holding and a lot more empathy. And I knew that I didn't want to be the change manager anymore. I wanted to be the change maker. Ooh. So doing that gave me the opportunity to kind of branch out and use my own methodology based on years of experience. Because, you look at from mature into younger individuals, and taking on AI is very intimidating now because the fear of what's going to happen to my job next. So I can bring that empathy to that space, because as a consultant, we all have that fear as well. And so it requires an empathetic touch. And I felt like going out on my own gave me the flexibility to do that.
I think there's a misconception with this idea and this culture of artificial intelligence, to be very honest. I think it, for me, I'm a word nerd, like Marissa said, the last conversation that we had. And I looked up the definition before this conversation, before we even went live. on what is artificial intelligence. You know, I have a 9-year-old and he goes and he's coding every single week. And I wanted to understand the difference between coding and programming and development and all of these different things. And I want to first help people understand what the definition of artificial intelligence is. It isn't just, hey Siri, and then it says something, or hey Google, and then it says something. It's not just robots and in all of these automations. That's not what it looks like. That's a result of it. But artificial intelligence is defined as the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think and learn like humans, perform complex tasks, and solve problems. AI systems can process data to make predictions, recommendations, or decisions by identifying patterns through methods like machine learning. And these systems can operate autonomously or be used to automate tasks that typically require human perception, cognition, or physical action. That's the definition. With this definition, how do we prepare the next generation or current generation of leaders to have the tools, the skills, and the methodologies to be a part of this next wave of technologists that use artificial intelligence as a language? Coretta, I'd love for you to hit that first.
So that simple answer is bridging the gap between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. So most of the time when artificial intelligence is introduced, it is thought that this is going to do all the work that I used to do as a human. But when you really look at it, artificial intelligence is truly based on data. And there is that you can't get around that human touch. So artificial intelligence, we can help leaders by making sure that we have human in the loop. And human in the loop is really about having those stage gates where individuals are making judgment calls when it comes to certain decisions that artificial intelligence is making, as well as including the human or the individual that is going to be working with the AI tool to really sit back and think about, hey, based on what I know of the role that I'm performing, there's a lack of bias here. There's a space here where I feel like this will be a better judgment call to a human to make. Now, artificial intelligence definitely thinks faster. It does things quicker, but there's no substitute for the place that a human can bring to the table when it comes to the psychological safety of your customers and things like that. So having them more involved in the implementation of AI, I think that it is more important to not miss that. And I feel like that is where the miss is in organizations that are starting to implement the tool.
You know, I'm extra excited about this conversation, and I was gonna wait to go live and have this conversation because I wanted to put you on the spot, both of you, and I wanted to be able to do a rapid fire exercise in real time because I think that the audience would appreciate it, and then it would make me very happy as well. So Myrisha is running a very successful organization in Kansas City, Kansas. And I didn't understand the difference. Oh, Missouri. See, I still mess it up. I still mess it up. She's running a very successful organization in Kansas City where she's helping empower the next generation of entrepreneurial women to be able to go out there and transform society through way of cosmetology, but then teaching entrepreneurial skills and all of the necessary tools that they need to be successful. She's teaching students how to think, not just what to think, how to critically problem solve, how to identify solutions in various gaps and problems as well. Coretta is helping organizations do the work more intuitively, leveraging AI and empathy as a tool. So, Coretta, I'm going to put you on the spot and put your coaching hat on. What are some things that if Myrisha wanted to be able to integrate AI, what is the first step that her organization could make to be able to introduce AI into part of her workflow?
Good question. And first of all, I would like to say that the soft skills that the individuals that Myrisha works with, that is, you can't replace that. There's no way that you could substitute that in any way. And so it actually benefits her to implement AI, but in a way that it is empathetic. It definitely helps individuals to be psychologically safe because they create a space where psychologists, I'm sorry, cosmetologists, they're therapists. And so like creating that space of safety is number one. But when you're considering implementing an AI tool, the first question that I would suggest an organization to ask is, what problem are we trying to solve for? Is this something that are we bringing on AI because it's the popular new thing, or we don't want to be left behind, or is this really going to solve a problem within our organization? And then second, is this is the tool that we're using, is this in alignment with our strategic footprint? What is it going to, does this align with our vision, mission, and our roadmap when it comes to what's important to us in the next 2-3 years? Where are we going with this organization? Is this going to help us have a more impact on our audience and the people that we serve? And then third, how are we going to measure success? What does success look like? Is success on the human end when it comes to behavioral changes, or are we really looking at metrics? How are we going to? Is there going to be a return on investment financially, as well as building the strengths of our employees? It's not just all about doing work faster and quicker. It's to help the individual to do their work better and free them up to do things that are more important to them.
Ooh, we have and Myrisha, I know that's a lot to consider, and I want to ask a question before you kind of respond to what Coretta just explained. As a nonprofit leader, as somebody out here that is transforming the next generation of students, how are you thinking about the role of AI and how it could support your students' growth as they approach learning and as they approach entrepreneurship in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I have so many ideas. I mean, some are not patent yet, so I can't, not display. I do have a few, but no secret. I think AI is so powerful. Now, I know a lot of people are afraid of it, and some people are even under the impression that it's evil. I think just like anything in life, it has a good, it can be good or bad based on how you use it. So as far as the youth and the next generation, I think what you said is so key as far as getting them involved in the creation of how, because you see so many things online that are AI, whether they're videos, and the thought behind it is what propaganda are they putting forward? Why are they pushing this? Who is behind this, and what message are they trying to get? So just like any table, everybody needs a seat so that one, it can be diverse and that it can be equitable to everybody. So these things that are being pushed out about youth, these things that are being pushed to the youth, they need to be a part of it, especially the creation of it, so that it can represent them in a true light, not just whoever's behind it agenda is. So Kyle, did that answer your question? I feel like
it definitely did. And
okay.
I have a direct question for you, and I would like you to answer it, but then Coretta to challenge this as well. Because I wanted to be able to create a space here where people, if you have questions, put them in the chat, or if you have comments about AI and the future of AI, put them in the chat. But I wanted this real-time dialogue between us three in regards to these various things, because I'm even looking at the future and how AI can show up in my organization and even in the interactions between our business as well as our customers and constituents as well. So Myrisha, this question's for you. What challenges or concerns give you pause about implementing AI in the nonprofit section or setting and in your business as well?
Okay. So as far as the things that would give me a pause is just the information leak, as far as who has control over the information that I'm giving. So let's say if I set up a program and it's using AI and the different things, who has access to the information? What are they going to do with it? Who is who's in charge of it? Who's regulating it? So those would be the concerns I have, but I still think it's a good thing.
Coretta, what would be your response to those concerns, and how could Myrisha implement certain things so that it would mitigate those concerns, but then also provide an opportunity for her to grow the organization?
Good question. So, Myrisha, I'll ask you guys to think back. Think back to when internet first came. A lot of individuals, when it came to Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, who's going to have access to my information? Is this going to come back and bite me? But the individual actually has control over what information they put in, how they manage their data. Sometimes we're not sure about when our phones are listening to us, like what are they picking up? But you control the data that you insert. Now, there are situations where those things like ChatGPT, Perplexity, and things like that, you sign if you decide to open your information up for them to learn, then you're put in the world of, is it going to really be out there? But there are safety measures. Now, I could tell you one thing about nonprofit that I've noticed is that the number one concern with nonprofit, because they are often working in the matters of the heart, is ethics. So putting ethics is an issue because sometimes artificial intelligence has a bias. And I'll tell you about a simple exercise. So if you are often in ChatGPT, you've developed a sort of relationship with your chat buddy.
Hold on, Coretta. Can I just ask, what did you name chat? Because my chat is named Jessica. So what is I know, and look, y'all don't be bougie in the chats. I know that everybody in here has a name for their chat GPT. All right, continue, Coretta. My bad, y'all.
Mine is Selena.
It's
Selena?
Alina?
Selena or Alina?
Selena.
Alina.
Which is funny. So that actually kind of supports the point. So anybody on this call, I encourage you to do an exercise, a quick exercise. Go into your chat, preferably the image creation, and ask ChatGPT, based on everything you know about me, create an image of who you think I am. You'd be surprised at what comes up. I did this exercise and I came up as a Black male, and which was a Black professional male. And I asked ChatGPT, why did you come up with this? Especially because I talked to you about girl things. I talked to you about fashion and things like that. And it accounted to my profession. And so that told me that there is definitely a bias in regards to, how the data is managed, what the conversations are like. And there's countless pictures of me in my chats and things like that. So it was interesting to see that because of my profession, ChatGPT thought I was a male. And so that tells you a lot about how artificial intelligence does not have that ability to replace the human, because there's those biases in there. And, there are a couple of organizations. One, for example, they implemented a AI tool for looking at candidate profiles their HR candidate profiles. And what they realized is that they were overlooking the women candidates because it was a bias. They didn't incorporate DEI practices, HR. There was not a lot of feedback in the loop. And so they ended up having to restructure the tool and all that other good stuff. But they were coming up with a lot of trouble because they were bypassing their female candidates because of the perception that AI had.
Okay, can I say something? I know I wouldn't ask a question.
Go ahead, Maurice.
Okay, cool. I want to get permission. That's why I'm just gonna go on a short tangent soapbox. But that's why it's so important for us to be in the process of creating this. Like, we cannot be afraid of it. We cannot stand back and let it be created, because as we know, there are systems in place that have been created for centuries, and we are trying to overcome certain things. So we have to be a part of the conversation. We cannot shy away from it. We can't sit back and let someone else create it, because we're not going to be a part of it. We're not going to see ourselves in it. So we have to, no matter what your background is, your race, your religion, your age, like, you need to be a part of it so that you can see yourself in it and that it can benefit you. All right, I'm done.
Let me just say this for anybody listening, and this may ruffle some feathers, but you can just help the engagement and put it in the comment section. According to one source, there are over 50,000 AI tools and platforms globally this year. ChatGPT is not AI, okay? Like, when I think of AI, it's not just ChatGPT. There's other platforms like Claude, like Google Gemini, like Perplexity AI, Mistral AI. There's a lot of other tools out there like Write Sonic. ChatGPT is not the only platform that can write your responses, that can help you navigate a breakup, that can be your therapist, that can help you come up with content strategies and all of those different things. But here's why I want to put this out there, and it's kind of piggybacking on what Myrisha said and expanding on that point. The global AI market right now is projected to be $757.5 billion in 2025.
Wow.
It's expected to grow to 3.68 trillion by 2034. Meaning the jobs, the opportunities, the companies, the creatives, the innovators, where are you at? Because we can all talk about what AI is not going to allow us to do, or we could use our information, we can use our experience, we can use our gifts, we can use all of the things that we know, and we can understand the data well enough to know that this is where the future is going. Either you're going to be a part of the future, or it's going to continue to increase the wealth gap and the access gap and the skill gap. So that comes back to you, Coretta. What can we do as individuals? What can we do as professionals to be a part of this change? Because the change is already happening. Mm-hmm. What can we do to be a part of this change? How can we develop ourselves as leaders so that we can be a part of these opportunities moving forward in the future?
That's an excellent question. I have a lot of opinions about that, but I won't take up all the time. So, my fear, and I don't want to ruffle feathers. My fear is about
ruffle them.
Black America.
Ooh.
Black America sometimes is overlooked when it comes to technology. Sometimes it could be because of the work environment, the living environment, or just not exposure to the different opportunities with technology. And I have seen that when it comes to creating those tools for the creatives and those with innovative ideas, they're not often incorporated in that process. So if that continues to be the case, then we won't be accounted for in AI practices. So just as I mentioned, that bias when it comes to women, I feel like that will become some of the bias that is for with people of color. And when you think about it, the way the educational system is going and Black America and education and how there have been parameters around what you can teach in schools, that's going to be the case. Mm-hmm. When it comes to AI, because our history is being erased. And that is a huge part of being involved. People of color have been advocating to be seen in the world for so long. And if that is the case where we're still not seen, where we're still not advocated for, that will impact our technology as well. And so I encourage people to advocate, not only just people of color, but all over the, just the United States in general. Get involved in those processes. Be the human in the loop. So you get to have the opportunity to actually be a part of those decisions of that data that's going to be included. Those biases, the more you input your opinion or your knowledge, that bias is going to be less and less. So that's my short answer, but I'm sure, Marisha, you have another.
I want to say something. I hope I'm not messing this up. So, that's so good. And the truth is, it's like advocacy in America is the only way that things happen, right? So when we think of any disadvantaged population, whether that be disabled, whether that be women, whether that be gender differences, like everything changes based on advocacy. Nothing ever happens when you sit back and watch, right? It doesn't matter what it is. So that's why it's so key of what you guys are saying, especially when you're calling out the innovators and the creators. Like, we have to be a part of this. We have to be a part of it for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren, for the next generation, so that someone is not dictating what's happening. All right, I'm done.
I want to throw something out real quick for someone to listen to, write down right now. According to a report, because I have some data for this conversation, 71% of leaders say that their workforce is not yet ready to leverage AI successfully. 51% believe they lack the skill talent needed for AI management. So I'm gonna pause right there. If you want a job, if we're complaining about the economy right now, 51% of companies are saying that they don't have skilled talent needed for AI management. And sometimes we have to go learn more and shift what we've been doing so that we can be a part of the next wave of where opportunities are going. But here's what's significant for me. 76% of companies report a severe shortage of AI skilled personnel. And even though 93% of large companies believe AI is essential to success. So companies see the success, they see the importance, but 76% of those same companies believe they don't have the skills. This reminds me of, and I'm going to just go left and then I'm going to come back to the question. This reminds me of the movie Hidden Figures. And I'm sure we've all three seen the movie. And there was a scene on the movie where, and I'm going to butcher the name, so I'm not going to say the name. One of the women, she was what she called a computer. She was a computer. And it's really neat how back then they called us computers and now we use them. Like, they did the calculations in their mind. But she thought 2 steps ahead of where the IBM computer was going to go. And she went and learned the skill. And then when the opportunity presented itself, she was ready to bring her team with her to be able to manage the IBM. And I think we all often overlook that. It was not about the spaceship. It was about the fact that she knew ahead of time that the IBM was coming and it was going to take their job. She then went off and learned the skill, but then taught the skill to all of the Black women in her department, and then advocated in the next scenes to be able to, when the opportunity presented itself, she already had her staff ready for the next opportunity. My question for any of our audience members right now, what are you doing to prepare yourselves for the skills on the next opportunity? What are you doing to learn the skill, to train the skill, and to have the team readily available to deploy when these companies recognize that colleges aren't doing their job, higher educational institutions aren't doing their job, and they can't go to specific pockets of populations because they don't have the skill? So how are we readying ourselves now with the skills, but with the ability to teach other people so that we can be prepared? Marisha, this next question is for you.
That was good.
With understanding that, how are you integrating AI as a skill set to teach your young ladies in entrepreneurship so that you can ensure that whether they go to college or in the industry, they can be a part of the next generation of prepared leaders of the future?
That's such a good question. I haven't yet. To be completely honest, I haven't yet. I use a lot of it on the back end, but I haven't implemented it just yet. I have some thoughts and ideas of how I can, but I'm definitely so glad to be a part of this conversation because it's making me think further in how I can. So that's where we are. Yeah.
Now, Coretta, this is back to you. What are two practical things people can do, or one or two practical things that people can do today to ensure by this time next year, when they come on the Podcastathon 2026, that they have began to expand their minds outside of just Chat GPT, but then also not just use the tools, but are starting to understand how to teach using these tools or creating tools within the tools?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an awesome question. And I'll use a real life example. So the answer is peer partners. I encourage that in organizations. I encourage that in friendships. So a lot of times someone that is well versed in AI, they know someone that is not. And so I'll give you an example. I have a cousin that realized that, you know what, I don't want to get left behind. I need to get up to speed on these AI tools. But then when I told her, hey, this is what I do, we partnered. She didn't know her cousin had, she said I was the basically the quick way to understand it. It created a safe environment. So when you partner with a person that rather it's in an organization versus everyday life, that psychological safety is there to be okay to fail. You are testing things out. You are asking questions to someone that makes you feel like, not feel like you're less than because you didn't know, as well as keeping abreast up on what you see on TV. Like there's so many things out there that you could try, and they're advertised on TV, they're advertised everywhere, Facebook, whatever the case may be. You have someone coming on later in the podcast, and she does an amazing job of showing individuals on Instagram and all over the world, hey, AI could really make your life make a different life. She, I saw one of her clips, and she was giving an example of, I think it's called Note something, and she was like, hey, you want to brag on yourself? Put your Facebook and your LinkedIn profile in here and let it cook. And she was able to help her audience see how AI could help with their confidence in the workforce and connect the dots when it comes to, what are your skill sets? How does this apply to what I can utilize in AI? So that partnership, that safe space, and being able to ask the questions with an individual that is probably a little more advanced, or even learning together. It's all about psychological safety.
That's good. Let me ask you this question. I really appreciate, and it's amazing to see how AI and leadership practices and mission-driven work are evolving so quickly. And what I recognize is that there's so much potential for organizations and professionals to not just keep up, but lead with purpose, creativity, but then also lead with care and intentionality as well. Given all this opportunity, what's the first mindset or action you would recommend leaders to take to start preparing their teams and organizations for AI, or for leading more effectively in today's changing world?
It's the messaging. Leadership currently, what I've noticed is that the messaging that leadership is putting out when they initially adopt or introduce AI tools, they're not very transparent about what the tool is going to do for them, what the roles are of the individuals, what problem are we going to solve, and those sort of things. And so most of the time it is really the messaging when AI comes around is, oh, am I going to lose my job? But AI isn't in the space of it could do things like automate emails and things like that, but it's not ready to take on the human side of it. And so leadership and being transparent about what the tool is here for, what the AI tool will do, and what the human role is it of all things. I think it's all about that, because you notice that there is a decline, which is why I decided to do the work that I do. There is a decline in AI adoption because the transparency and the messaging and the involvement of the human isn't there. And so creating those psychological safe spaces in your organization, as well as not leadership. This is the key. I think this is the number one key. Whenever you're doing practices and introducing AI, those rooms where you're creating safe spaces to fail, it shouldn't be a room where all C-suites are doing it in one group, all line employees. It should be a mix, because the C-suite gets to be there and be just as challenged as the person that is working on the line. It creates safety. It shows everyone that, hey, we're all in this together. And it creates the blueprint of, it's okay to fail. We're trying to figure this out. And this really is to make things better for our organization and help you to work smarter, not harder, and do the things that you enjoy doing in your everyday work. Things that are going to move the needle a little bit more and make a bigger impact on the organization.
Now, we do have a question that just came in. Where do you see organizations wasting the most time, overthinking AI or underthinking it?
In the tech implementation. So what I notice is that, and I'll keep going back to this human in the loop, they don't spend enough time investing in the people being involved in the nitty-gritty of developing the tool. So they spend more time in developing the plan for implementing AI, developing the change plan, the waterfall plan, and things like that. But then you forget, what about these parts of how are we going to train our individuals? It's blanketed training, but that's not thought about up front. It is basically, let's make the tool, let's throw the tool in, and they'll figure it out. But that doesn't necessarily work. And being side by side with a tech person and a person that is helping to make that decision whatever discipline that they're working on is missed. So there needs to be better partnerships in that space.
You know, Marisha, you brought up some great points earlier as well in regards to the importance of advocacy and the importance of developing these skill sets in the next generation of leaders. And you're working with students that are doing this work as well. I guess my question, though, is if you had 60 seconds to encourage parents, encourage school leaders, encourage other nonprofit organizations that are doing similar work to you, what would be your message to them to being able to understand the importance of AI and also the work that you're doing?
What I would say to them is just take control of what you have. What you have in your hand, the influence, the sphere of people that you have around you. Take the reins of AI and wield it and use it in your sphere influence in the way that's going to be effective for your people, your children, your students, because you know them best. So just like the example that you gave earlier with the woman on Hidden Figures, if you are a mom and you don't know anything about it, or if you are a principal and you are learning about it, take those extra steps, take some classes. Right now, a lot of stuff is free. So you can get on and you can learn different things so that you can direct the conversation. I think of it as parenting. A lot of times our children learn about sex from their friends and school and all the things. But if we are the first people to introduce the topic to them, we get to guide their thought process around it. So as a thought leader, just introduce it in the best way that you can and take control of your reins and what you have control of.
Now, to follow up on that question, you're doing the work. And you're curating environments and creating spaces where students are learning these types of skill sets. And you even mentioned earlier that you're going to start integrating some of these conversations into your programming as well. How can we support you? I think a lot of times we talk organizationally and big box corporations, but how can we support the organizations like yourself that are doing the work on a day-to-day basis to create the next generation of future leaders? What are some ways, some practical ways that we could be able to support you as well?
That is so awesome that you asked that. A great way something that we're doing now is our next step is creating a community. So a lot of the programs are 8-week programs that we do in the schools, but we want to continue. What we understand is that long-term involvement in the child's life is what long-term consistent involvement is what makes a difference. So we are creating a virtual community, which will use AI, where we will be able to continue the conversations and the connection with the students. The way that people can get involved is to support. I mean, if you could support a child, some of the children, parents do not have the funds to pay for them to be a part of a program like that. They get it in the schools, but afterwards it's a drop off. So we have a theme running where we are doing it. We are having it where you can give $41 to implement one student in the program for at least a month. If you want to do more than that, if you would like to give and help a student be in the program for a year, it could be $333. It's different options that you could give. If you want to help 3 students be a part of the community for the whole year, there's an option for you to do that. So that's how we combine together to continue to create change.
Perfect. And for anybody listening, I did drop the digital link in the chat below. Somebody that's been in education and mission-driven organizations for the last decade of my life, I believe is super important. If you don't have the treasure to give your time. If you don't have the time to give your talent. And if you don't have any 3, you need to go pray or something, because you got something to give, y'all. You got something to give. Coretta, following that question, when you think about if you had 90 seconds to talk to leaders and everybody listening right now, and you are to give that address that tells them what they need to do, encourages them how to do it, and provides them the space to be able to come to you if they need assistance, what would you say?
If you're noticing a decline in adoption of your AI tools, 90% of the time, it's because of the psychological safety within your organization. Create spaces within your organization where there is fear to fail, collaboration, inclusion, in order to make your employees feel safe about the tools that you're utilizing. Majority of the time, the tools that you're implementing is really to make things easier and help to focus on different work, the work that really moves the needle. And so having those environments and bringing someone in that could create those safe spaces and is very well versed in what it looks like to be on the other end of adoption, as well as be a equal participant, not just sitting in the boardrooms, but sitting in those chairs where we're all learning together. I would encourage you to look at the messaging that you're sending now and create spaces where you're very transparent with your employees about what the future of their job looks like, what the future of the organization looks like, and where you're going and the problem you're trying to solve. It makes a difference. The why behind it all changes, it gives the motivation, it encourages individuals to come on board, and communicating that in a way that helps your organization feel safe and can get on board and can champion for your tools, it'll take you a long way. Keep your individuals, keep the person. The person is more important than the technology. If your person doesn't feel safe, your technology won't succeed.
I love that. If your person doesn't feel safe, your technology won't succeed. Let me ask you this question, though. What is a question that we're not asking? What is a question or a thought that you believe that people are overlooking? What is something that we should be considering that we're maybe overlooking every single day?
Although jobs are, there will be a time where there will be, the workforce will change and there will be jobs that are eliminated. how are you preparing your workforce to not be those individuals that don't have a job? Meaning that how are you working with the individuals that are not very well versed, upskilling? How are you upskilling? I don't think that there's enough emphasis on, the panic of losing the job. Well, what are we doing to make sure that they have an opportunity to be a part of this movement? What are we doing to invest in our individuals so they may not be able to do this job, but we can move them around and do them something else because we upskilled? I think that is one of the missing pieces, because that would create a mindset of, I may not have security in this role, but I have a brighter future when it moves ahead. So, looking at that footprint and being upfront about what the workforce is looking like, and then preparing them for that. What kind of opportunities are we presenting to our people?
Yeah, that's so good. That's so good. Just as far as like just the questions that we're not asking and the things that we're not saying. I'm thinking of AI. It doesn't really have to do with what you just said, but just implementing it in the smallest ways. I currently am I'm in school for my master's in social work. And so the practicum, that site that I'm at, is called the Women's Employment Network. They have an AI course where they're helping women to learn how to use AI in their daily lives. So how to help your children with homework, how to just do the different things that maybe you felt like you couldn't do. And I think that's so good. I know you're coming from an organizational standpoint, but I always think of parents and different things like that. Like, what are they not asking? What are they not thinking of? A lot of times we are on the defense, and even the profile, my LinkedIn profile picture I created with AI. I was outside and I asked a stranger to take a picture of me, and I uploaded it to an AI site, and I'm like, hey, do this, and that. And it did it. And it changed my outfit. I did not have on that blue suit, but it made me look great. I'm like, don't change my face. Don't change my hair. Don't change my body shape. And it created it, So it's just so many different things that we can do with AI that are just unassuming. We just have to lead with curiosity.
Marisha, I'll add to that, and you made an excellent point. In this world of remote learning and how the environments have changed due to the pandemic, parents were having a very hard time with that homework and remote learning and assisting their kids. And, there was a lot of insecurities in that space. Like, they talk about this new math. I don't have kids, so thank God I don't have to do the new math. But AI is available to help you create that confidence. And when a parent is, there's a lot of frustration in that homework time, but AI can definitely help the parent feel more confident, as well as securing the fact that you're responsible for that child's learning. You can take the wings of it and say, hey, AI is helping me to understand what they're learning in school. I have the tools to, help with that new math. It's available, and it creates a safe space, and it creates a lot of it removes a lot of frustration and intimidation when it comes to that child interaction and the things that they're learning in everyday classrooms.
Yeah, that's so good. That's so good. And that's why it's just like that plea for parents, just me as a parent and just working in a space with youth, like, even just really do your best to find out how you can use this in your home and how it can be effective, best suited for your family. I mean, even for homeschool, you can, coming up with lesson plans, activities, all the things.
Yeah. And one of the final questions that I want to ask you, ladies, and before I ask my question, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for bringing the energy. This is great. And I already knew. Thanks so much for the energy. This has been a great conversation and dialogue. And, also thank you for bringing the practical insights and application and inspiration. The honesty and vulnerability, and recognizing like, hey, there are still some gaps organizationally that I could be implementing so that I can either implement this within our programming or within how I'm running my organization as well. And for me, what I see is with integrating AI, it has to be thoughtful. It has to be intentional, and you have to remain curious. But, like one of our Kira Paris Moore said, we have to focus on upscaling or upskilling, not upscaling. We have to focus on upskilling. Like we have to improve our own skills so that we can be prepared for the next generation or this next wave of opportunities that exist. My final question, though, is what is one thing that you would want someone listening to take away from you? I think a lot of times we come on these conversations and we give insights professionally. We give all of these methodologies and tactics and all these things, which is great. But what is something that you would want someone to leave about you that would align them or ensure that they come check you out or support your organization or just simply know who you are?
Marisha, I'll let you go first. I love what you're doing.
Okay, I thought you was gonna give me time to think. Okay, so no, but I think if I was to leave anything with the people is when you see me, you just see somebody that has tried, that has experienced delay, that has experienced setbacks, that has experienced heartbreak in all the different ways, but whatever you're going after, just keep going. I know we're talking about AI, but I'm just saying this is me as a person. No matter what you're doing, no matter where you are in your journey, just keep going. Keep going. I promise you, nobody has ever put one foot in front of the other and ended up not moving forward, right? So just keep going. And that's my goal with everything that I do, is just to inspire people to reach their fullest potential. Everything that God has placed in you to literally die empty with nothing left. And the only way you do that, you just keep going. So that's what I'll leave you guys with. Keep going.
I love that. Marisha, I want to talk to you offline. I have some ideas that I could share with you.
Okay.
For me, I would, the first thing I would say is I come from a place, IT is not, I have no idea how I got in IT. And if I can do it, you can. And so bet on yourself. Bet on yourself, because you have no idea the potential you have when you give it a shot. I've been in organizations where I've had to learn technology that I've never even heard of. But just the thought of, I got this, the least I could do is not figure it out, and not figuring it out, I can try again until I figure it out. So bet on yourself, bet on your people. Don't leave them behind, because we're all part of this. We all need each other, and the human side of it all is what's going to make it great.
I love that.
Here's my message, because both of those messages just truly did something for me too. One connection, one opportunity, one belief can transform the rest of your life. And if you create space in your life to receive help in the ways that you need it, I truly believe that it will set the foundation for not just your own transformation, but the transformation that you've been called to have in other people. One of the quotes that I live by is that your obedience is attached to somebody else's destiny. So what are you not doing? Where are you not committed? Where have you not been consistent? That it's allowing someone else not to reach their own destiny.
That's so good.
This conversation has been so fruitful and fun. This has been a good one. It's been a good one. I appreciate you two so much. Where can people find you online, and how can people continue to support you?
So the best place to find me is on LinkedIn. I have created Signature Impact Partners. We do just everything that I mentioned. If you want to utilize my services, find me on LinkedIn and I'll hook you up. Coretta Dixon on LinkedIn, and everything else, that's where you find me.
All right. So if you're looking for me, you can find me on LinkedIn. My LinkedIn is fairly new, so it's not as much on there, but Marisha Franklin on LinkedIn. Instagram, you can go to, the name of our nonprofit is For the Love of Self. So we just shorten that to FLOSS, FLOS students. Floss Students on Instagram. You can find us there. And you can find me at Marisha Franklin on Facebook.
I appreciate you too so much. If you are new to the Podcastathon 2025, welcome. Welcome. This has been such an amazing conversation, such an amazing time. And we are gearing up for session 4. I feel like we are flying through the day. This next opportunity, this next conversation, whoo, 2 of my favorite people are coming on. I was invited to go to a book signing of one of the women that will be coming on, and she is literally the epitome of transformative leadership. So I am super excited to hear from her, and this conversation highlights the power of storytelling in shaping our own brand identity and attracting the right audience. And Cherie Allen and Nicole F. Smith break down how organizations can craft narratives that build not just emotional connection, but also communicate value and inspire engagement. And they're going to be sharing strategies and campaigns that demonstrate how authentic storytelling fuels growth. But before we get started in that conversation, I want to give y'all something away for free. I told you, I want to be able to provide value today. If you're new to the Podcastathon, if you're just hopping on for the first session, we're here all day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're going to be sharing strategies on leadership, organizational effectiveness, AI, emotional intelligence, marketing, branding, how you go and secure big deals. How do you go from relationship to securing and asking for $1 million deals? And it's all under the theme of contagious culture, because the energy you bring is the culture you create. And in this conversation, I want to be able to invite you to go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com. You do not even need to put the www.in. You just want to be able to go to upgrademyfundraising.com and be able to go through the prompts, and then you'll receive an email. And then over the next few days, you'll receive emails every single day with prompts, with leadership tools, with methodologies that we've designed here at the Culture Lab that can be able to assist you and prepare you in your leadership journey. So thank you all who have been commenting, who have been engaging, who have been listening in. And I'm excited. Nicole is here, and she's in she's backstage ready to rock. I see that smile. So we're just going to go ahead and bring her up. Nicole, how you doing?
Hey, how are you, Mr. Kyle? What's going on, Mr. King?
I'm amazing. I am amazing.
Good.
I know you're gonna bring the energy, and you got your mic with the light that can. I didn't get that mic, Nicole. I know I was supposed to get that mic. I ended up getting a completely different one.
Well, I mean, whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. You sound amazing, though. So whatever mic you have, I like it. I like it.
I appreciate you so much. Before we get started, Nicole, I just want to give you your flowers for a second before Cherie comes on. You are truly amazing, and you are heart-centered, present-centered, doing some truly phenomenal work, transforming people's lives. And I truly believe the seeds that you planted in the conversation that we had almost a month ago have continued to flourish and grow something within me that's helping me show up better as a leader and just individual every single day. So I just want to say thank you publicly for your work, for your leadership. And I'm excited for us to get into this conversation.
Oh, thank you. And I would take all the flowers, all the flowers. I love it. You are so kind. You are so kind. And I'm going to toss a flower back at you too, as I see you. I see what you're doing. I love your platform. And however I can support you and scream your name in rooms that you're not in, I'm going to be the one to do it. So
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Now,
absolutely.
For the people in the back, can you talk about what you do, who you are, and what is the story that got you to this work?
Oh my goodness. So I am Nicole F. Smith. I am founder of JMS Creative Leadership Solutions, and we are a leadership development and coaching practice. But I stand on the foundation of emotional intelligence, because I do feel that your emotional intelligence, your EQ, is going to help your IQ shine. And people don't realize that you can be as smart as you want to be, right? You can have the highest IQ, But if your EQ is in the trash, in the gutter, you are not going to have trust. No one's going to trust you, and your behavior is going to impact people in a negative way. Even though your intent may be a little different, the impact is not going to be what you desire. So I help leaders integrate their EQ into their leadership style, which will also to increase communication, their communication skills, but also to help build and maintain trust. That's the maintain part is what's hard for individuals, and understanding that when you have trust, you influence, right? You lead. Because like I said, if you are a leader and you don't have any followers, you're just taking a walk. And so I'm trying to lead. I'm trying to lead people. And sometimes you have to lead from the back too. You have to know how to do that as well.
Let me ask you this question, and just to get us started, because you said something in this that buzzword trust, the T word. I feel like the T word is like a curse word in organizations today. How do we build trust, Nicole?
Oh,
like,
gosh.
how do we build trust? And if trust is broken, I feel like it's so hard to rebuild trust.
It
What
is.
would you recommend on how to do it?
Well, this is where I tell people there are levels of trust. People like to go in with a big bucket of trust. And no, I like to say, pull that bucket back. There are levels of trust. For me, I go into relationships with individuals, whether it's personal or professional, at that first level of trust. I'm going in there assuming, and I know people go, oh, you're making assumptions. No, I'm going in there assuming that you have my best interest.
That's
because
good.
I have yours. I have yours going in, right? I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm not trying to get anything from you. Let's see where this goes until you show me differently. And what I mean show me differently means our values are not aligned, which means you have challenged my values to where you were trying to tell me that my values aren't worth anything, which then leads to that disrespect. So that could take you literally off the levels of trust. But for someone to trust you, are you standing on your values? Do you know your values? Are you walking in with not only good intent, but also too intending for that to make a positive impact? This is where I say, Kyle, you have intent and you have impact, right? How small is that gap? Because if your gap is too wide between the two, you're not going to have any trust. If you have intent and impact and you have a small gap, you're going to gain trust. Are you going in there demonstrating that you are worthy of someone else's trust? Are you going in there your genuine self? Oh, I'm going to throw out that buzzword authentic. Are you being authentic? So there's the way you show up, the way you communicate, your body language, your tone, those little pieces right there is going to help you gain trust. And if you don't know how to do that, you're not going to get that trust. You're not going to get that trust from anybody.
One of the questions or the statements that you made earlier had the values word. What is an activity that you would recommend people do where they can understand their values, either personally or professionally? I truly believe that they should align.
They should.
But what are some things that I can do to reflect on, like, what actually do I value? What are my values as an individual?
First of all, okay, so I'm glad you asked. I'm going to say in my workshops and when I speak to clients, I actually have a values mapping exercise and you can go out on Google, you can Google values and you'll get a list of like 250 values. This is where I tell you, I want you to sit down in a nice quiet space and I want you to circle all the values that pop out for you. So this means you have to go to Google, you have to print out the value sheet so you can sit there and you circle all the values that pop out at you, everything that just resonates with you. Oh, that's me, that's me, that's me. Okay. The next thing I want you to do is narrow that down to 10. And that's going to be hard because you're going to have to grieve the 10 you let go. Because you're like, wait a minute, that's me. And I'm like, no, you got to find some priority in your values. So you're going to have to grieve the 10 you let go. And then here's the hard part. You got to get down to 5.
That's so
good. Get down to 5. It's not to say the others don't matter. It's just saying these top 5 is what's driving my strengths right now. This is what's driving my, the way I move. This is what's driving my communication. This is driving how I show up. Now, here's the kicker. Those 5 values. I do not want you to circle honesty, ethical, or integrity because those are innate, right? Those are innate values. I shouldn't have to scream that I'm honest, right?
Mm.
I go in thinking you're honest until you lie to me, until you show me you're not, right?
Yes.
But here it is. You chose those 5. Now I want you to write down how you demonstrate those 5 values every day. How do you show up? How do you behave in those values every day? So if you're saying you're compassionate, but you were just driving down the road screaming and flipping off the driver next to you because they cut you off, where's your compassion?
Mm.
Where's that compassion? Now, I'm not saying we don't backslide, right? But I want you to show up in those values every day. So that's where you start that self-discovery, to know that your values lead into your strengths, which lead into your behaviors. And within there is that emotion of how you feel while you're doing all of this, right? So what are those values? And this is where I always say, we walk around saying, I got mama and them's values, mama and them, my auntie and my mama, my dad, and so forth. Sometimes you have to let those values go if you want to, if you want to stop that generational trauma. If you're trying to break that, you're going to have to find your own values. You're going to have to walk in your own self.
I have a question that just came up. You mentioned the gap between intention and impact. What internal checkpoints or reflective questions can leaders build into their process to catch misalignment before it happens?
That's a good question. What internal checkpoints? Okay, so going back with the intent versus impact, this is where I say, what is your intent? Are you going in there with good intent? Meaning the person or the situation you're in, you're looking for a win-win, meaning they're going to get something and you're going to gain something as well, right? You're not having any manipulation in that. Now you have to see, now your intent, now you have to see what that impact is. How did that other person behave? How did that other person react to you? How did they respond to you? Are you gaining what you desire? What is that impact that you made? Listen, the impact, for instance, if you're giving somebody feedback and your intent is to help them grow, right? You're going in there saying, Kyle, I'm going to tell you something. And I'm telling you because I think it's going to help you grow, right? But if that impact, when I share it with you, I don't watch my body language. I don't watch my tone, right? I say it in a way to where Kyle doesn't receive it well and he gets upset. Well, that impact didn't go the way I wanted it to go. I'm watching your response. It's not that I feel that Kyle's going to be hurt in the beginning, because you may be hurt that I've given you some feedback. But Kyle, I know it's going to help you grow. You're going to sit in it and you're going to go, you know what? When Nicole told me, yeah, I think she's right, right? But if my intent, I'm thinking to help you grow, and the impact is that I just beat you down even further.
That's good.
That wasn't the impact. That wasn't it. So now you need to sit back and understand there was a huge gap between the intent and the impact. What are those checkpoints leaders can build into their process? This is to catch that misalignment, is making sure that as a leader, you understand the person that you're speaking with. So for instance, if it's an employee of yours, get to know them, understand their motivation, right? So when you go in with your intent, you're going to communicate in a way that they're going to receive it, right? Your body language is going to be in a way that they're going to receive it. So now your impact, you're going to instantly see the response you get from that person and know, okay, this hit. This was good.
Exactly.
This was good. But also too, to her point of that misalignment, the question of the misalignment, sometimes everyone's values don't line up apples for apples, right? They don't. This is where you have to understand as a leader that your values may be different from somebody else's, but here is where that respect comes in. There still can be an alignment there because that respect is there. We don't have to like the same things, right? But I can respect that. I can understand your perspective in that. So there's an alignment of respect, right? So, because I'm pretty sure we all have that value of respect somewhere tucked in that 20, right? There's an alignment there. So this is where I say, always as a leader, your checkpoints is always to make sure that your intent and your impact have a small gap, but also too, you get to know your employees and you watch their reactions, watch how they respond to you, because you are influencing them.
Exactly.
You are influencing them. I hope that answered her question.
I believe it did. And if it didn't, please ask the question again in
Yeah.
our audience. And if you have any questions in the audience, please bring them up, make your comments. question that I have, Nicole, because I see this oftentimes, can you communicate to us, when is it time to potentially leave an organization or a leader that doesn't necessarily align with your values?
Wow, that's a good question. You you're gonna have to discern that line. You're gonna have to discern, okay, that finish line for yourself and say, okay,
Mm.
I'm done. You have to understand people do leave their managers. When they leave organizations, they don't leave because of, oh, the money
Mhm.
and this. More than likely, they're leaving because of their managers. This is where I say, if you have that decision, I'm going to leave. I want you to pause for a second and take a breath and think about why you are leaving. If there is a misalignment of values, does this mean that I need to go talk to the leader so that they do understand where my values come in? Right.
That's
There are
good.
certain deal breakers, Kyle. For me, I left an organization because it was unethical.
Mm.
I had a leader ask me to do something that I was like, no, I'm not doing this. Well, I'm going to go get the president because I reported to the president of this organization. And I said, go get him. I'm gonna tell him myself, this goes against my values, and I will not be put into this situation. I will lose this job if you make me go against that value. The president, of course, sided with me, but I decided to leave probably about 8 months later because there were other
Mhm.
things that I just noticed was going against my integrity, going against, me being um, ethical. And this is where I say you don't hear me wearing a t-shirt or see me wearing a t-shirt saying I'm ethical, right?
Yeah.
No, it's in me. It's who I am, and I demonstrate that every day. So you're going to have to decide if a value of yours is structure. I get frustrated because there's a lack of structure, and structure is a value of mine.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm not going to say immediately quit. How about you go maybe communicate with somebody where you're frustrated? And here's why I'm frustrated, because there's no structure in this process, no structure in this policy. So before you say I'm done and throw your hands up and leave, this is where I say pause for a minute and see if there's other steps that you need to take so someone can understand your values, because maybe they don't know. And with them not knowing, that means they are crossing the boundary lines for you. So you need to speak up and say, this is a boundary of mine because it goes against the value. But again, ethical integrity, I was done because I kept seeing it happen and I was like, I can't do this. I can't be a part of this.
Let me ask you this question though, because there's somebody listening right now, and I have conversations with leaders or just colleagues of mine that don't like an organization. They recognize that organization doesn't align in their values,
Mhm.
but it's paying their bills, Nicole. How do I start to either plan my life or be willing to risk some certain things so that I can be in a position or in an environment that aligns and supports the values that I deem as important?
If you are there just because you're getting a paycheck, uh, I don't even know I don't even know what to say to you. I don't even know what to say to you. And I was about to say, well, you just this okay. So when I hear people that are miserable at their job, I say, well, what's going on? Why don't you're not a tree? You can move. And
Exactly.
then they'll give me the excuse of, oh, the economy, the jobs and the jobs that no, you can go get another job.
Mhm.
Finally, it comes down to, well, I don't feel like updating my resume and I don't feel like interviewing. To me, that's just laziness. That you just okay, then you're sitting there because you want to. It's comfortable for you. You probably know how to do the job with your eyes closed. With your eyes closed.
Mhm.
And you're like, "Oh, well, they give me benefits. I can leave when I want to go get my kid, or I can do this and do this and do this." Okay, well, you're complacent, and if that's where you want to be, that's where you want to be. Now, for the person that's like, I'm getting the heck up out of here. I
Yeah.
want you to decide an exit strategy. This is something my mentor taught me years ago, your exit strategy, because it takes about 5 to 6 months now to get a new job. And I don't want to discourage anybody, but it takes in a normal economy, it could take anywhere from 4 to 6 months, and now it's taking like 5 to 6 to 7 months to get a new gig, a new
Mhm.
job. You need to decide an exit strategy. Okay? This is where I say, while you are in that moment, still come in and give 100%. All right? Still go in there and do your job. Let them know I can do this. I got this, because we are so good, or we think we are so good at hiding our behavior, and we're not. So people can sense your attitude. People can sense your behavior. Create that exit strategy. What is the type of job that you want next? Is it because of money? Do you need that job because you need a bigger paycheck? Or nothing's wrong with taking a lateral move, right? Update your resume. Go out there and start looking for jobs. Do mock interviews with friends or, colleagues you trust and so forth, where you can, because interviewing is different now. We do those behavior interviews. I want to know a situation that you've been in, right? Also, to decide financially. Some people are like, well, I want to quit. Well, can you go without having a job for a few months? What does your financials look like? So this is where I say, don't be lazy. Yes, it's irritating having to do your resume over again. I get it. I get it. Interviewing can be a pain in the butt, and you're probably going to get 50 no's before you get that one yes. I get it. But this is where I said you need to keep going. How important is it to you? Especially if your values don't align, you're miserable. You're miserable. So now what do you need to do to get up and go get that next job? Or Kyle, maybe get something temporary until you get the job you want. Because if your sanity is at stake, listen, go get something in the meantime while you're trying to find that one that you want. Yes. Oh, I love what she said. What you're not changing, you're choosing. Yes. Absolutely. This is where I say you're not a tree. You can move. You are not a tree. You can move. But a tree can be taken up out of its roots too. So.
That's an interesting perspective though, Nicole. Like, what is the psychology of why you believe people stay in positions or relationships or really anything past its expiration date? Let's talk about it.
Complacent. They're comfortable. It's easy. It's easy. We were built for hard things. We were built to do hard things. And people go, oh, I don't like change. Okay. Yes, change is hard. Anything that requires change is going to be hard. When you change jobs, you change schools, you change your clothes, you buy a new house, whatever it is, that's change. And it can be difficult and it can be frustrating at some times. But when you look at the other side of the change and see that, oh, my stress is down. I love myself even more. My relationship, let's just say with my kids, is even better, because let's say you left the relationship, right? Your relationship with your kids is even better. But Kyle, I feel people are just complacent. We're just complacent. We want easy. We want easy. And what do they say? If you do the same thing expecting different results each time, that's insanity. Yeah, I think people are just complacent.
One of the things that I appreciate about today is the constant change, the change in conversations, the change in people that we're all hearing from. And I'm excited, y'all, because Nicole, this has been great, but we had some technical difficulties behind stage with my main person in the back, Miss Allen. She's
I'm here now. I'm so sorry. I'm like, oh my God, this is good. I want to get on, but I couldn't get on. Now I'm on. So
it's all good. So you've heard a little bit about from the conversation. You were in the back, so you heard the conversation. Can you quickly talk about who you are, what you do, and then your thoughts on what Nicole's been sharing?
Yes. So my name is Cherie Allen. I'm the founder and executive director of Meant to Be of the Carolinas. We are a nonprofit organization based here in Cabarrus County. Our mission is to significantly improve the importance to mothers in need, whether they're single and married, through counseling, advocacy, education, and emotional support. Our primary focus, we focus on postpartum counseling, financial literacy programs, and then we host 2 community baby showers per year. On top of that, we host lots of events for moms for self-care, just really bringing around the importance of self-care, taking care of themselves, pouring back into themselves, and really breaking that stigma of getting counsel, getting mental health counseling when they need it, and not just staying in where they are, and also coming out of the poverty mindset. 90% of the women we serve make $20,000 or less. So we are serving a poverty community, but really trying to change that mindset. Like, just because you're there doesn't mean you're always going to stay there. To kind of add some more value to what Nicola was saying earlier as well, is that really, I'm really big on building relationships with the partners that we have within our organization. I truly believe a lot of people, I see a lot of nonprofits popping up, which is great. Nothing wrong with that. But there's work to be done behind the scenes. It's not a glamorous job. Let me just say that again. It is not glamorous. It doesn't always feel good. I don't always go to sleep feeling like, oh my God, this is just so great. But there's work to be done. I feel like being in a nonprofit world and a realm of work, you really have to build those relationships. That is really and truly what I have learned over the past 6 years having my nonprofit. A lot of people ask me like, oh my God, Cherie, you have like some big sponsors. You have folks that always are committed. But yes, I take the time out to build those relationships. It's not just about getting, it's not just about receiving money, but it's truly about those relationships, having some coffee, having lunch or dinner, reaching out when there is not a need. Right? You don't have to reach out to someone just because you need something, but that truly sets you apart when you build those relationships so that when you do need, they're like, absolutely, Cherie, no problem. What you need, here you go. But you really going to have to take the time out and really learn your area, really learn the population you serve. That is so important. I mean, when I meet with some big donors, they're like, I always come with a presentation with statistics about where we are, the people we serve, how much it brought in, what are our highs, what are our lows. A lot of people like to celebrate a lot of highs, but there are a lot of lows in getting to the highs, right? So we don't want to omit that. We want to be real and authentic about where you are, but also it has to come from here, right? When you're doing nonprofit work and profit work, people know when you're passionate about it. Like I work a full-time job. I work for the city. I won't tell what city, but but people know when I talk about Meant to Be, like I'm serious about it. Like I get real, I'm real passionate about it. And people will see that from the other end too. When you're asking for, $10,000, $20,000 from a donor, like they need to see that you're in it too. Like you can't just go up to them and say, oh, I need this for this, but you're not really living and breathing that organization and trying to really meet the needs of the people. So it has to start here in your heart. If you're doing it for the next come up, you might go ahead and close shop.
Cherie, let me ask you this. You said something earlier that I circled literally, and I have social media right there. You said working behind the scenes, and it triggered me a little bit because a lot of what we believe in working behind the scenes is on our business, on our websites, on our processes, on our standard operating procedures. And I felt like me and Nicole was right there in the same place because she said working behind the scenes, and then the next thing you said was burnout, girl. So I want Nicole, can you talk about, people like Miss Allen that are doing mission-driven work? She's a mom working full-time, and she's committed to these things. Right. What would be your recommendation for people in that space to still balance impact while loving themselves and taking that time for themselves as well?
I always say I don't like using the term work-life balance. Right. Because it's because people have this image. People can see me. You're trying to balance, like you're balancing scales. Right. I say work-life blend, or it's a blend. So you have life, right? You have life. How do you now blend in work and blend in life and blend in community? Because that's in there in community, as you do community service and so forth. So how are you blending that and having the mindset to know that, hey, some weeks it will be, one week it may be the kids, right? It's the kids focus. I used to be there. And then you might have times where it's heavy work focused, where you're just heavy into the work and vice versa with community and so forth. This is where you have to learn how to blend it. When it gets to burnout, you have to listen to your body, specifically your nervous system. Your nervous system is on fire when you are burnt out and you are stressed.
Nicole, can I just ask a question just in the middle of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Can we define what burnout is? Because I don't really be knowing, y'all, when I'm burnt out and I've been taught for the longest to just push through. Right. At what point, Nicole, am I burnt out?
It's when your mental, physical,
Everything.
emotional is done. Now, the reason why I put all those three in there, because some days you just might be mentally done, but you can still go physically, emotionally done, but you can still go mentally, right? This is when all three of those are at a point where you feel like you're not productive. Literally, you maybe can't get your words together. You can't think straight. Also, too, there's this phenomenon that I call decision fatigue. You can't make any more decisions. You don't want to make any more decisions. You don't care about the decisions. It literally, you are done. You are done. You're fatigued. You can't go any further. But Kyle, to your point, you're saying when I don't know when I'm stressed. I want to say, is that a man thing? Because my husband doesn't know when he's stressed either.
I don't even know.
It might be a man thing, but he also says, I don't know when I'm stressed, but then he'll pass out over the weekend, just be done over the weekend. It's like, okay, you're burnt out. But I want you to listen to your body, your nervous system. When I say your nervous system is on fire, it literally, your body could be tingling. Your hands are sweating. Your shoulders are tense. I get a knot in the back of my neck here where I cannot release that knot ever because I am just done. But here's one of the things for me. I know I was burnt out probably about 2 weeks ago because I had 2 incidents. I just lost it. And I'm the emotional intelligent one, right? I lost it. I was done. My behavior was just done to the point where I had to go apologize to the people I was around. I was burnt out. I was burnt out. So what did I do? I took a weekend. I did not people all weekend. I didn't want to see, hear nobody. And I stayed home 2 days in a row in my soft clothes and did nothing. Because listen, we've been taught to go, 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 go. And us as high achievers, when we're not moving, we're not achieving. That's the mindset that some of us are in. It's like, no, your body, you are achieving rest. Give yourself permission to rest.
You're triggering me, Nicole. I feel like
I'm sorry. I'm stepping on your toes. I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
I feel that so much because I feel like doing nothing is unproductive. Doing nothing is wasting time. Doing nothing. Sometimes doing nothing is the energy or the re-energizer that you need to continue to keep going.
The reset.
I have a question for you that just came in. What questions can future nonprofit founders ask themselves to make sure their mission, capacity, and expectations are aligned with the demanding day-to-day reality of nonprofit work? That's such a great question.
Great question, Kiana. I would say making sure you have a strong board, a strong foundation. You are nothing without the people that are on your team. Okay. Please understand you can't lead anything alone. Okay. You might be the founder. You might be the person that was birthed the mission, but you're not going to go but so far alone. You're going to need a great team. I just feel like you have to have a great team that understands the mission, that understands the vision, that understands where you're going, but they got to see you doing it too, though. Like if I wasn't a great leader, and I haven't always been in a space where I'm like, yeah, Cherie, you are a great leader. I am a great leader. I know I am. But if I wasn't a great leader, I wouldn't have a team that pushed it just as much as I do. If I'm not there, I know that they can still push the vision and the mission. So I would say having a strong team would definitely take you farther than anything. Making sure they understand, always having the mission at the forefront of everything. Less of you, more of what the mission is about. It's not about you. It's about the mission. I'm going to say it again. Not about you. It's about the mission. You got to put that always at the forefront. Every time we have a board meeting, I have everybody recite our mission and vision. Every board meeting. Before we do anything, when we're doing community work, we're reciting the mission. This is what we're here for, because you got to keep that at the forefront. If you don't, you're going to really be burned out real quick. You got to remember the why. Why did you start this?
That's good. That's good.
Let me ask this question as well. And Nicole, I'd love for you to touch this one first. What is the first thing an organization should clarify before building its brand story?
What should they clarify before they build their brand story?
Before they start going out and telling their story, and as I think about you as well, before you went out and started marketing and doing all of the work that you're doing, what was that first few steps that you had to implement and acknowledge or set in place before you just went and launched something new?
Well, I think my understanding my values, and with me being an entrepreneur, my values is my business values, right?
Of
But
course.
I think Cherie said it well. I mean, you have to know your why, what's your mission and vision, and that is so good because any organization I go into, I always tell people you may have your own agenda, but I hope what's at top of your agenda is that mission and vision of where you work. You have to know your why. Why am I doing this? There is a need out there for this, and that this is your mission and your vision before you go out there and start doing your branding, your website, your marketing, and so forth. Because relationships is currency. So when you go out and you're speaking in the community, I'm letting you know through word of mouth, which is a powerful marketing tool, my mission, my vision, what I stand for, how I do things, what I'm not going to stand for, and so forth. So you need to make sure you have that in lock before you go buy your website domain to start marketing.
Yes, that's good.
I think a lot of times and I keep saying this every episode today, we have tactics, we have frameworks, we have methodologies that we use, but oftentimes we don't pull the curtain behind or on the actual people that we're talking to have those authentic relationships, to being able to understand the true why or the story behind why we're even doing this work. Cherie, I'd love for you to go first, but then Nicole, I'd like for you to answer the same question. What is your why? Like, why this work that you do right now? What was the thing? What was the moment? What was the realization that happened that woke you up to say, like, nah, I need to do this work for this reason? Here we go.
Oh gosh, y'all ready? Honestly, for me, it was 2018. I was actually living in Okinawa, Japan. I was previously married, was married for 14 years. I only had one child at the time. I was actually working for the Marine Corps as a volunteer coordinator. I worked with several families when they came on to Japan on the island, introducing them about civilian life versus military life, right? And getting them acclimated on the island. Well, in that moment, God spoke to me. Mine was all God driven. He spoke to me about starting Meant to Be. And I honestly, I'm going to be completely transparent. I said to him, why are you asking me to do that? I'm married. Why are you asking me? I'm married. I got a husband. Not knowing, push 3 years ahead of that I'll be going through a divorce. And he would be turning my pain into my purpose, right? And so I didn't realize that I had already experienced postpartum a lot with my first child. Then I got pregnant right before my divorce. Okay. So I had a baby, experienced crazy postpartum. I was in postpartum for 3 years. Okay. Suffered for 3 years. So basically for me, I started because it was my own personal experience. Through my divorce, my father passed away. So I dealt with 2 deaths at the same time. So experiencing both of that, then I went through a financial hardship, which is why we focus on financial literacy, right? I also thought there was a stigma there. I know there's a stigma there where people think, oh, you're married, you don't need resources. Oh, only single people need that. That's a lie. Mm-hmm. Just because you're married, that doesn't mean you don't need resources. Just because you're married doesn't mean you have it all. Just because you're single doesn't mean you don't have it all. So I wanted to break that stigma because I've been married and now I'm single, right? I think marriage is a beautiful thing. I would get married again. But from what I experienced the first go round, I don't want another woman walking this earth knowing that if they're not feeling like themselves after they have a baby, I don't want that to happen again. Prime example, this past weekend, we had our very first Momsgiving event. We had 30 women around the table. I had a guest speaker come in. It was called Breathe and Be. You would not believe the women around the table. We asked them between 1 and 10 how they were feeling the moment before we even started the session. Most of them was a 5 and below. One woman said 0. Okay. That's my why. I go hard for these women. I don't play no games. When it comes, if they Give 100%. I tell every woman that comes through our program, if you give 100%, I'll go 150% for you. You know, but it's not a lot of people go to nonprofits and say, oh, I'm gonna just get. No, it's not a free ride. But if you're willing to change your mindset, if you're willing to stay consistent, if you're willing to stay committed to change, I'm gonna go just as hard as you. So that's my why. It's really my own testimony that I've turned in to make it something beautiful because I put in the work. After being divorced, people told me, oh, you wouldn't be able to buy a house. You wouldn't be able to do this. You wouldn't be able to do that. Guess what? 8 months, I paid off my debt. Guess who's a homeowner now?
Let's go. I wish I had the applause little button.
Guess who received $100,000 worth of grants for my home through the affordable housing program?
What do they do now? They go like this now with what the youngins do.
But guess what? That takes consistency, determination. So my role in Meant to Be is to turn around and say, look, I did it. You can do it too. I'm an example. So that's my why. And that's why I go real hard for Meant to Be.
Cherie, I just want to just pause for a moment because I think so many times we just rush into the next question or the next thought. But I feel that so much. I'm getting choked up over here. And I think it's those types of stories. Mm-hmm. It's those types of moments. It's those types of resilient stories and vulnerability that we need more in these spaces.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And I'm losing my words, but I really feel that there's somebody listening right now that doesn't believe in second chances. There's somebody that's listening right now that have went through a divorce, that have went through a tough breakup, that have lost their position in this economy now and doesn't believe in the second chance, and that second season is what I saw. And your resiliency, your faith, your belief, and your passion, your motivation has not only transformed your own life, mm-hmm. but has now set the foundation and built a bridge for so many other women that are just like you to be able to transform their lives. And like I said earlier, your obedience has been attached to so many other women's destiny. And I've seen the work that you've done. And just like Ms. Moore said, you turned that pain into purpose, but just not just purpose, but also creating a platform from that pain to be able to transform so many other women. I just thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Nicole, I would love to know that story. Like, what is that story behind the work that you're doing today? And then I'll come on.
So the saying, my pain is my purpose. The reason why I got into leadership development, specifically emotional intelligence, because I think, Kyle, I may have told you the story. 20 years ago, when I was a young human resources director, I called the VP of finance an ass.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Slammed. Did you hear it when I said it? No. I slammed my fist on the table. I mean, because the point was he one? Yeah, yes, he was one. He was. The thing is that I knew there had to be a better way to convey to him how I was feeling for him to understand. And when I went up to the stairs to my office and slammed the door, I saw this little girl crying in the corner with pigtails that they call Nikki, and that's me. And I saw her crying because I gave away my emotional power. But the reason why she was crying, because if you back up to when I was a child, my household was so emotionally chaotic. It was just emotionally chaotic. Between my mom, my dad, and my stepdad, I've been through 10 marriages, 8 divorces as a kid. 10 marriages, 8 divorces. Now, I've been married 27 years because I was going to break that generational trauma. But what I noticed growing up was emotional intelligence. I didn't know what it was then, right? But just in regards to how to take your thoughts that turn into those emotions and those feelings and then the behavior behind it, I was like, there's got to be a better way. So when I saw that I hadn't healed from that trauma, you do not heal from your trauma. It will show up as an adult in the workplace or even at home. But I've seen a lot of it in the workplace. But as I was growing up in the corporate space, because I got into the corporate space when I was 20 years old, when I was growing up in the corporate space, I didn't have a leader. I didn't have a leader. Today, when people go, well, who was your mentor? Who was your sponsor? I didn't have all that. I didn't have all that. I didn't have that leader. So the reason why I do leadership development, because I want to be that person for people in the workplace that they didn't have. I want to be that leader for you. I want to show you that a leader has flaws, that a leader can laugh, that a leader can cuss, that a leader can be spiritual, that a leader can be strong, can be burnt out, a leader can cry. And I wanted to show everyone that the old leadership ways, that's done.
That's good.
That's done. If you are not leaning into your emotional intelligence as a leader, you don't have a strategic advantage. You don't. You're on autopilot. You're just going through. Now, on the personal side, I also too show people how emotional intelligence can play in your personal life as well. There's a reason why I've been married 27 years. I am very self-aware. I want you to become so self-aware about yourself that no one can tell you anything about yourself and you're surprised by it. When somebody says you're frustrating or you're annoying, okay, I know that. I know you don't have to call out my flaws. I know them. Okay. So I want you to become so self-aware to where when you're in your relationships, you don't need that other person to complete you. You are already complete. You are already complete.
Yeah, you're talking too good. You're talking too good. Can I just, what does that mean though? Because I think a lot of times we believe that, oh, I'm meeting my my other half, or and that only expects me to be half of myself. Can we talk about that for a second? And then I have another question that I'd love for Cherie to answer.
Right. I want you to go into relationships, and I'm speaking specifically about intimate relationships. I want you to be whole. This means you love yourself. This means you know yourself, your strengths and your weaknesses, your flaws and so forth. You are okay being alone. You are okay sitting by yourself. You are okay with who you are. And then what's going to happen is, to me, in my eyes, God is preparing you to be, for me, to be that wife for that man that's going to come into my life. Because at the same time, God is preparing him as well. So we're going to come together and we are going to make an amazing package, right? But we're both coming in whole. What I saw growing up was I saw broken people coming together and creating a broken relationship. And then if I didn't change my mindset, I would have been a broken child and now as a broken adult. I wasn't going to do that. I noticed at a young age, I wasn't going to do that. What has helped me on this journey is my emotional intelligence. It doesn't mean it's soft. There are times I can be direct, firm, and assertive. I can stand 10 toes down in what I believe, and I am still being emotionally intelligent. But also, too, as I grow in that emotional intelligence, trust and believe, I'm very, very in tune to other people, other people's reactions, other people's behavior, other people's ways. I can see through people's BS, their belief system. See, y'all thought I was going to say something else, but I can see through that too. I can see through that too. But this is because I am whole. This is because I am Nicole and I love Nicole. Now we joke around and Marcus, my husband, will say that's my better half. You know, we did that cliche statement, but we both have come in and we have grown up together because we've been together for some time, but we've worked on ourselves. We worked on ourselves. Me, Nicole worked on me. Marcus worked on Marcus. And here we are together demonstrating that same to our two boys that we have, our two adult boys that we have. And listen, whoever is in relationship with my boys, my young men, those are beautiful men. They are whole. They are complete. And when they get in their relationships, let me tell you, they're going to love on that special person because my husband and I have taught them that. And we did that through emotional intelligence. But I also take that in the workplace too.
Let me ask this question for you though, Nicole. How do we teach that? You brought up a powerful point that I didn't think that we would have the time to discuss today.
Yeah. How
do you teach that? You know, I'm a parent. I'm someone, you know, with little ones, but then even our audience, how can we teach emotional intelligence to our children?
Right.
Because I think this conversation today for our audience, it's not just about professional and how we navigate in these professional spaces. it's ultimately how we become better individuals in all spaces.
All spaces.
So what are
All
some
spaces.
tools? What are some tools or takeaways that you would recommend that we could be able to embody this, embody emotional intelligence, but then also be able to teach and empower others to do the same?
Right. Well, as a parent, let's just say one of my values is peace. And I made sure that was all through my household, all through my household. What I demonstrated to my boys is that I'm human and that I'm not a perfect parent. Okay. I made sure that conversations that I had with my children were age appropriate, because sometimes I feel like we are wanting our children to grow up very fast. We're bringing our children into our finances too soon. We're bringing our children into adult things that they have no business being in. I treated my children like children and very age appropriate as they got older.
That's good.
My husband and I, we hugged, very affectionate in front of our children, kissing, hugging. They saw us love each other. They also saw or heard when we would have disagreements. But you know what they saw? They saw that resilience of us coming back together. They saw us come back together. They never have heard us talk bad about each other. They never heard us talk bad about I didn't talk bad about their dad. They never heard him talk bad about me. And my husband and I focused on each other, and then came the children, because we are now empty nesters. So now we're alone in this house together.
Yeah.
But what we taught our boys was how to love unconditionally. We talked to them. We let them know that we're open for them to tell us whatever they want to tell us. And sometimes it was TMI, but here we are. Being very open. But here's the kicker, Kyle. My children taught me how to be a better person. I wanted to be for them the parent that I didn't have. But let me tell you, my friends, if you're listening, the day you apologize to your children because you were wrong, in something, is the day that will open up everything for you.
I agree.
Will open up everything for you. My child looked at me when I apologized and he said, "Oh, wow." He said, "Mom," he said, "it's okay." But again, that humbled me, and that let my children know that I wasn't perfect. So Kyle, there's no lesson, emotional intelligence 101 for you to teach your kids. They're watching you.
Of course.
So now how do you want to be in front of them? They're watching you.
That was one of the conversations that we had earlier. I think that a lot of times how I would define great leadership is when your actions and your words align to the values, the mission, and the expectations, belief, and shared practices of the organization or family structure, whatever.
Right.
And it's alignment. It's, I want peace, so I'm going to display and model peace. I want forgiveness, so I'm going to display and model forgiveness. And all the, just go ahead. I see it coming. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. So a friend of mine, I don't want to steal her title. She wrote a book called Marriage Business. But marriage is business. And we literally demonstrated to our children how this marriage was going to stay in business. And that's what we modeled. And they saw that listen, I'm building a legacy with my children. So sit back and think about, how are you building this legacy? Listen, my children and their friends, we're the cool parents. We're the cool parents, but they know where the line is, right? We're the cool parents. The kids call us to talk to us because they can't talk to their parents. And then I sit back and go, what kind of parent are you that your children can't come to you to share their deepest thoughts? What kind of parent are you that lets your children think, oh, I can't go to my parents.
That's good.
I can't go to my parents. Your kids should always come to you and you first.
I agree. Let me ask you this, and this is for me. I have a 9-year-old that's battling with, coming into his own as a son, and believes that there's some things that he doesn't feel comfortable coming to us about, because he doesn't either A, want to get in trouble, or B, doesn't want to let me down. And he's communicated those things. Talk to me, Nicole. You've been doing it 27 plus years. What could I do better to establish that safe environment for my son, so that he always feels comfortable to come to us as parents when he's experiencing something, whether it be in class or with his friends or anything?
Yes.
What could I do?
I want you to watch how you react or respond when they talk to you. When they say something and in your mind you go, "Oh my," and you just you just blast off. This is where I encourage you, Kyle, to always pause. Always pause when your child is telling you something. Don't automatically react, because they're watching that and they'll go, "See, that's why I can't come to you, because that's how you're reacting." My oldest son is 26 years old. My oldest is 26 years old. He has said that when I told him this, he was starting to drive. And I said, if you ever get into a situation where you can't drive home, where he's been drinking, whatever, I said, you always call us first. We will come get you. No questions asked.
Yeah.
Get in the car. We're going home. I will let you go to bed. I will let you sleep it off. But do know in the morning, we're going to talk about it. And he knew from that day on. He always knew when he was younger, but he said where he could rationalize it, that he knew he could come to his parents for everything. And my friends, when I say he came to us for everything, I want you to listen to your children and stop talking. Stop talking. Let them talk. Stop talking. Even though you want to get a word in, even though you want to say something back, even though you want to get on them, and you want to tell them how wrong it is and how right it is and so forth. I get it. Stop talking.
That's good.
Let them know that you were there to listen. That was the biggest thing for me and my husband, was just taking a minute to listen to them, no matter how rambled their thoughts are. Listen to them. Yeah, that would be the main tip I would give, because if we go, we can go another hour, Kyle, and we can have a parenting 101.
60 seconds to share a message, and I'm gonna bring Cherie up because her internet connection is back, y'all.
Oh,
I'm gonna bring
so
y'all both.
bad. Oh my God.
If you had 60 seconds, Cherie, I'd love for you to go first. 60 seconds to share a message that people could take with them, not just for the rest of their professional careers, but the rest of their lives. What would be your message, and what would you say?
I would say be authentic, be real. Right now there's the climate that we're living in, and even before the pandemic, so many things were happening, but people need real people in their lives. They need to see real. There's so many people hurting, going through a lot of mental issues. And when you're not real, people can't overcome what they're going through, right? So your testimony and what you've experienced and how you've come out of it made me think about it when Nicole was saying where she was and her background and her childhood. But guess what? She didn't allow that to keep her in that place, right? So sharing your story and turning your story into something that may help someone else, do that. Don't hide your story. People need to hear that. So I say always be authentic. Always be true to who you are. Stay true to who you are and be real. Please, people need real in this world. They really do. They really, really do. That would be my answer, Kyle.
I was waiting on Nicole. Same for you, Nicole.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So telling your story, I want people to always remember, and we talked about this, Kyle, being complacent, moving forward, going after what you want and so forth. This is where I'm going to add to that, right? I want to add, remember, there's never a hater doing better than you.
That's good.
There's never a hater doing better than you. So if you want it, you're going to have to go for it, because nobody's going to give it to you. You're going to have to go for it. So with these ideas that you may have, and being this leader, getting that job, getting this promotion, running that business and so forth, go for it. Go for it, because listen, somebody's probably already 2 steps ahead of you. So go ahead, and as Cherie said, tell your story. Your story is magical. I want you to tell your story. But here's the thing with telling your story. If you haven't healed from the trauma of your story, if you haven't healed from the trauma of your story, you need to deal with that first, heal from that first, so you can tell your story to show the trauma to the triumph. Because people just don't want to hear you say, woe is me, because they got a story too. Right. They got trauma too. So this is where I want you to know, take your trauma into your triumph, and just go. Don't be complacent. Just go.
That's so good. I appreciate you both so very much. Cherie, we're going to have to do another episode.
I know. And don't get caught up in the likes, y'all, and the hearts.
Oh,
don't get caught up in that. I didn't get a single like or heart for almost 2 years. But guess what? We're running a successful nonprofit. I don't care if y'all don't like it or not. How about that?
No, I appreciate you both so much. Where can people find you both online?
You can find me on Instagram, and I'm on TikTok, Instagram on the Nicole F. Smith. I'm on LinkedIn, Nicole F. Smith, and my website is thenicolefsmith.com. And please reach out to me because I don't have bots responding back to you. I respond back to you.
Same. We're on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. I don't have TikTok, I'm not there yet, but our website is menttobecarolinas.com. It's MINTTOBE Carolinas.com. You can reach out to us, any of that. Again, that's me responding back to. We do have an intern that responds back, but 100% of the time it's me. So please reach out. Would love to have you volunteer or come to some of our events.
Yeah.
I appreciate you both so very much for sharing not just wisdom, but your depth with us today, your stories. And you reminded us that leadership isn't just a set of skills. It's a daily practice of emotional discipline, self-awareness, and human connection. And the work that we do as leaders has to move from reacting and responding to managing to inspiring, and from surviving to truly leading, so that our teams can be able to thrive. So I appreciate you both so very much. And we'll definitely, I know I'll be talking to both of you.
You are so good. I love you. You are so good.
Thanks so much, Kyle.
Thanks, y'all. All right. Anybody still listening in? We are rocking and rolling today. I am in 4 hours and 10 minutes in, and I feel still energized. It was maybe that coffee or breakfast that I had this morning. But that was a phenomenal conversation. That was an amazing conversation. And same for this next conversation. If you have questions, put them in the comment section, because this next conversation I'm actually really excited about. I think this is the one that we're going to go really deep dive into AI for impact and how we can use artificial intelligence for driving social good. This session dives into how AI can be leveraged to solve real social challenges and accelerate mission-driven work. So 2 of my good friends are coming up to share practical strategies and applications, ethical considerations, and how we can ensure that we are strategically aligned. And before I bring them up, I have a gift for y'all. I told you I wanted to be able to give something away completely for free. We got taken off of LinkedIn for some strange reason. Maybe we hit the barrier of how long we could stream, but we're back on. So I reconnected it and we're back streaming live on LinkedIn. So my LinkedIn family, I'm sorry, but come back on and comment and catch up on the replay once you watch it again. My YouTube family, thank you for being so engaged throughout this conversation. But again, go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com. And we've developed a 5-day free course completely for free for you to be able to understand how to go get major donors or major gifts, what tools are out there, how to upgrade your leadership, and just how you can be able to embody contagious culture as you continue to move forward. So again, this next conversation that we are getting ready to have is all about AI and all about impact. And it's going to be a really cool dynamic of the 2 individuals that I'll be bringing on, because one is literally a creator, an innovator, and a change maker in the AI space. He's the VP of AI innovation. And the other guy that's coming on uses some of the tools that this individual runs companies doing. So it's going to be an exciting conversation. My guy Scott and my guy Dan, 2 of my favorite people. Can we just give you your flowers? Scott, you are killing it. Can you introduce yourself? And then Dan, can you follow up? I want you to introduce yourself in a way that people wouldn't know what you did until I told you. Introduce yourself without using any titles, without talking about actually your job, in a way that people wouldn't know what you do. This should be interesting.
Wow. Throw me on the spot there. So Scott Rosenkrantz, not telling you my title. I get to play with just incredible tools. I get to play with a lot of data, and I get to see what magic happens when you put all that together. Always keeping humans at the center and focusing on doing good with it.
I like that one. That was good, Scott. Off the cuff too. I like it.
Hey, everybody. I am Dr. Dan Freeman, and I would say that I'm a professional listener. I'm that person that's taking everyone's stories and being able to put them in there and get all those juicy details that no one else has on a daily basis, while making people feel comfortable while they do it and helping them fulfill their dreams.
Oh, that was a good one too.
Good.
I'm happy you went first, Scott.
I think you win.
That was good. So, we're just going to dive right in. We touched the surface a little bit about AI a little bit earlier. I have so many questions, and I wanted to be able to create a space where our audience could just engage and we just have this organic conversation. But let's just get straight to it. Scott, where are we going, man? AI is here. There's so many tools out there outside of just ChatGPT, because I feel like people literally think AI and only think ChatGPT. But you wrote a book about this work as well. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. But what are we doing? AI is here. How can we get ready? And what are some of the best tools out there that we can be leveraging?
Yep. So yeah, AI is here. When I started, for those that couldn't decipher what my background is and role is for my ambiguous introduction. So I oversee a team building custom machine learning models for nonprofits to identify who's most likely to make a gift in the near future using AI. I've been doing this for about 8 years now. So back when I used to talk about this, me and a colleague and my mentor, we would talk about this to clients. We'd say we're building AI models. People will be like, well, that's just science fiction. So clearly you aren't, right? Like, we had to tell people that AI is in Netflix and Amazon and Google, and all the largest companies in the world are using AI, and that's why they're getting so big. Then come November 30th, 2022, and now everybody thinks they know AI. And like, oh, so we understand what you're building. You're building chatbots. And what large language model are you using to predict who's like, it just, AI went from this thing that was so far off, and now your 3-year-old can interact with it. And so it becomes so accessible, but in doing so, it also becomes more confusing, right? Because now you have predictive, which is where we live, and generative, which is where the majority of the world lives since November 2022, coming up on 3 years. But they are two distinct tools, right? They don't answer the same questions. They don't do the same thing. They work very well together. But oftentimes, many people are just going to what's easy and sexier with the generative AI and thinking ChatGPT is the end-all be-all of what AI can do. And then the problem is that they aren't seeing success, because they're like, well, I hear it's going to help me write an email, right? Or it's going to create this poem, and I'm going to be able to send the best poem in the world. And then it's a little bit more challenging, and they're not really moving their organization any further, right? It's like, oh, well, this isn't really all it's cracked up to be. And I think that's a problem that we're seeing. I think it's another part of that is some people think that they are just really killing it with AI. Like, they are doing the absolute best that you can do, and you ask them what they're doing, and they're using it to write emails. And they think that's all it can do, right? And we know that that's not the case. But like, if you don't see, well, what else is an opportunity? What else is potential? How else can I use this technology to my benefit to give me more time back to do the things that I really want to do and not things I need to do? If you think that you're hitting the ceiling, you're going to miss the mark, right? Good. And it's moving so fast that it's like email is going to be the norm for everyone, right? So we just always need to be looking out to see what's going to happen next with agents, right? Them coming down the pike at how can we leverage our organizations to make sure that instead of a team of 20 trying to raise 20 million, we could be a team of 20 trying to raise 80 million, 100 million, do more with less, like nonprofits been asked to do for so long.
Dan, let me ask you this, from your perspective in the higher education realm, how is AI shaping that donor expectations, that student engagement, or even institutional advancement strategies as well?
Yeah, I think to what Scott said to start, everyone's thing is email, right? And that's and that's the thing people look at and they're like, oh, well, I'm doing this and I can create more emails and I can send out more of them and this and that. And I think that's what people get stuck on, because that's such an entry level way, right? To get into AI. And in some ways that's great, right? Because it's like, if that's the way that gets you into it, cool, right? Then you can get exposed to more things. But I think, what's kind of coming with higher education is people looking at, how do we improve efficiencies in the job? How do we optimize the work that we're doing? Because to Scott's point, nonprofits are always asked to do more with less. And you have to look at, when people used to hear that, it was, okay, if I need to do more with less, I need to reach more people, which means I need to send out more mass emails because I can't do everything by myself. And I think that kind of what we're going into now is these virtual engagement officers like we use that help people expand that capacity. And I really think when you look at students as well, then you go a little bit to kind of what Scott was talking about with ChatGPT, right? And when I think of nonprofits and ChatGPT, I look at it more so as a resource helper, right? In an entry level way, because I think of, with the work that I've had with our community foundation here, which affects our college, our community, whatever it may be, I'm thinking to myself, the conversations we have is, how do people learn about other nonprofits? How do people get their names out there? How do they search people? You can go onto Google, right? But when you search something on Google, it can be tough unless you understand how to write in the correct terms for it to pull the right things you want. But then how many pages are going to be on the bottom, right? Tens, hundreds of pages. But if someone's entry level of going into ChatGPT is to say, I want to make a difference in this field, can you tell me nonprofits in this area that support this specific segment of people? I want to be on their board. I want to help them with this. I want to figure out how to support them. It's a great entry level way. And then I can also tell you on the professor side of it too, right? When we're thinking about students and AI and that side of it too, what I'm kind of looking at is where one of the places that I adjunct at, we have policies for AI, and unlike a lot of places, they're okay with it, right? You need to have bumpers, right? Just like in bowling, you need to have bumpers on either side so that people can't just put it in. But I think that as we get used to it, we also figure out, and we're able to kind of see a little bit and say, okay, do I think this is AI? Has this person really hit this on the head? Does it look like other students' work? And my belief is that I'll do whatever I need to do to help the student learn in a way that is supportive for them, which connected to the fundraising side of it too. You and I had this conversation recently, Kyle. I believe that my job is to make things as easy as possible for a donor or prospect to give, to learn about our nonprofit, and to make sure that any roadblocks that could mess with their experience are removed. And AI is giving us some tools to do that.
Let me ask you this, Scott, and this I'm interested in hearing this one. There's a lot of tools out there right now. How do you evaluate, or how would you recommend someone evaluate whether an AI system is actually adding intelligence or just adding noise?
Yeah, a good kind of distinction of where I feel like AI should be used, shouldn't be used in fundraising. It can do so many things, but that doesn't mean that it should be used to do everything, right? I personally believe that AI, in its truest sense, is best at synthesizing tons of information and making it understandable and actionable, right? It can take, when we build predictive models, we're taking seas of data, right? Gigabytes, terabytes of data, and making a prediction of, is Dan going to make a gift in the next 12 months or not, right? I like to keep AI on the side of information, not on the side of relationships, right? I like to keep humans in the center of relationships, right? An AI should be where we offload. Anybody that went into the nonprofit sector did so probably not because of money, right? They didn't want to strike it rich as a nonprofit employee. They did so because they wanted to make an impact, right? Because there's something that they just want to do good. They want to make a difference, do good, serve others, care for others, and so on, right? But because nonprofits are under-resourced, they often have to do things that they don't want to do, right? They have to wear 7 hats when they just want to wear 1 hat and wear it really well, right? And so AI can offload those other 6 hats of all the menial tasks, all the note taking and all the transcribing and all the putting into CRMs and all the emails and minutes and whatever it is, right? So that they can have their time dedicated to establishing, maintaining, fostering, and stewarding relationships, right? AI doesn't have true empathy, right? It can model empathy, but it doesn't have empathy. It can't have any true emotion. It doesn't have any innate experiences, right? It just mimics it. And so I like when AI is used for, again, that information gathering and information synthesizing and recreation, as opposed to establishing relationships, right? Some tools in the case, and again, obviously a little biased here, but I think Donor Search AI is a great tool for helping organizations find. No nonprofit that I've worked with in the past 8 years has enough team members to manage everyone in their database, right? So I understand the value of a virtual engagement officer, right? Let's bring on more staff that can work 24 hours a day, don't ever get sick, and like really understand or synthesize all the information in spoken and unspoken context and conversation to really make the best plan actionable, right? But if it's not about, to your point, Dan, it's not about more prospects. It's not about managing more relationships. It's about managing the right ones. And for so long, the data that was accessible to identify who the right person is versus the wrong person was just wealth screening. Who's wealthy, right? And if I have a large goal to hit and my goal increases year after year, I need to chase the wealthiest person I know and really try to get that yes, right? But instead, there are so many people at your organization that are raising their hand that are saying, I really love what you do, but they're getting overlooked because they don't have the data that prioritizes them in a typical portfolio. When we dig in and we identify all the patterns that they're showing up in their email click-throughs, or they're attending certain events, or they're volunteering, or they're doing whatever it is, we're able to tell our organizations, the clients that we're working with, here's the people that you should be focusing on. You can actually mail to less people than you were originally, cut out 93% of the people you're mailing to, and increase your dollars raised by 10%. Get more money from less work, right? And that's the true value, like being more efficient with the limited resources you have. Because when you aren't efficient, that's when you're chasing the wrong people for the wrong reasons, and you're getting phone calls that aren't getting picked up. You're getting emails that aren't getting responded to. Direct mail teams are sending out pieces that cost money but get thrown away. Like, that's where burnout happens. That's where nonprofit employee turnover happens. And so if we could just pivot and say, all right, based on the information accessible, here's what I need to do, here's what I focus on, and with fewer people, I can get better results, then we have that time for that human-to-human connection.
You know, one of the questions that just came in is, how can leaders ensure that AI tools built for social good don't unintentionally create harm or bias in the communities that they're trying to serve? I'd love for both of your opinions.
Yeah. Dan, you want to take that one first?
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, in this kind of, I'm going to tie this in because Scott was saying some really great things. So I want to tie this into that. One of the biggest things that I've seen in higher education shops is that people keep thinking you need to bring on fundraisers, right? No, humans aren't perfect, right? And neither is AI. But people keep saying I need to bring on fundraisers, but they're not taking the time to invest in the back end, which is what you need to really optimize and help with the strategy for those fundraisers you have. So those fundraisers end up going out, seeing too many people, qualifying, spending all this time, when if they had more support on the back end from the work that Scott is doing, then they can have more efficiency. They can optimize the work. They can do the screenings. They can do everything and say, hey, I've got you 100 people that we've done all this data on. We've looked at their public stuff. We've done this extra research, made bios. These are the people you need to focus on. Don't waste your time looking through these other things, because as you're on these top 100 for you, I'm going to work on the back end. And I want to pull that into kind of that bias, that question that the individual was just talking about, was if there is a focus on that back end of really doing that work, working with a fundraiser, working with whether it's AI or a prospect manager or prospect research to do that on the back end, I think that's where it starts, right? Because you can't rely on one person to do that. And it's no offense to fundraisers, and we're great listeners, but we all have our blind spots. And there needs to be a team of people working together on the back end to say, are we doing the right thing? Are we going to ask the right questions? Are we setting this fundraiser up for success with this potential prospect, making sure that we see, okay, they give to XYZ. Are we having a conversation that's relative to that? And we're not having something that's way out in left field, right? That is completely off the chart, that may be biased to them. You know, if it's only a fundraiser, they may have missed information, whether it's a social media post, whether it's an article that they've written or been about, whatever it may be. But I think it's about doing that work on the back end. And I think that's really the space where AI just really helps just increase that capacity to make sure that the right decisions are being made and the right information is being synthesized.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think surfacing all that to make that recommendation of what is the next step, right? And then offloading it to the individual who can take that next step and do so in a way to again, like, maintain that intimate connection between the organization, which they are the face of, and the donor relationship, which that person just wants to give all their gratitude and generosity towards that organization. I think another thing, going back to the question about bias, is transparency is key, right? What's that saying? Trust is, hard to earn but easily lost, right? Nonprofits, all we have is trust. We don't have, when someone gives you money, their hard-earned dollars for a gift, they're trusting that you're using it in a way that you said you would, right? They're not getting anything else in return to evaluate how that relationship went, except your word. And so when we build models, we make it as transparent as possible, right? We're telling our clients, and even if a model isn't built for you, but going to the question, identify how that model is built, identify what data points are fed into it, right? What data points are leading to, whether it's a predictive model, what's making those predictions. Traditionally, philanthropy has been driven by older, rich white men, right? And so if we built a model that took into account age, race, gender, and capacity, it's going to find most of your database, it tends to lean towards older, white, rich men, right? And so that's just perpetuating bias that we don't want to do. It should be focused on less about who they are, more on how they're engaging, right? How are they showing up, where everybody has the same opportunity to have that high likelihood to make a gift because they're engaging in such a way. Engagement is not biased, right? Engagement is open to everyone. And so I think asking for, if you're using an AI tool, what transparency do you have in how it's built? Another rule of thumb is, if you aren't paying for the product, you are the product. Right? With ChatGPT, if you are using a free license, your data is getting used to help ChatGPT or OpenAI make billions of dollars, wow. Right? Whereas $20 a month allow you to cut down the restrictions so that your data is not being used to train them up. But that's why Facebook is free for everybody, because Facebook is making billions of dollars on ads by selling your data, right? So if you aren't paying for the product, you are the product. That's another thing to just kind of keep in mind when you're vetting tools and evaluating what level of transparency is there, so I know that what you say you're doing, you actually are doing, the level of trust I have with you, and then how are you treating my data as just mine and not for open source.
Dan, I'm interested in, and that was such a powerful perspective that you gave, Scott. I'm interested in, like, what are the specific challenges that colleges are facing when adopting AI? Like, and how do you guide teams through a lot of those probably fears and misconceptions? What are some of those conversations that you're having?
So, I'm going to answer the first question about colleges, and then I want you to ask me the second one again, because sure. I know I'm going to forget it. I'm trying to think of both. But, I think the first thing, I think it's the lack of learning. And I want to expand on that, because I remember reading a quote recently that people said, to Scott's point, right, to get that knowledge base and you lose that intellectual kind of property, right, putting it in the free version and it's working off of that. The less creative we get, the less knowledge there is for AI, right? So I think that colleges, if you rely on it too much, right, you lose your voice. But not only that, I look at it as circular, right? So from what Scott was just saying, I was thinking to myself, okay, when we're working on the back end, right, you're asking these questions and then you're learning, you're receiving those results. And you're saying, okay, if I ask this question, this is what it comes. I think the missing step right now for colleges is you put in the question, you learn the information, see what the result is, but it doesn't stop there. Then you have to look at yourself and say, okay, that's cool. What other questions do I need to ask? Right? How can I learn? Because if AI is getting these answers, maybe I need to ask even better questions. Maybe I need to get even more creative. And it should be circular, right? You ask, you get the result, and then you think of even better questions and improve yourself. And then it keeps going in this circle, right? So I think that's the first thing, and then voice, and that's someone always talks. That's what people always talk about around me is, well, if you're asking, Chat GPT or what any of the things like Copilot, whatever, you're asking them, or Claude, you're asking them to write your emails. Well, you're losing your voice, right? And I know it learns your voice and such, and I think that's something really important too. Is I look at AI as a way to help me, right? I know what I want to say, and this might be funny, but what I do is, like, if I've written an email to someone, I'm like, okay, I want this to be better. I'm going to write out my whole email. I saw this great thing on TikTok once. I put it into the paid version of ChatGPT, and I tell it, can you help me rewrite this using the 48 laws of power? And it helps me rewrite such a great email. But I don't just take it and go. I read it and I say, okay, what laws did it use? Why did it use these? And how does that impact my writing? So I don't have to go back to it every single time. I can learn a little bit every time and say, okay, how can I do this myself? Right? How can I improve my emails with my voice so that at some point it's just inherent, like it's in my mind, like I know how to frame this email. So that's the first one. I don't know if you want to go to Scott before you ask that second part of the question too.
Well, I actually had another question that came in that, Scott, you could chime in on the last question and then kind of merge this question in as well. For nonprofits that already do feel understaffed or under-resourced, what's one area where AI can immediately help increase capacity without adding more burden on the team?
Yeah. Well, in terms of, and I'm going to answer it differently because of the word immediately, right? Immediacy obviously leads to ChatGPT, right? Anyone, like, you could just go to chat.com, never had an account before, and you have access to something, right? But so that's a tool, but how you use it is different, right? There are 1,000 different ways to use it. It's just a tool. I would think that, think about where you're feeling the most understaffed, right? Because nonprofits are not just one department. There's marketing, there's volunteer management, there's fundraising, right? There's operations and programs, right? So where are you feeling understaffed? What is it that you wish you had more team members? And then how can you bring that back in and say, okay, instead of just wishing for more, wanting more, complaining that we don't have more, how do I use my N of 1, to make a N of 10 in terms of impact, right? Is it getting the message out? Here's the messaging that we've done over the past couple of years. Here's what we're doing now. Help us come up with a more creative outreach plan to get information to those who can either benefit from the services that we're doing or make an impact on the services that we are providing through philanthropy, right? Generative is always going to be more immediate. For predictive, I truly feel that while generative is, again, like the sexier tool, right? More accessible, more, I can influence it easier by using my words, whereas predictive is always the same output with the same data set, right? Generative is not going to move the needle, right? Mm-hmm. Any nonprofit that's suffering and like at risk of closure is not going to save themselves with generative AI. Predictive, they might be able to, right? Predictive is identifying where your gaps are in focusing again on the wrong people, right? To bring in more dollars, right? Predictive specifically for fundraising. So for immediacy, if you are a donor search client, you have access to a predictive tool. You have a free predictive tool, MLR, where we can identify people who are more likely to respond to appeals. And we have organizations who have covered the cost of their entire contract through one appeal using this data set. So under-resourced, getting the right people in front of you when you don't have a team of 10, you have a team of 1. Again, identify the people that you need to be getting in front of. The whole generative being the big thing. When we wrote our book, Nonprofit AI, every AI book now is on generative AI, right? Every AI expert is about generative AI. And like, again, Facebook didn't become as large as they are because of generative AI. Amazon didn't become as large as they are because of generative AI. It's all predictive AI that's been running behind the scenes for decades now and not getting the attention it deserves, right? So we made sure that when we wrote that book, we went through each department that a nonprofit might have: volunteer management, marketing, financials, right? And talked about how you could use generative AI, but also how you could use predictive AI. And then going into even further, how can you use AI autonomously, right? How can you do automation so that way you don't have to manually intervene in every step of the way, but let AI handle the things, low risk, high impact things that AI can do best, and you get your time to focus on something else.
That's good. Dan, I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, shout out to Adam Grant, who says, in a world of specialists, we need more generalists. And I say that because in my career, having worked in athletic fundraising and then gone into academic, I've been in a lot of small shops, and that's taught me how to do prospect management, prospect research, how to do data analytics. Like, I've had those experiences and learned from some really great people. And, my first space into that was using Tableau, right? Originally I helped people transition to Razor's Edge. Almost like 7 years ago when I was at Asheville, I did a presentation on it. And that was like my first piece into some of those things. And then, when I went to Drexel, we had back-end people. I got to use Tableau, right? And got to do the predictive work and look at the different data that we had and analyzed it a little bit with those types of pieces. And I go to the same thing Scott says, because, you can ask generative to do something for you, right? But you still have to do it to a degree, right? But if you want to optimize what you have, like when you had asked that question initially, my thought process was, well, first thing I would do is get a tool like Donor Search, put in your donors immediately and pull your top 100 list and say, okay, these are the people we need to focus on right now, right? Because that can make an immediate impact for you. Or if you're going to do a mailer, right, you need to have a targeted segment of people who gave last year but not this year, right? Maybe not some year but not this year, but last year but not this year. Okay, then you're going to figure out, okay, where did they give to? Let's segment these people even more. Let's make this really specific, and let's target these people to help us get success, and maybe just give us a little more time if we can. So I think there's those two schools of thought, but I think if you want to make the actual change, you need to shift the direction. And to shift the direction, you need to use the predictive AI to help you figure out, do I need to go left, right, or center?
I want to throw in a wrench into the conversation. This should be interesting how you both respond to this one. I'm a brand new nonprofit organization. Let's not use that. I'm a struggling nonprofit. We've been doing this work for, let's say, 5 to 10 years, and we're on the brink of closure. Dan, I want you to provide me the strategy that I could implement to be able to raise my first $100,000 to $250,000 within a year. And then Scott, based upon his strategy, how could I leverage AI to be able to better enhance that so I can achieve the goal?
Yeah, so I think the first thing for me that I look at, and it might sound funny because I'm an individual giving guy, I don't have a lot of experience in grants, but I would say I'm always looking at sustainability. And I would say that it's a lot easier and quicker to apply for a grant, whether it's 25 or 50,000 or 100,000 or $250,000, than it is to go build a relationship with someone that maybe is a prospect, maybe has given to a similar organization, to our point earlier, to build a trust, right? So the first thing I would say is, you've either got to find someone willing to donate their time, or if this nonprofit has someone who's good at grants, they need to focus on that, right? They need to essentially they need to slap on that stick tape on the boat so that no water gets in anymore, right? For the time being, like, they need to slow that water down and they just stop it completely. And then once they've been able to do that, whether they're applying to 5 or 7 and they get 1 or 2, that kind of keeps their feet firm on the ground. Then I would say going in, and I would say really going through their database and looking for people. Like, my first thing, anywhere I go new, I look and I say, okay, I'm going to pull a list of people who've given 7 to 10 years every single year consecutively, because those are really great plan giving people, or people to increase their giving, right? Because they've shown affinity, they've shown us support, and they believe in us and there's trust because they've continued to do it, and they could probably make referrals. So those are probably the first few things that I would do I'm thinking of the infomercial where that guy slaps on I forget the name of it, slaps on that tape onto the boat so that the water stops going through it. Like that's what I'm thinking of to start. But that's kind of what's on my mind, just as like a simplistic way.
Perfect. Scott.
Yeah. Well, I think Dan had the harder part. Throwing AI on it is easy, right? Coming up with the strategy is hard. For those of you who don't have a Dan, like, this is a good place for AI to be helpful, right? I am at a struggling nonprofit. Here's our mission. Here's our challenges. Here's our numbers for the past 5 years. Like, what are creative ways that we can use the minimal resources we have to stop this bleeding, right? Throw that tape on it so that no more water gets to the boat. So that's where, if you didn't have a Dan, like, come up with that strategy. But using his strategy, I'd tackle it a couple different ways, like he said. First, in using Perplexity. I love Perplexity. I kind of couple it with ChatGPT. Usually when I'm doing research, I use Perplexity. But throw in, this is my organization. Here's our website. Here's our annual reports. Tell me 30 grant giving organizations that you think we have a good chance of being able to submit a grant to and successfully get that grant. Rank order them and what you think will be easily accessible based on what they've given in the past, and then use our mission statement in our document to complete that grant, right? That might not be one step, that might be a couple of steps, but someone isn't sitting there completing out 30 grants, right? Taking a 5-paragraph grant submission and turning it into 15 bullet points, then turning it back into 2 pages, right? Doing all that work. AI is doing that for you. Then going back to what Dan said earlier, using donor search to identify, here's what people have given, like, where are we missing the mark? How do we identify the people that we need to get in front of now, right? We know that when someone has a high predictive score with our tool, sometimes it's less about capacity, right? Kyle, you could have capacity of $100 million, and kudos to you for having that. Hard work there, right? But if your largest charitable gift was $5, your capacity doesn't matter, right? Also, on the flip side, we know that capacity, when we determine capacity, we're not going in someone's bank account, so we don't really know what it is. We can guess, right? But if you have a capacity on the other end of $1,000 and you've made a $500,000 gift somewhere, we know that you see the value of philanthropy and that you have stretched to make that type of commitment to an organization you believe in. So if we have a high predictive score for someone in your database, look at the size of giving that they've given elsewhere. That's your target, right? Identify that as that's where we're going to go in. We just have to make the strongest case. I started as a prospect researcher, and so I love working through exercises of using the tools to identify who in the community might be able to give that maybe isn't in our database, but their philanthropic support has been in line with things that we do, and then feed that information to a Perplexity or ChatGPT and say, okay, take on the persona of Kyle King and help me craft the greatest strategy so that when I ask you for a gift, I have the best chance of getting that gift. That's right. Good. So I would be having you build it for me so that I can ask you and get the best chance.
That's good. Let me ask you this. When you think about this AI adoption, and even in the conversation from a strategy standpoint, what are some of the red flags, though, that leaders should watch out for that people aren't talking about? Or even, Dan, with you, like some of the red flags that you've seen that leaders weren't ready for?
Do you want to go first on this, guy?
Yeah. Red flags. I mean, there's a couple of things about red flags. When we talk about AI adoption, we've seen this, with nonprofits, but it's not just a nonprofit issue. It's a global issue. Successful AI adoption is less about data, less about models. It's 70% about culture. It's about people, right? The problem is that organizations treat AI adoption like it's a new piece of software, right? And so you just throw on this software, and now here's the manual for how to use it. Once you learn how to use it, you're good to go, and we're going to keep using that software forever. That's not what AI is. AI is an evolving technology it's so nebulous and so ambiguous, but also so adaptable and transformative, right? So there's no manual for it, and you can't just drop it on someone's desk and say, okay, here you go, we're good to go. But without thinking about that change management and without providing instruction and guidance and opportunities to fail so people can see like, hey, here's where it went wrong, but if I iterate and just tweak a little bit, it goes right over here. That's where AI adoption goes wrong. That's a red flag, right? If I see a leader say, hey, we need AI, what do you have for us? Or, hey, we signed this AI contract, so we're going to be good to go. I don't have to worry about it again. Those are red flags. That organization is never going to make the impact that they need to make because they treated it like a tech bolt-on and not a change management implementation.
That's good.
And, you know, I think to play off of Scott's, I think there's two things that come to mind for me. I think the first one is the opposite, right? Where you see the potential in AI, but then the people around you aren't willing to invest in it, their time to understand it. So a little bit opposite side, because I think about, you could be the greatest person and bring it in and know how it works, right? And if you're overseeing it, it's a little bit helpful. But to me, it's a little bit of a red flag on the opposite side. If you want to have it, but then you realize that the people you report to and the people you're around don't care for it, don't know how to use it, don't want to use it. To me, that's a red flag a little bit on the other side. But I think something interesting, and I love unreasonable hospitality. I get the emails, love the philosophy. And the thing that I always look at for myself is it's a red flag when people get away from humanizing our work, right? Because I always tell people, oh, when you hear of a fundraiser, you think they want your money. And that dehumanizes our work. And anything that dehumanizes our work is a red flag to me. So what I always look at and what I always kind of tell myself and try to preach in a subconscious way just by actions is following that. You know, I can use AI, but the moment you get away from that unreasonable hospitality philosophy where you are not looking at it and saying, okay, how can I humanize our work? How can I share these small details? How can I show that I remember things? How can I treat this donor or prospect as a person and make them feel incredibly special? When you move away from that, to me, that's a red flag, right? Because then that delegitimizes our work and dehumanizes it when we really need to be humanizing it and using that AI as a tool to improve what we're doing even more. So less reliance, like too much reliance on it for me, and getting away from that unreasonable hospitality is definitely a red flag.
We have another question that came in, and it's for nonprofits that feel stuck in their fundraising. What's the easiest AI-powered tactic that they can implement first, and what actions should follow?
Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah. So twofold here. One of my good friends, Mallory Erickson, created a company called Practivated, right? And it's using basically like a virtual avatar, an AI avatar, for gift officers to practice and ask, right? Many times, gift officers don't get to practice and ask, so they feel a little bit uncomfortable, right? Their best opportunities for practicing are pulling someone aside and everyone has a 30 job, so nobody has time to do it, right? Or practicing in the actual ask, right? And you don't get the benefit of being able to see what goes wrong, testing your pace, testing your so-and-so. When you do a presentation, you can practice nonstop forever, right? Until you feel confident and comfortable. When you feel confident and comfortable, you're going to get that end result that much quicker. So having an AI powered tactic, using Practivated to be able to work out those jitters, right? Try different techniques, try different tactics. But part of that is having that AI avatar take on the persona of the person, right? So even if you don't have access to Practivated, bringing it back to no donors are the same. No two donors are the same or give for the same reason or have the same backstory. And like you were saying, then remembering all that information, taking all that information in, showing that you care, that you have that relationship building experience with them, but also you recognize their own uniqueness and their own story and their own perspective. So help AI do that with you, right? You don't have to feed it, hey, this is, Kyle King and this is his birth date and his address and all the information we have about him. But you could say, hey, here's a donor I'm going to go meet. Here's what they've given to in the past. Here's some interactions we've had in the past, without having anything that's specific to the person, like that name or that location, but anonymized. And then say, what type of story could I share with this person to really drive the message of what we're doing as an organization and how their benefit, their impact could really go the furthest, right? So tying it down to each donor is unique, each donor is an individual. They're not just a number in your database, but they have their own reasons for giving, and bringing it back to that always.
That's good.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm chuckling internally, not externally. That answer from Scott felt more like the art. There's the science and the art of fundraising, and it sounded like Scott was like using AI, but like more of the art side of it. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, well, I would just want to go on the back end and get a fundraising tool to focus on, okay, where are my people at? What are they doing? How are they giving? To give us a better, just straight direction of what we need to do. So I found that kind of funny because I was looking a little bit more about that science data side of it. And I feel like Scott was looking at the art. So we like flip-flopped on that. But yes, that's what I would do is if they're struggling, I would say, okay, you need to synthesize everything in there. I had that conversation with a friend the other day at a small secondary or small private school. And she had said that her team wanted to do a campaign internally. They didn't want to use a consultant. And I said, okay. I said, but do you know what resources to use? I said, if it's just you, like it's just her in that department, technically, there's one other person that's part-time. I said, just like the philosophy of buying your time back, like that's what the wealthy do, is buy their time back to have it. I said, you need to figure out resources to buy your time back. And I said, the first thing I would do is you have Razor's Edge. I said, you either need to get a software, which there may be a barrier to entry, even though, they've worked around tech. I said, so maybe you need to get a consultant or something, or a company where you can just send them everything you have and say, I need you to go through and synthesize this and just tell me where to go. Like put the compass on, tell me what I need to do to start, because I'm just not even sure where to start. But then I was telling her, I was like, okay, well, you also need to figure out where are you going to get in front of the most people possible. So, to me, I'm always thinking to myself, how can I use these tools? If there's a struggle, what are the tools to help direct me and send me in the right direction via compass of what I need to do first, whether it's an individual helping with that or it's a data visualization tool.
Let me ask you both this. What is a question that nobody's asking, whether in the advancement or fundraising space, Dan, or in the artificial intelligence technology space, Scott? What is a question that many people aren't asking that, if answered, could really be able to create some major change and impact?
Another one of my friends, Kaz McGrath, she did this exercise of, let me take a step back. When we think about the AI space right now, right? Most every company most every organization was built in a pre-AI world. Mm-hmm. But now we see billion-dollar companies that were started 30 days ago from 2 kids, and they've hired 3 other people. So you can have a team of 5 that now has a $1 billion valuation, because they are AI native. They are using AI to do anything and everything. And sometimes it's so hard, especially in nonprofits, we're slow-moving ships, we're risk-averse, right, to change transformationally, to think about what it would be if we were to redesign our organization today built around AI, right? I think the impact that nonprofits want to see will not happen if it's just, all right, well, let's give a couple people ChatGPT licenses and, let's maybe throw an agent over here. Like, you're going to save some time, sure, but you're not going to get yourself out of generosity crisis that you've been experiencing. You're not going to get yourself out of the fewer donors, fewer dollars you've been experiencing. Like, it needs to be a transformational change, and you need to think differently. So going back to my friend Kaz, she's, kind of beat up ChatGPT to say, how would I create the first $1 billion fundraising nonprofit with a staff of 10, right? Build out the entire plan for me, right? Whether it's achievable or not, like it's about going to that creative side and unlocking some of those things of like, maybe it's not this exactly what it said, but that's a great starting point. If I just pivot it this way, maybe this is where we can get it, right? Maybe we're not looking to be $1 billion with just 10 people, but 500 million with 20 people, something along those lines. Just like think about it differently, fundamentally being AI native. AI is not something that you can just throw at the wall and say like, all right, we're going to figure it out. It's not a silver bullet. It doesn't answer the questions, but it can enable you to do things differently. You just need to think about it differently.
That's good. That's so good.
Yeah, I actually feel kind of similarly to an idea of what you said, Scott. The thing that I don't think people are thinking about is how can I use AI to support my teams? When I always think of on mid-sized teams, like I had mentioned earlier, I'm always thinking when we want to raise more money, why are we hiring more fundraisers, but then keeping the same back end people who are supposed to be helping those fundraisers be successful? It just doesn't make sense to me. So the thing I think about is how can we use AI? How can we position it properly and have, as I call it, handlers, right? Intelligent handlers that are working on the back end to make sure everything goes properly. And then how can we use that to support our teams? Because I think that expectations, you know, gift sizes are going more transformational and transformational and transformational, right? But we know that's 1 in a million, right? Not literally, but it doesn't happen for everyone. People don't know how to show what their value is, don't know how to do this and that. So we need to have realistic expectations that needs to come from data. So how do we support teams with that to get people to understand, whether it's an executive director, CEO, or president, what is realistic? Because if we don't attack that and look at the people, we're just going to continue to lose people in the sector. And then just like in a lot of places, you get the conglomerates, right? And you get the antitrust things. Like I hope that won't happen in the future here, but how can we continue to make sure that the smaller nonprofits are supported, the people on those teams are supported, things are realistic, and most importantly, because of that, those nonprofits are making an impact in their communities or nationally.
Both of you are doing cutting edge work, leading in your space. You've been in these industries for probably as long as I've been alive. And you're really killing it and transforming people's lives. If somebody would want to either learn one piece of advice from you that they can take with them for the rest of their lives that have helped you grow and scale and lead, what would be that piece of advice? And what is your recommendation to leaders out there to fluidly integrate AI in these leadership competencies more effectively?
I'm going to jump in while it's fresh in my head. I think the first one is, and this is going to connect to that. I think the first one is Nicole Smith in your last kind of episode, your last power hour, as I'll call it. She had mentioned that your haters are never working as hard as you, and I think that means that you have to continue to adapt and you have to continue to push yourself, not in a burnout sense, but push yourself to learn, push that knowledge to be able to keep going. And I think that there's that piece of it. And then I totally forgot the second piece of it. So maybe once Scott talks, I'll remember what it was, but I remember that piece of it. So that's okay for right now. I'm gonna let it marinate and I'll remember it before.
Cool.
Yeah. So I mean, not necessarily in the AI world, but like I like to think about welcomed discomfort, right? Like I never would have designed this role for myself. If it was up to me back who I was, 10, 15 years ago, my entire career would be behind a computer building predictive models and let someone else like take credit for it and do all the work and be the face of it. Like I never wanted to be in front. I love playing in the data and doing it. But over the time, I've had mentors and colleagues and opportunities that maybe at first glance I wasn't so excited about, but I never turned away from them. And I always said yes. And I've been able to do such exciting things that I never, again, could have planned for myself, right? So there's still a lot of opportunities that are coming that I'm always grateful for the opportunity. I'm always grateful for when the opportunity is over, but doing it like gives me so much anxiety, but it's the only way that you grow, right? You only grow by stretching those muscles, flexing those muscles and getting out of your comfort zone and learning alongside of it. Learn either to step into the opportunity or learn something coming out of that opportunity and just adapting and going from there. So yeah, saying yes to most every opportunity. I'm sure there's a part of it that's also learning to say no, But leaning in towards those welcome discomforts.
Where can we find you online, and how can we support both of your either organizations or some initiatives that you guys are currently running?
Yeah, so I mean, you can. I'm active on LinkedIn. I'm on it every day, multiple times a day. It's the name is Daniel Freeman, but the link is actually LinkedIn/Dan the EDD man. So you can find me through that, and I post some different things, share some things. I was commenting on stuff this morning, but that's kind of my thought board, as I'll call it, where I kind of put out some different thought pieces and things that are on my mind in the sector.
Perfect.
I'm not as LinkedIn is my social media preference, but not as active as I probably should be, or definitely active as Dan. But contact me on LinkedIn, donorsearch.net. We just got acquired by evertrue.com, nonprofitaibook.com. If you go there, there's actually a page on resources where we give prompt libraries, we give personas that you could plug into ChatGPT to be a benefactor or donor to role play some scenarios. Fundraising.ai, if you're looking to build out your governance policy, or you're looking to see how other people are using AI responsibly and beneficially in the nonprofit sector. We have a free organization called fundraising.ai, so join that. Annual summit where there's videos all along that you can watch and download, and plenty of resources there. And then my website, scottrosenkrantz.com.
I have one final question that I thought through that I want to be able to ask, because you two are, again, leaders in not just your space in your industry, but in also how you operate as a professional as well. For young leaders, for people that are tuning in that want to be able to create more, lead more, impact more, looking ahead, what is one single mindset shift or habit that they can implement in their day-to-day or weekly or just in their life in general that could transform the way that they approach their own lives as well as their leadership?
I said this to someone yesterday. It's a Ronnie Coleman quote from my days in the track and field. Everyone wants to be strong, but no one wants to live this heavy old weight. He didn't say old weight, but I think of the relation to that as consistency. In our work, everyone wants something great, but no one's willing to be consistent. And, I'm not necessarily talking about, LinkedIn posting and such, but as an individual, I think that it's really important in your work to be consistent. And that means consistent in execution, consistent in the way that you want to treat your coworkers and your donors and your prospects, and consistent in the way that you hold yourself. And I want to say, I remember what I was going to say, and this is going to be a real hot take, and I hope you're ready for it. This is just how I feel lately. People who play the game are the most insecure people that you will be around. People who play the game are afraid to be themselves. They're insecure, so they play the game as someone else. And I know that that's a hot take, and some people are going to be like, well, you got to play the game, this, that, and the other. And I think that if it jeopardizes your values and you're playing the game to do X, Y, Z, I think that you're not being true to yourself and your intrinsic intentions. And I think that as you go in your career, there may be times you have to play the game in a question or two, but I think that it doesn't build confidence. And I think that it's the most insecure thing that you can do. You've got to be yourself, and you've got to be focused on what your values are intrinsically.
Dan, oh my gosh, I'm pulling my teeth over here because I wish you would have said that. We don't have enough time to go into it. But,
I just remembered it. I'm sorry.
And I know we're talking on Friday too, so we'll definitely. I wrote that down. We're definitely going to be able to bring that back up because that's a hot take. I have so many thoughts about that statement. I want to publicly thank both of you so much for this conversation, for you saying yes, for the depth, for the practicality. This was definitely a technical conversation. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I just really want to just say thank you again for continuing to remind us that AI isn't just about technology. It's about leadership. It's about intention. It's about reflection. It's about mission, and ensuring that we are developing and integrating tools that are mission aligned is super important. So to everyone tuning in, this is your moment to lean in, You don't need to become an AI expert overnight. You just need to become a little bit more AI aware in your space. One who's asking better questions, one who's experimenting with purpose, examining what your organization needs so that we can ensure that people are at the center of every single decision. And if you took one thing away from today, our audience, I want it to be this. It's something that I wrote down earlier. The future will not belong to the organizations that use AI the fastest. It will belong to the ones who use AI the wisest. So that's my word for today. I appreciate you both so much. I'm sure we'll be talking soon. And let's keep this ship rolling. We're at 5 hours, y'all. Let's do this.
Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it.
Anybody just tuning in, this is Podcastathon 2025. We are so excited to be here. My girl Summer's in the back, and let me tell y'all something. She brings energy. She brings the energy that I need because we've been going through this for 5 hours and I'm feeling it, but that's okay. That's okay because she's the energy that I don't just need, that you all need. And she is doing some absolutely phenomenal work for the United Way of Gaston County. Her title says Campaign and Donor Relations Manager. But look, let me tell you something. She is so much more than that. She is an expert in understanding how to develop relation-based fundraising strategies, how to turn interest into long-term partnerships, and how to identify aligned leaders that can nurture meaningful connections and design environments and engagement strategies that create impact for organizations. And I see her smiling in the back. Yeah, I did my thing with that introduction, Summer. Before we get started, before we bring her up, I want to tell y'all, we have a tool for you. We have a free guide to be able to help you better manage, better succeed in your fundraising efforts. Better succeed in your fundraising efforts. All right. Go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com. All right. Upgrademyfundraising.com. And we're going to be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to put a new banner up. I've been going, y'all, since 8:45 a.m. So we're going to come back in 2 minutes. So I'm going to put this on the screen. I promise I'm still here, but we're going to come back in about 2 minutes. We'll see you guys soon. And we are back. We are back. I felt like that 2 minutes took literally 20 seconds, but that is all good. Summer, we are here. We are here. It's so good to see you. I need my energy partner over there.
Of course.
Look, can you just introduce yourself and just tell me what has you excited today? Let's start there.
Okay. So I'm Summer Saunders Castle. I'm the Campaign and Donor Relations Manager for the United Way of Gaston County. I'm excited today just to be a part of this. This is such a wonderful opportunity, and I've never done anything like it. It's my first podcast. So I'm really excited about it. Thankful for Kyle for asking me to be on. And yeah, that's why I'm excited.
Oh, I appreciate you so much, Summer, for even being here. Let me just say this. You're killing it. You are killing it. No, really, you are killing it. And you embody the integrity, the heart, the character in your role. And I think that there's so many people out here that want to get into this space of managing relationships, developing and cultivating relationships, especially in the nonprofit and fundraising realm. What do you believe is the first action you take when identifying someone as a potential long-term partner for an organization?
Yeah. Before I answer that, can I just share? I've always been a people person. When people say like, "Oh, she never met a stranger," like that's me,
Yeah.
and I think I get that from my mother because same thing with her. She's never met a stranger as well. So for me, like this has come easy. But for those who are thinking of getting into this space, it is something that you can learn. If you're an introvert, it might take a little bit more learning. If you're an extrovert, go for it. You can totally do it. But it's really about people. And I would say the first action point is you need to see what people's passions are, like what gets them up in the morning, where their heart is, and if that aligns with your mission. If you're doing work that is, I'm sure, wonderful work, but it just doesn't align with people's passions, then they might not be drawn to give to your organization, and that's okay. And then I would say the next action item, which I hope I don't steal your next question, but I would say you got to build trust with people, especially when you're dealing with folks' money. You've got to build trust, and you've got to let them know that whatever they are giving to your organization is you're putting your money where your mouth is. So it's actually doing the great work that is instilled in your mission. But yeah, I say the first thing is just having some conversations with folks and figuring out what's their passions and does it align with your mission.
That's good. Let me ask you this. What got you into this work, Summer? Like what's the story that led you to doing what you do now? Because you do it so well. And I love how you even preface that, hey, I was always a people person. Like, but what got you into the work that you're doing today?
So always growing up, I was like, I'm going to be a teacher. I'm going to be a teacher. So I went to Queen's University of Charlotte and got my education, got my degree in education, and I did become a teacher. I was actually a North Carolina teaching fellow. So I made a commitment to the state and myself that I was going to teach my 4 years to fulfill that commitment. So after year 4, I was like, I don't know. I might want to look at something different, whether that be a different school, a different district, maybe a charter or something. So I started kind of looking, and one of my favorite professors, I hope she's on right now, but Dr. Amy Thornburg, she knew I was looking because I used her as a reference. And she still worked at Queen's, and she was like, do you want to do something completely different, but still in education? And I was like, yes, absolutely. So a position opened up in the Cato School of Education where I did graduate school admission and advising. And then, a long story short, I got tired of driving to Charlotte. I know people love their commutes. It wasn't really for me. And so I was in need of another change. And a good friend reached out about this opportunity. And I was like, I've never done fundraising. And she was like, of course you have. There was some civic community groups that I was a part of. And she was like, but at the end of the day, like, people, you're able to speak to people, and you love Gaston County. So real cheesy, but in my cover letter, I put that I was kind of like a Gaston County cheerleader because I love where I live. I love the community that we serve. And so, yeah, that's how I landed here. And my first day, my boss said, everything's going to be fast, flexible, but fun. And truly, I had an event my second day on the job. It was a fundraising event, my second day on the job. And so she wasn't lying. And honestly, it's continued that way. It's been fast. We've built the plane as we've flown it. So I've had to be flexible. I've had to give myself a little bit of grace. And it's been a lot of fun. So yeah, that's kind of my backstory on how I got here. So.
No, I appreciate you sharing that. And, you know, it reminds me of what got me into the fundraising space. It was a relationship and a connection that I had that kind of just bridged the gap. And now I'm continuing to do it for organizations. There was a moment, though, that I realized that this was it. It was a moment where a donor of ours, we partnered with him, and he gave computers to a group of students. And I could literally still see the tears in those mothers' faces when we got their students brand new computers. And it made me realize that rather than being the guy in schools directly that was going to make the transformation, I wanted to be the guy that could get the resources for schools so that then you better provide or better allow these schools to have the capacity to make these types of transformations.
Right.
Summer, what was that moment for you, though? What was that moment or that memory or that acknowledgement that you received that you knew that this was the work that you love to do?
I love that question. So we help senior citizens. Our board decided a couple years ago that the United Way of Gaston County we support, sorry, this is a long tangent, but it all makes sense. We support 5 crisis agencies. And what our board found was, we were serving families, they were serving families. It was kind of like duplicates. And so they brought to the table, why don't we serve senior citizens? Nobody's really doing that at Christmas time. And so they decided to come up with a program, Senior Christmas Wishes. And basically, seniors in Gaston County, they fill in an application 60 and older, and it's a want, a need, and a read. And honestly, seniors are putting on there, they want toilet paper, they want paper towels. And so that was eye-opening for me. My first year on the job, I started in December, and so it was Christmas Wishes time. So after that event that I told you my second day, I was kind of put into that, and I was so grateful for it. But my story, my why, the seniors come pick up the gifts. And that particular year, when they picked up their gifts, they also got a food line box. So a senior comes in, she's getting her gift, and we give her the gift. And someone ran and got the food line box to give her that box. And she just burst into tears. And we're like, oh, like, are you okay? Like, is everything okay? Did you not want the food? We were just not really sure. And she said, I didn't have it, but I felt I needed to buy one of those boxes at Food Line for somebody. And now you're giving me one. And she was like, it's just a full circle moment. And I'm just so blessed. And I will never forget that day. Still remember her name. She still comes. She still does an application. She still comes. And at that moment, I was like, there are parts of teaching that I miss, but I'm right where I need to be. And it was there, and then since then, all along the way, there's just been little moments like that. And it's like, it's just that warm, fuzzy feeling and those little notes. I'm religious and spiritual, so it's God moments for me. And so that was mine.
It's interesting that you say that, because I think that a lot of times we focus so much on being mission driven that we don't take time to consider these moments that continue to keep us motivated and encouraged, and we keep with us in our hearts when things get challenging. How do you balance your own values and mission alignment when evaluating potential partners and opportunities to build relationships?
That was a strong question, Kyle. I think everything that I do, it's on the glory of God, because he put me in this position. I know not all folks think that way, but at the end of the day, our mission at United Way is to unite our community, to help and care for one another. And at the end of the day, that's what we do. That's the mission that we live out. That's what we're fundraising for. And so it doesn't matter. We have folks come to our door from all walks of life, and it doesn't matter what you believe, what you look like. If you need help, we're going to be able to help you. That's just the way that we are at the United Way. And I think our donors know that. They know that it's, it's not political. It's not about religion. It's at the end of the day, it's about helping people and making Gaston County better than it is today, the next day. Yeah. So I think that's it. I mean, what fills my cup, may be different from others, but I think that's my drive, is my relationship with Christ. And I know he put me in this position, but at the end of the day, we're helping people, and it doesn't matter what their backstory is. We're here to help. That's what the United Way is for. It's what it was founded on, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Summer, I appreciate you so much. I have literally chills over here talking to you, because I really feel your spirit. Being a Christian man, I think it's important when we're having these conversations and being unapologetic with our faith and how important that is. And I love what you said about it's about helping people.
Yeah.
It's not really too much to it. Whatever you need, we will find a way to be able to take care of it. And I think it reminds me of my own life and how many people have stepped in and helped me and guided me and lifted me and affirmed me, or even held me accountable to being the best that I can be, or ensuring that I'm aligned with the mission and vision, and even with some God standards for my life as well. I guess the question that I have for you is, who was your person though? Like, who was that person that either pushed you towards purpose, that held you accountable to continue to keep going, or that provided an option or an opportunity for you to be able to explore your gift even more?
Well, back to that professor, Dr. Amy Thornburg. It's her. I will never forget. They had started an organization where we were doing a conference in Florida, and it was for educators, principals, teachers, higher ed. I mean, it was for all types of folks. Yeah. And she was like, "We're going to do some research and do a presentation." And I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't have a PhD. No." And she was like, "Yes, you are." At that point, I hadn't even started my master's. And I was like, "I'm not qualified." And she was like, "Yes, you are." And anyway, I will never forget that, presenting our research in front of people. And I would have never done it on my own. But honestly, Kyle, and this isn't just to like blow smoke up you, but you're that person for me right now too. When you sent me this invite, I was like, I'm not. And then I read all these people's bios. I'm like, I'm not qualified to be in this seat. And so you've pushed me as well. So thank you for that. You will forever be one of my people as well. So thank you for that. But no, it was definitely her. And then there's definitely been people along the way as well. I think back to teachers in high school, elementary school, that just instilled in me, like, you got this, and then I'll say it again, I have wonderful parents and family who support me, a wonderful husband. I hope they're all on. So if they are, hello, everyone. But yeah, it just is, I've been blessed. I've been truly blessed with people around me and in my corner. And I, appreciate all of them.
I appreciate you saying that. And I think, I dislike when people say, like, I'm in the people business, because regardless of what business you're in, like, I don't know any businesses that don't have people.
Right.
Like, not one business doesn't have any.
Exactly.
And I think about the work that we're doing. It's so important to consider people and be unselfish in our own desires and our own wants, so that we can really be able to consider the needs and desires of other people, so that we can focus on creating programs or partnerships to help those types of individuals.
Right.
Can you share a message though to your younger self? If you could give your younger self one piece of advice about building meaningful partnerships and relationships, what would it be? Because I believe that relationships are the highest form of currency in anything, personally and professionally. What would that advice be to your younger self?
This was in one of my prep notes, but someone told me this, and I don't even remember who. And then I've had other people that have told me as well, but people do not forget how you make them feel. whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, they don't forget that. And I think that was like a huge thing for me in this role and with building relationships. You have to remember that. And, if it's a bad first interaction, that doesn't mean that you've lost the account. You just keep fostering that and massaging that, and it might turn around. But if you go in with your first interaction and you leave a good mark, people will remember that and they won't forget that. But I also would tell myself that 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get a yes the first time, and it's okay. Like I am a perfectionist. I always have been. Along with being a people person, I'm a people pleaser. Like I don't like when people are upset or mad with me. So like getting a no, it has been hard, but it's okay. It's not a closed door. What I would tell myself and what I still tell myself is it's not a hard no. It's probably more of a no, not right now. And I'm going to make it a priority to keep on until we turn it into a yes.
Let me ask you this though, because that is I think the challenge that a lot of us have is that not right now, maybe not yet, but continuing to be motivated, continuing to work through the process, continuing to stay engaged, because we have that faith and that belief that what they can give, whether it's time, talent, treasure, it can benefit the organization or that person more intentionally.
Right.
What would be your recommendation and advice for those individuals that aren't getting the yes initially, but they lose that fire and then they just stop engaging?
Yeah, and I'll say too, like for me, I don't like to bombard people. So like I'm not one of those people that's going to email every single week because I don't like that. So why would I do that to my people? I think you have to get creative with some different avenues. So like maybe you had a meeting with them about making a pledge or making a donation and it didn't go as you thought. Then maybe your next avenue is to invite them to your next upcoming event. Or maybe your next avenue is like for us, we support 21 nonprofit agency programs. So like something I might do is if I go in to meet with a company to see if they would do a workplace campaign and give to us, and they're like, no, not this moment. Well, then I might think, okay, are there services that they have that might benefit our agencies? Okay. And could I invite them to come in as an agency speaker?
That's good.
And if that doesn't work, then maybe I say, okay, well, we have Day of Caring. Could they give up their time? Maybe they can't give money. Maybe they'll give it their time. So for me, we have to get creative and find different ways, different avenues. If you send an email, you don't get anywhere with an email. Something else that someone told me, and I don't remember who it was, but you have to find their gatekeeper. So like find out who their secretary is and ways that you can go about that. If they've gotten crafty and they don't have their employees on their website, ways that you can go about that is start going to events. Like I highly recommend if you're not a part of like a local chamber, or ours is called the Gas and Business Association. If you're not a part of those groups, those business groups, and then other like networking groups and things like that, do it, because that might be your avenue where you could find their gatekeeper and then reach out to that person and say, could I arrange coffee with this person? And then you prepare and you get ready and you just kill that meeting. And like I said, if it's a good first interaction, they will remember that and they'll more likely be like, yes, we can do the workplace campaign, or yes, we'll give you a corporate gift, or yes, we'll send volunteers. I think for us, what's been really helpful is our Day of Caring, because we've gotten people that participated in that. They've gone out to our partner agencies to do projects. They're boots on the ground. They're seeing the work that they're doing in real time. And that made them go, okay, like this is legit. I think we will get behind it. So I guess the not yet period, find another avenue to go about it. You don't always just have to send emails and do phone calls. You can send invitations and things of that nature.
It's interesting that I like what you just said, the not yet period.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me because I believe that every single person tuning in, whether you're watching the live or going to be watching the recording, is in a not yet period.
Sure.
if you're trying to, let's say, lose some pounds before the end of the end of the year, you may not be there. So it's a not yet period. If you're
Right.
trying to improve relationship,
Yeah.
you're not there yet. So that's a not yet period. And the same things that you do in trying to get fit and you're staying engaged, you're staying going to the gym, you're staying consistent. It's the same behaviors and actions when you're engaging with a donor. Just
So
again,
true.
stay consistent, stay engaged. I want to ask a technical question.
Okay.
How do you design your first interactions so that you can move someone from interested and aware to engaged and invested?
Yeah. Like I said a few minutes ago, being prepared for that first meeting. And I think too, if you can pull in some personal tie, that gets you like that extra level. So like if you are able to find them online and you see that they just had a grandbaby, or they like the Tar Heels, or they don't like the Tar Heels, they like the other blue team. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm a Carolina fan through and through, not a Duke fan. But anyway, if you can find that little piece of personal to where you can go in with that, and like don't off the bat start with that, but find a way to bring that up in conversation, that's going to be like really good first impression. And then from there, I always like to, with meetings, follow up with an email. If it was like a really good meeting, you could follow up with a thank you card. And then again, just from there, if you've got something coming up, an event, maybe send them the other blue team, maybe send them an invitation to your event, or if you think that they might sponsor the event, maybe send them the sponsorship levels. That's something you could bring up at your meeting as well. Or if you have volunteer opportunities, but some sort of follow up along the way. And then, give it a few days, see, and then maybe you do a phone call. And then definitely, like if you do a newsletter or something like that, make sure you add their email to that. So if you're sending that information, they're getting it personally from you, but also from your organization's networks. And then if you can send them a social media invite from your organization's page, any little touch points that you can do along the way, I think goes a long way. So yeah.
How many touch points do you think it takes for someone to, if someone's not engaged, if someone's not responding, if someone's not showing up, how many touch points do you believe that it takes for you to say, hey, this may not be a good fit? What we call it in our work is like a bless and release email.
Yeah.
When do you start seeing that, hey, we need to maybe pivot?
That's a good question. I mean, we keep people on our list until they're like, okay, unsubscribe.
Yeah.
But, and I mean, I think too, sometimes like you just let things rest. Like I know my boss and I, like we'll have prospects. And then if we're not getting anywhere, maybe like 4 or 5 interactions, we're not getting anywhere. They're not coming to events. They're not sponsoring. They're not sending volunteers. We might just kind of let that sit and then reconvene later down the road and maybe try again. Sometimes people just need a little break, and maybe it was too much at first. And so, maybe they were just like, okay, too much, or maybe it wasn't a good time for them. Maybe they didn't really have the funds to give. They would love to. They didn't have to have the funds to give, but they didn't know how to say that. So you just pause that for a little bit and then come back to it down the road. Like we do that all the time, like there's some that might be on the list that get moved to green. There might be some that are yellow. Then we end up moving to red and then moving to yellow again the next year. You know what I mean? So I don't know an exact hard number. It just, when I feel like, okay, I don't think we're getting anywhere, we're gonna have to move on to someone else. That's just kind of when we put them on pause for a little bit.
What are some of the, I guess, early signs though that a partnership may not be sustainable for the organization, whether it's values, whether it's capacity, whatever it would be? and how do you address those specific warning signs as well?
Yeah. I think like if they're just, again, like no response, no participation, and it's their values might have changed, their interests, their passions might have changed, and that's okay as well. We still want them to know what we're doing and talk of the good work. So again, we're still going to keep them on our list,
Exactly.
and we hope that they'll still follow us. But as far as like addressing it, I've never had to do that. I don't want to say you just kind of move on, but I feel like you just kind of move on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but I've never personally had to address if it just felt like it was not working out anymore. I've never had to address that.
When you've worked with a lot of leaders, and anybody tuning in has worked with probably a multitude of leaders, whether it's in your current position, whether it's in, the jobs that we've had in high school, whatever the case may be. In your experience, what leadership behaviors most influence whether people or prospects believe in your cause or not?
What leadership? Say it again.
Yeah, like what are the leadership behaviors that you feel are most important for people when we're trying to get people to believe in our causes?
Again, I think it just goes back to like their passions and their heart. Like, what is it that drives them? And that can be hard for leaders sometimes because sometimes leaders feel like they're at the top of the chain, like they can't get into the personal with people. It's all business, no fun, no passion. And so I think sometimes that's hard. But at the end of the day, you go home to hopefully families and friends, and what is it that drives you, and your passions and the things that you love. Everyone loves something, even if it's just your to that. Everybody's alma mater is needing funds as well. So I think it's just sometimes I think it is hard for leaders at the very, very top that are making, especially if it's like corporate gifts and stuff, they're making those decisions. If they're going to write the check, if they're going to give a pledge. And so it's hard for them to kind of be the more personal, on the personal side with you. And that's where you got to try to get them, is their personal side, not their business side. Of course, you want their business side because they are going to write the check, we hope, but try to get them in their personal side. And I think that's where that comes in. You trying to do a little bit of research to see, do they have a family? Do they, where did they go to school? Are they still, was it a good experience? Was it a not good experience? So I think that's where the homework piece comes in for us. The little back piece, and having those little nuggets in your head when you go to those meetings. I'll say here at the United Way, we are blessed. We still have what are called workplace campaigns. So we go into companies, and we have someone that's identified as an employee campaign coordinator. Those are the folks that I work with personally. And then what they'll do is they will plan the campaign. They get the pledge cards out to folks. But the leaders are allowing them to do that, and we're very thankful that they are. But something that I'll just share is the workers in those facilities, for example, like manufacturing plants, those folks, we love that we are able to still do workplace campaigns. And that I say blessed because we are, but those folks, they might give $1 a paycheck, and we are thrilled with that. But to them, that gives them that way to give back. And for some organizations, they can't just do $1 a paycheck. So we are blessed that we're able to do workplace campaigns, and that folks are able to do payroll deductions. But that's giving folks that are doing those hard jobs that are necessary, that we need, that are a necessity. That's what I was trying to say. And they're able to give back. And like we even have going back to leadership, we even have had some companies where their leadership's just not really on board with us yet, and we haven't been able to go in. But those employees are like, no, we still want to give. Like, we still want to do our pledge. We still want to give. So there are cheerleaders per se that are the boots on the ground. So sorry, that was a lot. That was a ramble, but I just wanted to share that too, that sometimes it's not even just the leadership. Sometimes it's your workers that have hearts too and want to be able to give and contribute as well.
Let me ask you this question, Summer. What do you love most about your role? Like, what's the thing about your role that just gets you up every morning and just excited and energized?
I get joy knowing that people are giving to something that brings them joy. So the folks that are in manufacturing plants that are giving that dollar, to them, they're giving back to their community. And that dollar is huge. For some people, that is huge, to give $1 out of their paycheck. And I will share another little story too. We had an employee who works at one of our companies that does a workplace campaigns. She had fallen on some hard times. She had a child that passed away. She was raising her grandchildren. So her child that passed away's children. And she was like, I need help with Christmas. You know, I know we partner with United Way for the giving campaigns, and I thought I would reach out. My HR director, who's my employee campaign coordinator, she reached out to me. And anyway, I'm like, oh my gosh, we don't really do families. Let me see what I can do. And I mean, it was like a couple days later, we had another one of our partners call saying, we didn't know who to call, but we want to sponsor a family at Christmas. And I'm like, thank you, Jesus. You know, like it all worked out. And so we were able to help her for Christmas. Well, as all this is going on, that company kicked off their campaign, and she decided to pledge $5 a paycheck. And she told me, I don't have it to give, but I'm giving it because y'all helped me when I needed the most. And I just felt I need to give back. And so for me, like those full circle moments and that brought her joy. That brought her so much joy that she was doing that. That's what gets me up. That's what brings me joy. And that's why I love what I do.
Let me ask you this question. For somebody that doesn't always feel fulfilled in the work, how do they keep that same momentum? And I guess to expound on that, like, is there a method or practice that you rely on to stay grounded and keep showing up with that same heart?
Yeah. I feel like just with everybody, same with me, you have good days and bad days. And it always just works out that there's something like that story I just told you that happens for me. But I'm looking at it right now. This mug says life is tough, but so are you. And I've never drank coffee out of it. I found it one day and I bought it and I set it right here. And that's just when I'm having a bad day, I look at that and it's like, life's tough, but so are you. And I'm also reminded that the people that we serve and that we help have way greater needs and things going on than I do. And I'm truly blessed. And so that's kind of what helps me turn it around. So I guess for someone, if they're going through a spell where they aren't feeling fulfilled, there may be more bad days than good, just remember why you're there. Remember who you're serving, and remember that one, there's better days ahead, but two, quite possibly there might be someone out there that's struggling far more than you are. And just remember your blessings and be as positive as you can be. If there's days where I have, just woke up and like not feeling it, my thing is I love music. So my thing is I just try to turn on some good music, whatever I'm feeling that day, and that tries to help me turn things around. I will say too, like, find your person on your team. If you're struggling, find that one person that can turn your frown upside down and confide in that person. So I'll say that too. You can't do anything alone, especially in this job. And I am so thankful for all the folks that work here at United Way, because it's not Summer's United Way. Summer could not do any of this work. And so just rallying around, it's okay to have a bad day. It's okay to not be feeling it, but just realize life's tough. So are you, and turn it around the next day.
I love that, Summer. I really do. And, I'm thinking about all that you're sharing, and I'm thinking about all that you've already shared. And it gets me to a point where there's somebody out there doing work that is truly transforming lives.
Mm-hmm.
There's other people out there that are still doing the work, but they're not necessarily seeing on a day-to-day basis the impact of their work, but they're still doing it.
Sure.
Can you talk to that person, and even if they're not seeing the direct transformation of their people, why it's important to continue to just show up?
Well, you just have to think, if you weren't showing up, then what would happen? Like if I was not here, of course, I'm sure they would find someone else. But if I was not here and fundraising wasn't going on, then what would happen to our agencies? And then what would happen to the folks who are benefiting from the services that our agencies provide? So if they're not seeing that, well, one, find a way to go see it. Like
That's
whatever
good.
you can do to get to go into whether it's a classroom or whatever it is, find a way to go and see it. And I think that'll fill your cup as well, because then you can see it in real time. Something else too, storytelling's huge. It's huge in this industry. And we all can do a better job at telling our story.
I agree.
And maybe that's what that person needs to do. If they're kind of on that end where they're not seeing it, go talk to some folks who can help you tell some stories. If they're going to do a video, you go and shoot the video so you can see and you can hear. But yeah, I think those people just have to realize, like, what if I wasn't here?
Of
You know
course.
what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what would it still carry on? Would those folks still be getting served if I wasn't doing the job that I'm doing? And then just find a way to go and see and hear what's going on.
Summer, being in this work, as long as you've been in this work, looking back, what's one lesson about either trust, patience, persistence, and partnership building that's reshaped, I guess, the way that you approach every relationship today?
I think when you deal with money, trust is a big one. And so you have to make people feel that their dollars are going where you say they're going to go. And I think that's where the storytelling piece comes in. And that's where we've been trying to do a better job at really utilizing our social media platforms to tell some of those stories. But I think it's huge with partnerships. And then I also think you said about being persistent. You have to be persistent. And sometimes it's exhausting, like the community events and the things that we go to. And sometimes, after working a full day, I'm like, gosh, I don't really want to go to that. My boss will say the same thing, but we always have to think, there's a reason though. There's a reason that we're going. It's either for visibility for us, or there might be that person there that we haven't seen in a while or haven't been able to engage with in a while. So it's like, just be persistent and show up. Even when you're exhausted, do it. It will pay off in the end.
Exactly. I love that. And what is one single mindset shift that you've had to make in this work that's allowed you to really be more intentional in the relationships that you build?
I think I'm going to go back to that. You're going to get no's. You're going to get some no's, and it's not always going to be perfect. There's going to be times when you're going to have to pivot. And that's okay. That's okay. And again, back to the persistence, you just being persistent, pushing through. And then I do think in these roles, you do have to be out in the community. You do have to, show your face per se, and speak highly of your organization and have some confidence in there. Don't be afraid to share what you're doing, or if you had a sellout event, don't be afraid to say that. I know sometimes I'm like, oh, we sold out. Like, no, be confident. We sold our event out and we're really looking forward to seeing the result. Or if you have the result, you raised X amount of dollars, share that. Don't be afraid. So I think that's probably some takeaways.
What's next for you, Summer? Like if you were to look forward, if you were to look forward the next 3 to 4 years from now, what's next for you?
That's a very good question. I don't know. I'll be completely honest. I got married in April, and my husband and
Congrats.
I, thank you so much. My husband and I, we would like to start a family. So I hope and pray that I'll be blessed with a little baby at some point in the near future. And I will be excited to explore the mama role. But other than that, I don't know. I'm doing great things here. The United Way is doing great things. And I mean, you did talk about a leadership conference in 26, so maybe I'll be there. I don't know.
I love it. What is your one piece of advice? You know, people listening in that want to either get into this field or they are struggling staying in this field. What's your one piece of advice to keep them motivated, energized, and just continue to push this work forward?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go back to my mug. Life is tough. This work is tough, but so are you. You can do it. Keep going, keep doing it. Find ways to get involved, hear the stories with the work that you're doing to ignite that flame if you are starting to feel a little burnout. And then, you know what? If you get to the point where it's not filling your cup up, nothing you're doing's helping, then maybe it is time to look for another venture. And that's okay too. I saw something on LinkedIn about it was, us young folks are not staying put for long. And they were like, instead of being angry and upset about that, let's celebrate that those folks are growing and moving into different roles, So I think that's the biggest thing. This work is tough. It's not easy, but just keep going, and you got it, and it will all pay off in the end.
I love that. I love that. Where can people find you, Summer? Like, how can people continue to support as well?
Yeah, so our website is unitedwaygaston.org. Personally, I'm Summer Saunders Castle on LinkedIn. And I have Instagram and Facebook as well. Also Summer Saunders Castle. So yeah, would love for people to connect. And on our the United Way also has Facebook and Instagram, United Way Gaston, if you want to look us up on there and see all the good things that we're doing. Can I give a little plug?
Of course, please.
Okay, so we have two signature fundraising events. One is Jingle Bell Gents. It is called Jingle Bell Gents, but women are welcome. And we actually just hot off the press. I'll grab it. Got our invitations today, and it is at the Gastonia Conference Center. December the 2nd, Rod Smith is going to be our speaker, and it's a time of merriment and holiday fun. We have a chorus from one of the schools in Gaston County Schools that comes sing, good, yummy lunch, and we ask for folks to make a pledge to support our 21 agency programs. And then the second one, which is I shouldn't have favorites, but I will say on the podcast, I have a favorite. It's our ladies event, but also gentlemen are welcome as well. It's called Purse Power, and it will be March the 26th in 2026. And what Purse Power is we raise money for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, where we support that for children in Gaston County. We have purse raffles, and last year we had a Dolly impersonator. So loads of fun. So folks, put those on your calendars. If you forget, don't worry. It's on our social media. So if you follow us, you can find those there.
Summer, I appreciate you so much. And
I appreciate you.
We will definitely be connecting in person very soon because we're right here in the same backyard. I just want to thank you for your wisdom, for your heart, for your stories. You've shown that building these partnerships, building these long-term relationships have nothing to do with transaction. Right. It's about trust. It's about alignment. It's about that genuine human connection. And to everyone listening, take one relationship that you're nurturing right now, and I want you to think about how you can deepen trust, how you can share your mission, how you can approach it with more patience and purpose, because relationships, partnerships aren't just built in a day. they're built through consistency, through care, and shared belief in a cause.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Summer.
Yes.
We will be in touch soon.
Perfect.
And if you are new to the Podcastathon 2025, we've been rolling. And we have a special guest that's coming on. Look, this, I don't know if it's a technical mistake or my mistake. I don't know what it is. But look, we don't make mistakes. We turn everything into lessons, and then we're going to create the moment. So my girl Anissa has been in the back for 47 minutes on a completely different link, and that is completely my mistake. And I just want to say that I appreciate you for your grace, for your patience as we brought you on. And she is the CEO of Creative Capital Collective. Did I get that right?
Creative Collective Capital.
Oh my gosh. Creative Collective Capital.
Absolutely.
And she's doing some phenomenal work, and she's just going to bless us with her presence, give us a word. I want you to start with who you are, what you do, and can you give us 3 or 4 nuggets so that we can do it more effectively?
Well, I mean, your last guest, Summer, was that her name?
Yes.
Yes. She held the gold. She held the bag of gold. That is what it all is about, like almost everything she said. So I don't know what I can add on top of there, but but me, I'm Anissa Bray. I am 30 years in the music business and moved on into legislation, film, and all things entertainment, royalty, investing, so on and so forth. So that's what I do now. I help investors learn how to become executive producers confidently.
What does that look like? What does that mean when you talk about that work?
So investors are people too. So they want to entertainment has always been seen as something that's just kind of this blurry, foggy, out there thing. And so because of that, I had an experience where one of my friends spent 500,000 where he meant to spend 300,000.
Oh,
And
man.
he thought that was an all-in situation. And so that after years of financial literacy for creatives and really being on the creative in education side, I realized that the investors need to be educated as well. So that was kind of the catapult of Creative Collective Capital and Sound and Screen Finance, because I still have a heart for so many people in the filmmaking space. So I have been figuring out how to make this connection without really bombarding the investors, because you do have like a million filmmakers to one investor. And so as I am speaking and building relationships with investors, my whole point is to actually educate them. So I have lunches that I bring them to where they can network with one another. And then September, at the end of the year, they have one big educational day. So that's from 9 a.m., 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. They're learning from other executive producers and so on, like those that are in lawyers and CPAs and so on and so forth.
I wanted to bring Summer back up for one reason, because Summer is literally full of energy and she's an expert in being able to cultivate relationships, ask critical questions, but then being able to have someone dive deeper. And I want Summer to put you on the spot really quickly, because I would love in real time if all of the things that you talked about, you could implement. So rather than me being the one to ask all the questions and do all those different things, could you show us what a donor engagement in that initial relationship and interaction would look like, and then be able to create that dialogue between you and Anissa? And I think that would be amazing.
Wow.
You guys figure it out.
Okay. Well, Anissa, so nice to meet you.
You
Share me
too.
a little bit about your background.
So I I started on tour production for in the music industry.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my beginning. Worked very hard, moved here to Atlanta and became a personal manager for an artist. Did that all the way up until I would say 2011. And then decided that through experience, I feel like uh, creatives need to learn financial literacy.
Yep.
So I took a deep dive into financial literacy, and that's when I started getting sponsors. Because I was like, I went to all the banks and the CPA firms and the law firms, and can you guys come and teach?
Right.
And so they gladly did it. They gave of their time. And so that was the initial sponsorships. Meanwhile, I'm also getting sponsorships for tours. So I've worked with Yahoo Finance, Pepsi Entertainment, Enterprise. I worked with those companies because I was still getting sponsors for
Sure.
tours.
Sure.
And then I said, well, let me see how I can kind of catapult this over into that. And then bam, I got I met with one of my friends. He was already a friend of mine. And he told me that he lost this money. So I was like, okay, I see you guys need education too. So that's when I just started Sound and Screen portion as a project to educate the investors and how they invest in entertainment.
Wow.
So that's where I'm at now.
So that was some big names that you shared. So like with me, I was sharing about you have to get to the gatekeeper, like the execs, either their secretary, personal assistant,
Mhm.
whatever, to get in those meetings. So like how did you navigate that to even just get a meeting to be able to speak to those folks at those pretty large companies?
So for me, it is other people either giving it to me or now it's so simple. LinkedIn, I just jump on in. I reach to the CEO level. I usually tell him I started a podcast and Kyle knows we're in the same group. So I started a podcast just so that I can invite those CEOs to the podcast to talk
Smart.
about what they do. So I utilize the best thing that I can, which is helping them. But if I meet people in person, then it's easy because all I'm doing is being very inquisitive,
Right.
staying curious about what it is that they're doing in their life. I don't care what they talk about. I am going to find that link to what it is that, I like so that we can have a good conversation. And
Exactly.
then from that point, my whole mission is to have a relationship. It is all about the relationship with that person. So yes, if I find out what that investor, sponsor, fund, the donor, if I find out what it is that they want to implement or impact in society, that's all I need to know. And if there's a match, there's a match. If not, I will continue to have that relationship because I'm always going to meet someone
Right.
that will have an impact, especially in film. We have social impact, educational impact, cultural impact. On the film side, music is the soundtrack of our lives. So I always am running into the creative side, and it's just going to take my brain to oh, you're the right person for that, and
Right.
make that connection for them
But
and
that's
for
so
that investment.
true. You made a very good point. Like if you can find someone that might know them, and that is like so true. I didn't even think about that, but that's like so true. Unfortunately, we're in a world where it's like you got to know somebody to know
Right.
somebody, and that's why it's never a bad thing to make all these connections. Like even if someone does give you a no or they're indifferent, like you said, keep them on because they might know somebody else. Like I think
Absolutely.
back to my time at Queens, when I was doing admissions, it's like somebody might not need the education masters, but they might know somebody that does.
Right.
And because my interaction I had with them, and it's the same way too. So that's kind of one thing that I was sharing is like people remember how you make them feel. And so it is exhausting. I shared that too, but you almost have to always be on when you're at events like that because you never know if one, that person will come back around, or two, they know somebody they can refer you to.
Absolutely. Know, like, and trust is in every business. It doesn't matter if it's us or, any business. Know, like, and trust is what we're constantly told in our group.
Right.
So I've always had that. I've always been just like you, like a social person. In elementary school, my teachers were like, "She's a social butterfly. She won't shut up. She won't." So that was
Nothing
before
wrong
they
with that.
knew ADHD was a thing. I just was talking to everyone, and so that's just it ended up working out because I have conversations with so many people,
Right.
and that allows me also the superpower to take like deep dives and retain that information, and then someone in the future is going to ask me a question about like subatomic particles and I'm going to remember like, oh, this or religion or like it could be anything, entertainment. I got so much exposure going on world tours that I really get a chance to have empathy towards what people go through. I'm the person on tour that once I finish my job, I'm going to be out in the streets. And they always warn us like, don't eat street food. You can't do certain things because you will be sick. Everybody has a different gastro system for their country.
Right.
And so I really did. I was the one. I was going to get sick. I was going to do everything that I wanted to do because who knows when that experience would end. So relationships came from there too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm gonna chime in really quickly. One thing that I learned just from this interaction and dialogue, authentic engagement is critical.
Yep.
Authentic engagement in anybody listening is critical to you creating a foundation in a relationship that's meaningful.
Yeah.
Because I could guarantee if you all continue this conversation and
probably go on for hours.
And then there's a lot of opportunity for follow-up.
Yeah.
And then over time, there would be some type of engagement where one of you is giving time, talent, or treasure towards something.
Right.
And anybody listening, I wanted you to see this in real time. First, because I needed a little break. But then second, because authentic engagement is critical in developing relationships.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this book and this textbook, like how do I introduce myself or how do I actually get to know someone? The one word that's helped me cultivate and create powerful relationships that last is one word: curiosity.
Yeah.
I genuinely have to be curious and care about the other person's family.
Yeah.
I genuinely have to be curious and care about the other person's story.
Right.
I genuinely have to be curious and care about the other person's aspirations, desires, wants, and challenges. And I thank you so much, Summer, for indulging us and navigating that conversation. But Anissa, I appreciate your desire to continue to share.
Yeah.
Anissa, could you give us, if you had 60 seconds, just 60 seconds before we close, to provide encouragement, advice, or a word for those that are listening, what would be your word?
I would say that it's not just about the check. It's really about the impact that donor is willing to circulate his or their money in order to get that impact and alignment. Does that fit? Do we align? And if we don't align, do you align with someone I know so that I can impact that person? Because that's what I want to do. I want to impact and always put a smile on someone else's face. So, so for me, it's not always about the check, but if I can get a check for someone else, I don't mind that. And the fact that I normally don't ask for referral fees or anything in a like impromptu situation, it's all the better. I get real friends from that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anybody listening, I want you to take the nuggets that you've learned, the content that you've heard, and the wisdom that has been shared today, and don't just write it down. Be the person to apply it and practice it in your relationships, in your professional interactions and in the work that you're doing to continue to cultivate and build your village and turn your prospects into partners who believe in your cause. Yep. Ladies, I just want to thank you so much for coming on, showing out, and being able to share not just with your head and your strategy, but with your heart. Because I believe if we lead with heart, we can truly be able to transform people that are listening. That gives them the power to go transform their audience as well.
Absolutely.
If you are new to the Podcastathon 2025, we've been going. We just hit 6 hours, y'all. We just hit 6 hours. I am so thankful for every single speaker that's come on, for every single guest question, for every single person that's commented or engaged. I just am so thankful for you. And I'm so thankful for how this conversation has continued throughout the whole day. Again, I have a free gift for all of you. I promise I'm not asking to buy anything in the emails. I want to give you something completely for free. So if you just go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com, I want to be able to provide you a 5-day course via email that all you have to do is open your email, read the email for 3 minutes a day for 5 days consecutively. And it's going to transform how you approach fundraising, how you approach giving, and how you approach leadership. I can almost guarantee it. It's our experience in working with organizations around the world, and we want to be able to invite you on this journey with us. But look, it's 3 o'clock, and I am so excited to have this conversation. I'm ready for this one. I really am. You know, I've had a conversation with both of the women that will be coming up, and man, Carrie, you are a rock star. Like, you are a rock star, and Lakeisha, she has some perspectives and some ideologies that I feel like are going to ruffle some people's feathers, but I believe that it's going to be such an amazing dialogue. So once they get their camera situated and I can see them, I'm going to bring them up really quickly, because this session explores how to confidently and authentically make major gift requests. Like, how do you ask for money? Everybody wants to get money, but nobody's really comfortable asking for opportunities, asking for the person that you actually like to go out with you, asking that major company to sponsor your initiative. And I'm so excited for this conversation, because it's not just about how to ask, it's also what are the various things that need to happen internally that we can prepare so that we can be in position to have some of these fluid relationships and conversations as well. So I'm not going to spend too much time just talking about how excited I am. I'm just going to bring these two amazing people up. Let's do it. Carrie, there she is. Lakeisha.
Hello.
Hello, ladies. How are y'all doing?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
I am amazing.
Wonderful.
Can y'all hear me okay? Can y'all see me okay?
Yes. Yes.
I feel like, you know, it's interesting because most people that would be doing a stream all day would be worried about like their energy levels and all these different things. But my biggest thing preparing for this was Wi-Fi. I just wanted to make sure that my picture was clean and that my Wi-Fi wasn't pixelated and spotty. So I have literally like an Ethernet cable connecting all the way like downstairs and around the corner. It's the most interesting thing, but you know, you just got to work with it, because I owed the audience a powerful experience. So I appreciate both of you coming on. I'm super excited to have this conversation with you both. And there's like 4 decades of knowledge here. And I'm not trying to tell age. I promise. That was like, you know, it sounded better in my head.
Listen,
it sounded much better in my head. But I want to be able, before we get into all of the great questions that you'll be able to answer today, can you just introduce yourself without sharing any titles? And if you were to introduce yourself, somebody would be able to know what you did without you sharing what you did. Ooh, this should be fun.
Oh. It's a tricky one.
So whoever wants to go first.
Well, I'll start, I guess, if that's okay. I'm Carrie McCormick. I'm excited to be here. So thank you so much for having me. I caught the tail end of the other conversation, which was great, learning about authenticity, which is a major thing. And I'm glad, I hope these are recording, because I hope I can go back and watch some of them.
It is.
It sounds like you had some good conversations, but if I had to describe what I do, I feel like I get to the heart of what matters. And in addition, which really doesn't go to that, I feel like a matchmaker.
I like that. That's good. I like that. All right, let's do it.
So hi, Lakeisha Rios, and definitely excited to be here. I love your introduction of me, Kyle. I was like, oh, I wonder what I am going to say. But if I had to describe kind of what I've done, what I do, it would be someone who has a creative and innovative approach to building community, to advocating for community, to seeing people, not just in their representation and what they bring to the table, right? And our representative we bring to the table, putting our best foot forward, but just seeing people for who they are and the value that they bring, and sometimes bringing out things that they didn't realize was valuable.
We've had a lot of conversations today, and one of the most powerful quotes that I've heard today is, it goes back to an earlier conversation about the importance of being more without doing more. And that present-centered leadership gives us the ability to be able to transform our teams. Like, it's about presence before performance. And I believe that when we step into our ability to be a matchmaker, and when we step into our gifts, our talents, and our abilities to kind of take things outward so that we can be able to make it better, I want to be able to have a little bit of fun at the beginning of this conversation. I want to switch some things up. Okay. Why not?
That's right.
So, Carrie, if you were matching Lakeisha with anything, how would you do it? Like, how would you approach? I want to have like a tag team. You two are kind of going back and forth dialogue so that you can understand what you do, and whoever gets to the title of what that person does first wins. Let's do it. I don't have really rules, but I kind of want to just see how the dialogue would go for a second.
So if I'm getting to know Lakeisha, I want to know, I'm going to have a lot of questions and be very curious about your life in general. Like, what brings you excitement? What are things that, one of my favorites is, if you could do this in your sleep, right? Like, it's something that you love, you don't get paid for it, but it's something you're so passionate about. What are those things? What are those things that excite you?
And I think are you asking me to respond?
Oh, no, this is happening.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know I was, coming back with a question. That brings me excitement. If I could do it in my sleep, I think doing anything. I am a creative at heart, and I guess I'll kind of share that piece.
Absolutely.
Dance has been something that's always been a part of what I do, but I've also had this kind of, which also brings community, right? It is about engaging. It's about trusting others. Can be a very individualistic art form in some capacities, but it is also about trusting the one next to you, trusting people coming in, building this connection. Yeah. And especially when you go into the world of cultural dance, right? Which is something I currently do as well, that it is bigger than self. It is about a larger community. It is respecting the traditions of that community, which you may or may not be a part of, and understanding your space in that sense as well, when to kind of back up and just observe and respect, and when you are invited into that space. And I think that has translated into what I do as well, right? I really enjoy being in spaces, kind of seeing people be their best, seeing people be happy about what they're doing, enjoying what they're doing, really have a heart and passion for what they're doing. So if I can have fun, if I can kind of be able to share, and that it is a very reciprocal experience, it always feels good coming out of it, where I can learn and you can learn as well, void of title, void of status in every way imaginable, but just really being able to come together and experience each other.
So I'm excited to hear about dance. Can you tell me a little bit more about, like, were you a dancer when you were young? Were you a dancer, I mean, all growing up as you got older? Like, tell me more about that.
All the above.
All the above, okay.
So started dancing when I was 4.
Okay.
It basically started from a wedding I went to, family member's wedding. And my mother was like, no, we will not go through life looking like this. We're going to take you to dance class. But I was excited and had all the energy and just was loving whatever I was doing. And I look back on the video now and I'm like, what in the world? Thank you. I appreciate you. And that continued, right?
Kids on the dance floor are the best because they're like uninhibited.
Yes, we were enjoying our lives. My family was kind of like mortified as to what was happening on the floor. And I ended up going to dance school, really enjoying it to the point that my sister decided she no longer wanted to do it, but I continued, and well beyond my friends. Went to high school for it. LaGuardia High School Performing Arts, LAG, in Manhattan, New York.
And do you mind me asking if there's a certain style of dance you liked more? Like, were you drawn to one versus another, or
modern?
Modern, okay.
I just like the structure, but also the freedom that there was in it.
Okay.
And enjoyed it more when I got to, in a different way, when I got to high school.
Okay.
And kind of really learned a different style and technique. And that turned into going to college for it.
Nice.
And getting a degree in it. And just that, I mean, that's kind of where that piece came in, and it still lives on today. I primarily do West African. I'm a part of a West African dance company here in Charlotte, and
to see that.
I'll still perform and take classes on a weekly basis.
Okay.
Now, Carrie, first, I'm using some of these techniques. What were you looking for?
So I'm looking for, well, first, especially because I'm jumping into this, there's no background from my job. Like, I can't connect to anything. So I'm looking for to find out what excites her, what is, I want to learn all about her and be curious, find out anything. And what I'm looking for that spark of something that's she's truly passionate about. So anybody I meet is, where do I find that person can keep talking and they're smiling and they're so excited? And when I find that, it's then trying to align that and see okay, in my position now, is there something, do we have a mission where we're at, or an investment area that aligns with somebody's passion, where down the road we can explore that? But I'm looking for what excites the person I'm with, what speaks to their heart.
That's good. That's good. Now, Lakeisha, your turn. Let's do it.
All right. So, Carrie, understanding time is a commodity, right? It's something we can't get back. I'm curious, if time was not wasn't anything you were concerned about, if money wasn't anything you were concerned about, cost, if you could do what you loved every day, for free, what would that thing or things be, and with whom?
Good question. So I'm initially drawn to travel, which I'm sure is an answer, but it's one of the things that I did a lot through my childhood. And after college, I worked abroad, and I just love exploring new places and meeting new people. And if there was a whole bunch of money in my bank account and a job, I would absolutely love to be exploring so many different areas that I haven't been able to visit yet.
And what about the exploring piece or meeting new people kind of excites you? Like, what are you drawn to?
When I'm there, it's just like you learn so much about just things that are different than me in different areas and what's important. And I really love hearing that. Like when I lived overseas for a while and would meet all these different people, like, I don't know, learning their customs, learning their connections, and how they live their life has just always been something that's resonated with me, I guess, or makes me feel complete. I don't know, and energizes me. And I miss doing that. I definitely don't get to do it as much as I used to.
So it seems like you've kind of got this travel bug as a young child. Who instilled that in you? Like, was it something that your parents talked about or kind of just took you to?
You know what? It's funny. My family, we took small trips, but we didn't do large, trips overseas. The first time I ever was able to travel overseas was right after college. By myself with a friend of mine from school, not by myself, with a friend from school. And we did a work abroad. And it's just, I don't know, from when I was little, it was just something that I always thought about. I'd see pictures of different areas and see people and places and things I've never seen. And that really had me gain an interest. And I will say that when I went to college, I took an random class, art and architecture, which really had nothing to do with my major, but I was in it and I got to learn the history of the building and the building structures and how they made these churches and how they made these amazing things. And I just was fascinated by it. And I was like, gosh, I really want to see those in person too. So that probably further heightened my excitement. Yeah. And I love traveling. I don't know if I would pick one person, but my one best friend of mine is just similar in travel style. And when you travel, you definitely want to be with somebody that has the same kind of style as you do. Where when you're out there, are you the scheduled one? Are you the more adventurous one? And my friend's very similar in that we both are we like to plan, but we like a loose plan, and are more the adventurous of can fly by the seat of our pants too. So that to me makes it even better.
Oh yeah. Very, very important. Yes. And I'm slightly jealous because I've always wanted to live abroad and just kind of be immersed in the culture and just experience it in that way. How does that show up today in your being here? Because you're not living abroad, and how does that show up in your work with just engaging new cultures, new experiences?
I think it goes back to why I love what I do. It's getting to genuinely know people and understand their life, where they've come from, what they see in their future, and where they want to make an impact. All of that comes into the roles I feel like that we serve, and that's why I love what I do.
Lakeisha, what are you looking for?
I am trying to figure out the spark, right? What is the thing? There's a love and a passion for new, meeting people, being immersed in cultures, experiencing new things. And traveling abroad is very different than traveling locally, right? You're kind of meeting, there are new experiences, there are different things you'll never, if you go across the country, right? But being somewhere else in a place where it is not your native culture, it is not what you know, makes you step back and you kind of have to observe. And so now translating that into possibly the work that she does or how she approaches work, you kind of have to take that same approach, right? You have to take a step back and really kind of listen and learn and watch and observe what's around you, what's being said, because you may be missing clues or nuances, right? And it takes time to kind of figure that out. So I am trying to see the connection and how that experience and love really translate, even though it may not make any sense on the surface, but underlying kind of what is she saying without saying it.
Anybody listening in, I wanted to be able to create an activity and an engagement so that you can watch what the initial engagement oftentimes look like when we're building relationship. We're trying to, both of them said, I'm trying to find a spark. Carrie said, I'm looking for spark, what makes people smile, and then that passion that they have to continue to keep that conversation going. Both of them are leveraging the conversation, or really leaning into the conversation to identify alignment opportunities, but they cannot figure out where the alignment is if they're not listening to each other, communicate. So we have to be active listeners. Now, I appreciate you both so much for even indulging me in doing that activity on the spot. So now can we talk about the work that you do and how you're changing people's lives in the work that you do?
Sure. I don't know if you want to jump in. I so apologize. They decided they wanted to mow the grass and do lawn care on my block today.
Oh, good.
So if
Carrie,
you hear something.
Carrie, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go first. So, I mean, for me, we're looking for the impact that they want to create. And we're looking for, like when we're talking about what really matters to people, where do they, you find what they align with, like what do they want to be involved with? Is it a programming for me? Is it helping a person or a student? Is it helping a space? What is it that where they want to make that impact, and what do they want to grow from that? I'm sorry, I got a little interference here too, so I may have only heard part of your question, just to preface that.
Yeah. And
there's the mowing.
Just to recap really quickly for both of you, as we actually get into it, what is the work that you do? Now we can use the titles. And how are you leveraging that work to be able to transform other people?
How are we leveraging that work to transform other people? Well, for where I'm at, I am trying to create the number one student experience, and I'm not creating it, but we are trying to create the number one student experience. And how do we do that? We're going to look for people that have been here, had an impactful time while they were here, and want to help grow that mission even more. Well, maybe that the next person or student coming through here will have an even better experience. But once we find, whether it's for us, if we're looking at well-being on a whole, and we're meeting with donors that maybe when they were here had a time that somebody intervened on their behalf to help them emotionally and went through a program. And then we're bettering the lives. And when we're bettering the lives here, once they get out into the real world as well and into their careers, we hope that push that serves forward too. If I'm making sense, if I'm articulating that correctly.
Oh, no, definitely. Lakeisha, what about you?
I would say with the work that I do, working in leadership development spaces, whether that's with executives or that's with students, college students, and trying to find career paths and connections with their experience and getting to the next level, I'd say I leverage what I do in terms of transforming people to make sure that it is what it's centered on, what it's based in, the values, and that we are not just speaking great things, but people within your organization can actually feel it. They understand it, right? And that you are creating an environment internally that will then be felt in ripple effect externally. We often are trying to figure out, how do we provide great opportunities? How do we provide great services to our clients? And often kind of forget, are we doing that internally? Whether it's a one-man show that you are doing this, solopreneur, or you have team members, and how are you cultivating that, right? It's hard to kind of do a switch. It's hard to kind of be one way internally and be one way externally. And whether that is doing that with your organization, or that students kind of translating that from the classroom experience or a webinar or a seminar experience into, how do I now take the values and the skill set and the systems that I'm learning within class or on campus as a student leader and translate that into being a really productive and valuable team member when I go into the workforce. And so I am kind of helping in that gap, in that transition, as well as if I'm just helping an organization kind of figure out, how do you streamline, how do you really create great leaders and real leadership within your organization, looking through that lens before we even get to let's talk about the work or kind of translating or updating some of the tactics that you're using or want me to kind of review.
Of course. Carrie, this question's for you. What kind of research or preparation do you do before making a major gift ask? And how do you tailor that specific research individually to the donor experience?
Well, pretty much for research, I mean, you have to be very strategic. I always say you have to be strategic, you have to be a storyteller and kind of part counselor, right? Like you're a little bit of all those pieces. So prior, it's just when I know that I'm going to meet with somebody that has an interest, I am going to research everything from the history here to what they do in their career field to even giving history. So as much information as I can find out first. And then I always look at, like, when I leave that conversation, what it was my goal, like what did I want to accomplish from that meeting? So kind of work backwards, just like you would in life, right? If you have a goal, you know, like this is where I want to get, how am I going to get there? So from all of that research before the meeting, so when I go there, I can already have a little bit plan of some specific questions I may want to ask to start the conversation, of course. So of course there is all of that research. And then as the conversation develops and you have that meeting and you start identifying things that they do seem to get excited about, or there's a spark, then you're taking that and you're saying, is there something where I'm at where that aligns?
Exactly.
And then we're going to, again, start cultivating that and look into, you know, and the next process of how am I going to explain that more in depthly? How am I going to get them involved to see it? What are the other pieces I can connect them to? Because it's not just me. When a donor learns about it and they're excited and they come and they see something or they talk to somebody else, that's part of that. We get more excitement. We get a little bit more of that passion showing up before we ever get to the end of the line. And the end of the line, it really, to me, never stops. Because even if they become a donor, you know, the process afterwards continues on through stewardship and the impact that they created.
Of course. And this is going to be a twofold question, Lakeisha. I'm interested in you answering this one. And the work that you do, like, how do you, I know that you mentioned earlier that you work and consult with organizations on how to approach their own organizational goals and effectiveness as well. How do you do that work? Let's say I'm an organization that wants to work with you, that wants to implement this work. Where do you start, or where would I start in implementing the various results that you provide for organizations?
I think it's the same, in some respects, it's the same way that you would approach an outside organization, right? And you're going to make that ask. One, understanding your organization, knowing who your people are, knowing what they do, knowing what they're where they're at right now, especially if there's some change happening within the organization. Most times people fail to do that level of work. They fail to kind of think from that lens. They assume they know. And kind of, have you asked? Have you done any surveys? Like, what are the people saying? And taking a really honest look at it and kind of sitting with it, digesting it, to kind of see, are you meeting the people's needs? Are you where you think you are? Do they think you're doing what you say you're doing? And not trying to kind of massage it and make it feel like it is, or it's right, or you're doing it, like really getting an honest feedback. And then kind of sitting with it and go, what does it say to you? What are you seeing? Especially coming from as an outsider, of when I went to your website, this is what I thought your organization did, or this is what I assumed it did. When I asked around, these are what people were saying to me. Exactly. You're telling me something different. There's a disconnect. And so if I am speaking to your employees and they're saying something different too, there's the through line is missing. The thread is missing. We are missing the mark. And some of it is a heavy lift, right? Some of it is just, we haven't revamped what we've said we do or how we are going to do it in a really long time. Some of it is we did, but we just haven't communicated it right. Or people are not moving and doing it in the manner in which we assume they are. And so it's ensuring that from the top down, the messaging is clear, the messaging is the same, but also as you kind of get to some of those, you get through the line, understanding what it takes to do the work that you say that you're doing, and is there disconnect in that?
Of course. And we're going to do a quick rapid fire exercise. I'll put me in the middle because I'm going to go left and then I'm going to go right. And then I'm going to go left and then I'm going to go right. So this should be pretty fun. Carrie, to my left, what's one strategy you would teach a new fundraiser to make them more confident in their ask?
I always say just be curious and be authentic. And I don't know if that's a strategy, but it's so real. Like, I think, like, get out of your head and just be like, if you're in a normal conversation, how would you ask? What do you want to know? Because once you have that and the nerves, like if you're new and you're nervous about meeting people, like plan it out first, and that might give you a good starting point. So maybe that's what I would say, like map out your questions, do your research. So when you walk in the first time, you at least feel mentally prepared so you can naturally have some of those questions start flowing, and then the nerves will ease, and then hopefully the conversation will develop naturally.
That's good. Lakeisha, it's on you. Can you different question.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready for y'all. When you think about the work that you do, what is one strategy that organizations can implement so that they can be more effective?
Believe the data.
Talk more.
Believe the data. I think many times organizations do their follow-ups, they do their surveys, they try to find out, did it work? Did we hit the target audience? Did we provide the services that we said we were going to provide? Did they feel they gotten value for their money? And many times we don't believe the data. We believe, well, we did it, they just didn't understand, or we did our best. And kind of just doing that follow-up, doing the debrief, saying what you did well, what you could have done better, how do we make it better the next time? And finding, okay, where did we fall off, and trying to show your team that you appreciated the effort. Calling out doesn't mean degrading, right? Calling out and saying, okay, we missed the mark, who was responsible for this? And if you've created the environment where people feel safe enough to speak up and say, hey, this happened and I dropped the ball here, but I was trying to fix it on the back end. It wasn't obvious to the client, but on the back end, we knew what was happening. And I put these strategies in place. I put these procedures in place to make sure that it doesn't happen. It is helpful, and it creates it creates the environment internally that says, I'm allowed to be human. I'm allowed to make a mistake and own it. And then, but I know that I will have help figuring out how to make sure that we don't get there to that place again. But listening to the feedback and really kind of sitting with it, and not continuing to make the same mistakes or do the same thing again if it didn't work, if the audience that you were trying to service hasn't received it well.
Of course. Carrie, it's back to you.
Okay.
Walk us through your process from first meeting to final ask. And in your experience, which steps consistently make the biggest impact?
Okay. So first step would be discovery, what we call discovery. It's, learning about the prospective donor, what excites them, all of that history. So and discovery to me is usually one, sometimes two meetings, depending on how far you get along in that conversation, before you decide, have we found something? Is there a spark? And is there something aligned that we can move forward? And then the next one would be we call qualifying. Is this the right time for them too? Because timing can be things too. Where are they in life? If they're passionate about that, are they ready to learn more? Is this something down the road that, we just want to put in our back pocket for later? So we want to qualify, and then cultivation. And cultivation can last, I always say, depending on how, what priorities you're talking about, and how in depth we're getting for things, that can last, sometimes 6 months, sometimes longer. I've had a range depending on how ready those people are, right? But again, in cultivations where that real work of really, really getting to the inside is, and introducing them to the right partners and the right people. make sure you understand. After cultivation, I always get to kind of our ask and our proposal. So setting up our proposals, making sure they're aligned. I always say there should be no surprises when you get to the ask. I should have already realized where the capacity is. I want to sit down and it's just a natural flow into the ask, because we've already spent a lot of time figuring out where we're going, what that amount looks like, the impact they want to make. So we sit down with that. And again, it's just a natural flow into the ask. And after the ask, one of my favorite parts to me is the stewardship piece. And sometimes I know that I hope it's not forgotten, but it's so important, because when donors are giving from their heart and they're giving money to an organization, to something, they're not getting a physical object in return. You know, they want to know where did I transform something? Did I help a student? Did I help a program? Where did it grow? And it's that continued, and to see, like when you, especially like say it's a scholarship, you know, and you're showing them, sometimes they can meet the scholarship recipient and the excitement they feel that, wow, I really helped this individual. Hearing the stories, or coming and touring the new building and seeing the space they created and the students using the space and the clubs that are meeting there. So that stewardship phase, the last one, but I always say the most important and the one that continues on, to me is what really, really speaks to me. And I kind of gets to the heart of everything.
I love that. I love that. What do you think is the hardest step in that process, Carrie?
So it used to be, and this is for me, I guess people could be different, but I always felt like I would get into a friend zone. Because I like meeting and I love getting to know them, and we're helping them. They've got, and sometimes I'm working with parents that have students here as well. And it's like making that shift. So I've had to be very intentional about and go back and really look at the questions and making sure I'm 100% transparent all the time through of what my role is. Like, even though I'm getting to know them on a more like intimate level about what's really important, knowing that, you know, this is my role and this is what I'm trying to do. That was the most challenging thing for me to work through, I guess I would say, for that.
What did you do to work through that?
I had to really go back. I'm intentional in my outreach, like basically like even that initial one of being 100% like, this is what I do. And then sometimes what I've had to do as well, which I still do, is kind of what I always say, like kind of reset the dialogue. Like when I meet with them, like, hey, let's review what we talked about last time. Like I wouldn't say that, but last time we spoke about, that you were really excited about learning more about this space, and kind of almost giving a agenda before I start the conversation at that meeting. So making sure that I can hit all those agenda points I told them we were going to talk about as we sit here for an hour.
I hear a lot of that, and that's the reason why you're in leadership. It's that growth, it's that understanding of the process, it's that cultivation process, and it's similar to the work that Lakeisha is doing as well. And Lakeisha, this next question is for you. What advice would you give to emerging leaders about integrating strategic thinking, let's say partnership building, and equity-focused leadership?
Say in terms of the partnership building piece is kind of got to know when to pivot, right? I think many of us go into conversations, and depending on your previous experience, you're either going in kind of full throttle and it's like, whoa, back up. I don't know who you are yet. And in leveraging that relationship, and realizing it is an exchange. Yeah. And there are some people that already know you're coming to them because you have an ask. Mm-hmm. And that may not be monetary ask. It may be your social capital, maybe your access ask, or just your network. And so they're already expecting it, but it feels different when you come just kind of hey, I'm actually curious about what you do, where you're from. We may have some similarities in different things. We may have kids who are in the same age group, and how have you handled that? Or your kids may be older or younger, and I need advice on that. And that starts the genuine relationship. And you get a lot further when you can find a common thread, even if your circles may have never crossed. But you are intentional about building and developing that relationship. And so kind of being real with yourself first and honest with yourself about what do you want out of this? And how do you believe that they can help you? And once you kind of engage and interact with them, stating that, like, hey, I need a mentor. I'm really looking for someone to mentor me. I'm really looking for someone who can kind of share with me their knowledge and information about this space that I would love to be in or within this industry. And just kind of, I may be new to the city. I may be new to this field. People love to help more than you assume they do. Even if the spaces are tight and the opportunities are minimal, people love to kind of share what they do and talk about themselves and share what they've learned in ways that I think we sometimes think they are gatekeeping, and not everyone is. So once you figure that piece out, but then also realizing, and I definitely have been in spaces where I've had to state this beforehand, or I've had to realize for my own self, people are not a monolith. And so you wanting to kind of be in a space, making sure that the space that you're in, if you get there and you realize there's only one of, and one of, count the many one of things, how are you being intentional about ensuring that the space feels welcoming, that you are inviting new people into that space that do not look like you, haven't been where you've been, don't know what you know, or don't have access to what you have access to, but have bring value to it? And are you continuing to make them feel like they belong in it, asking them what they need, asking them what would make them feel like they belong? What happened in spaces that you were in previously that didn't make you feel like you belonged?
Yeah.
And not to be nosy, but to really understand what was the thing. Was there one thing, or were there many things? Have I been a part of cultivating that and I didn't know it? I didn't recognize it. And again, not making them the monolith or the resident expert in it, but really just being curious about it. I think just having diversity of thought, diversity of experience really just brings a wealth of value to whatever you are doing. I would say I want to make sure that I am not the smartest person in the room, that I have other people who are filling the gaps, the things that I don't know, the things that I can't get to, the things that I have no reach for, that I want to fill those spaces with people who do, because we are all now learning from each other. And I'm going to continue to help you grow just as you're going to help me grow.
I appreciate that so much, Carrie. This reminds me of something I wanted to bring up in the conversation about objections, right? Because we're always met with some type of barrier, some type of hesitation, some type of objection. How do you handle objections, hesitations, or sensitive topics during a major gift conversation?
Yeah. Well, I think first and most importantly is really listen and make sure that they feel heard, that you have heard what their objection is or what they're upset about. Acknowledge it. If they're upset about something and there's next steps to take, like do those, and so that they understand that you really care about whatever is on their mind or upsetting them, and you're going to take the steps to overcome that. If it's an objection about, like, listen, the ones that I get a lot are, I don't know if there's enough, I can give enough to make the impact I want. And then, you hear that, but let's break it down. Okay, let's break down what impact would you get for this, and really look at the numbers to show them that you're still going to make an impact. No matter what that size is, you're still affecting the lives of the students here, and you're still growing that mission, and really sitting that down. So again, with objections, understand it, hear them, and just don't try to jump too quickly past it into the conversation back up money. Feel valued, heard, close up any gaps that you see before resuming the conversation to overcome it. And I also believe in being 100% transparent that's one of my biggest things. If there's something we can't get past, let's say somebody, I've had a donor that had a great experience, but their child had some issues and some things they were working through. And it's just being transparent about where we're at and can we get past that? And it's okay. If we can't, it's okay. But let's have an honest conversation of what we're doing to try to get to where we want to get to.
Let me ask you both this question. What's a personal habit or a routine that keeps you grounded yet effective in the work that you do that you'd like to share with others?
Grounded and effective. Well, I think what keeps me grounded is, again, goes to when I see the difference that people have made. And I realize like sometimes we can get caught up in like numbers and what we want to make and what we need to do. And then when you take a step back and you really see something come to fruition, or you see the tears of a child that like was able to come to school that wouldn't have been able to be here for it, that really keeps me grounded in what I'm doing and the work I'm doing. And then it helps me, I think, probably become more effective down the road because I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. But strategically, I do try to get up early. I'm not a morning person, but I have found that getting up at least an hour before I come here, that helps me become effective when I can knock out some things before I get in.
I love it. What about you, Lakeisha?
I think it is something I've had to think through differently in the last year. More so than I did in the last 5 years, right? Just kind of reevaluating and switching gears. And I think even more so with the board's work that I do currently, I've had to remind myself, one, I belong in the space. I've earned the right to be here. I've done the work to be here, and I don't have to quantify or qualify myself with others, right? And it's kind of a level setting space. I used to say, oh, dealing with imposter syndrome. And I remember hearing someone say, imposters don't believe that they can't do it. That's the whole point of an imposter. They believe that they are who they say they are, even if they aren't who they say they are, right? And so we've kind of twisted that term and made it into something else. And so I've had to kind of remind myself, no, you belong in this space. And so what power do you bring to it? It's also the things you speak to and you challenge people with the work you do. And so kind of reflecting the mirror back on self of what you do and who you are and how you show up matters. And I think in the being effective piece is owning it, right? Being honest about it sometimes, that where you are in the space, but also being reminded of the power in the work and the work ethic and all the things, the resilience, all the things that got you here, that you are going to need to get you to the next space in some way or another. And what additional tools do you need to put in your toolbox as you go along? And what are some things that you need to put to the side because they are no longer useful in this season? And so just constantly reminding myself of that. In some days and some seasons, it's not as much of kind of having to say that. You just walk in with confidence, knowing that, you're here. And now how do I be effective? And so it is figuring out, because they're not always equal, the balance. It's a balancing act that is never equal. In some ways you are trying to maintain the effectiveness, and how do I be effective in this space? Because I know that I can do what I'm called to do here. And balancing it.
Carrie, if you could give somebody a piece of advice that would have helped you earlier on in your career, if you would have known that, what would that piece of advice be?
I would say, for me, I think I got caught up in and I'm going to piggyback off of what Lakeisha said about imposter syndrome, because I think that's a real thing for some of us, especially when we're starting something new. We feel we're not good enough. I mean, that's how I did. Like, oh my gosh, when I first started out, I haven't done this. And so I love your definition of that. So thank you for that. Anyway, it's just reminding us that we are here for a reason, and there's skills that people saw in us, even if we're just starting out, that they see are going to make us successful. But for that advice, I would just say, don't look so much, because we all have these metrics that we're judged by at the end of the year. And I think, and I got in my head of like having to reach this goal. And I want to remember and have people say that, don't like, yeah, you got to remember that and know that that's there. But if you really just focus on being true to yourself, being authentic, and building those relationships, because relationships will ultimately build trust, and that trust will build that generosity. And in the end, you will make it, but focus on that and don't lose sight of that, because that's always been important to me. But I feel like it's easy to kind of lose sight of that when you first start out and you're not as confident and you're looking at things you're going to be measured by, and realizing that's not why we do what we do. We do it because of the impact and how it makes us feel, and remembering to build those. So,
Lakeisha, same question. What's a piece of advice that you would give your younger self that you wish you would have learned?
A pivot is okay. A transition is okay. Some pivots are larger than others, but it doesn't mean failure. Sometimes it just means you finally got it, or it was time to change. Like, you needed this piece of the story. You needed this piece of your experience, the work that you've done, in order to do the next thing. It may not make sense. It may not make sense to others, but it's necessary. And so don't get lost or kind of a little dazed by how do these things work.
Of course.
It's going to, and it's never too late. It's never too late. I remember telling myself at 24, I'm too old to go back and finish my degree. And I believed that for a long time. Yeah. And I worked in different ways to do it, but it felt like it never would happen. Yeah. And multiple degrees in between, certificates, all the things in between. But the day I crossed the stage with my actual undergrad was almost 20 years difference. And old me would have been like, what the hell? Why did it take so long? What are you doing? But life was happening, and all of that experience, all of that time in the middle has served me in what I now do. Now I use that to speak to the things. And had I not had that, I wouldn't be able to speak to adult students in the way that I've been able to speak to adult learners. For those who have transitioned, I wouldn't be able to have the conversations that I've had. And so, yeah, just like, it's all useful. It may not feel it in the moment, but it will all be useful. What are you going to do with it?
That is, both of your perspectives are very enlightening. And for anybody listening, and again, whether you're listening to the live or the recording, I want you to take one conversation that you're nurturing and think about how you can deepen trust. I want you to take one relationship that you're building, and I want you to align your approach with purpose. I want you to make your ask, whatever that ask is, both confident and authentic. And remember that the most transformative contributions that we can make in life are when relationship, vision, values, leadership, and just moral character intersect. And ladies, you've reminded us that when we approach fundraising and mission-driven organizations with intentionality, with equity, and with care, we don't just secure major gifts, we create lasting impact in the people that we were supporting. So I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for inspiring us to lead with heart, for leading with strategy, but then also being courageous. Where can people find you all online?
Well, definitely on LinkedIn. You can find me under Lakeisha Rios currently, just for kind of anything that I have been working on. Yeah, and staying connected there is probably the best way right now to do that.
Perfect.
Yep, same for me. LinkedIn is probably the best way to find me and stay connected.
Perfect. Ladies, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
If you are new to the Podcastathon 2025, we've been going for 7 hours, y'all. We've been going for 7 hours. There's been just amazing conversations today, from strategy, from leadership, from emotional intelligence, from fundraising, from giving, from AI, from how to attract your people through powerful branding and marketing, vision with balance, and how empathy and power can heal American organizations, and so many fun topics that we've been talking about. And our next conversation is going to be with two exciting leaders. They're doing some amazing work in their field, and they're changing the game in how we approach business as a whole. So we will be back here at 4 o'clock in 4 minutes. We'll be back here. We're going to take a quick break. And we'll be back here in 4 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. And we are back. We are back. This is session 8. Oh my gosh, we've been going for 7 hours. Welcome to the Podcastathon 2025. My name is Kyle King. I've been the moderator and the host. I'm the founder of the Culture Lab. And if you're new to this, if you're new with us, the goal of our organization is to be able to create ecosystems and environments for people to thrive. All day, we've been having conversations with leaders in their various fields. We opened the day up with Vision with Balance, how empathy and power can heal organizations. Then we continued with Leading with Heart and Strategy. How do we develop teams through emotional intelligence, the culture of AI, and building organizations that think, not just implement? And then what is the story behind how we build success? How do we attract our people through powerful branding and marketing? And then AI for impact. How do we use artificial intelligence to drive social change, social good? And then in our last few conversations, in our last 2, we talked about building your village and how to turn prospects into partners who believe in your cause. And then we just finished up having a phenomenal conversation about the art of the ask and turning relationships into major gifts. Look, we are at 4:00. And I'm very excited to go into this conversation because 2 of the people that we'll be listening to today and learning from today are seasoned professionals, seasoned leaders, and have results to be able to back up their success. We're going to be focusing on stewardship phase of fundraising, but then also how to build long-term donor loyalty. One of our guests that will be coming up here shortly has built a career on implementing processes company-wide that has not just transformed ROI, but also transformed people. Like, how do we personalize our stewardship at scale? How do we design follow-up systems that deepen trust and engagement? What happens after the gift? And how do we develop leaders within our organizations that can take what we're doing, what we're learning, and be able to disperse it amongst our teams and amongst our followers? So I am just, again, y'all know I've been excited all day, but I'm so excited for this conversation with Anna and Brooklyn. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you guys doing today? Thanks for having us.
I'm amazing. Anna, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
I'm glad you're feeling better. We missed you last week.
Thank you. It's back school germ season.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's that time of the year. It is definitely that time of the year.
One sick kid and then it's spread.
Oh no, once one gets sick, the whole household gets sick. It's like, oh my gosh. Questions for you both. And let's get this party started today. Who are you? If somebody was to ask you to describe yourself in one sentence, what would you say?
That's such a good one. Brooklyn, do you want to go first?
I can go first. I would have to say that I am a mustard seed.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Through and through.
That's good. That's one sentence. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hard one to match. I'm thinking over here 2 things: fierce and advocate. So I am a fierce advocate.
That's good. I would say that I'm a coffee bean.
A coffee bean? Did I need to be a seed?
That's good. I would say that I'm a coffee bean. I heard a story a while ago, and it talked about how when you put a coffee bean in the boiling water, it changes the water rather than the environment changing the coffee bean. And I try to step into spaces and change environments and change people. So how I approach education when I was teaching and when I was leading was, how can I change this ecosystem or this environment for it to be better when I leave? When I come on these shows, how can I ask a question so that they could give an answer that can change an audience member? How can I show up in spaces and truly produce change? And that leads me to my first question for the both of you. But Brooklyn, I'd love for you to be able to answer this first, because we've had plenty of conversations about this. What is one change in an organization that you've made that you're most proud of?
Oh, yeah. Talk about putting me on the spot right away from the jump. Thanks, Kyle. I would have to say I am most proud of working with descendants in corporate America for a long stretch to get them to donate the first parcel of land here in Kalamazoo County that we have an actual site attraction called the Kalamazoo Air Zoo. And it was the very first parcel of land that has not been sold over, since 1912. And it was the very first parcel that we had sold. And it took me about 4.5 years to work on.
That's
And
good.
once we sold that for only $1, just a simple dollar, it opened up the doors to a lot of economic growth here in Portage, Michigan. So that's very nice. And it's something where I go to chamber meetings all the time and people are like, oh, hey, there's B, the infamous B, the one that got that land for $1. But it takes a team, it takes a village. And I had a village behind me. I just was spearheading it. So, but
Of course. I appreciate you sharing that, Brooklyn. I never even knew that. That's powerful. I appreciate that. Anna, what are you thinking? What's a change that you've been able to make that you're most proud of?
I would have to say at my current employer, I'm the first corporate philanthropy officer that's ever been hired. I was the 4th hire on our team. And I think through just influence and sharing best practices and being very collaborative, every time I bring an opportunity to the table, it's welcomed and well received in terms of like, let's execute so that we can build the infrastructure for a 20-year organization to receive corporate philanthropy gifts and to actually be known as a nonprofit organization that needs and has the need and has the process in place to receive corporate funding, particularly over the last 5 years. I've been with my team 3 years this upcoming Thanksgiving. So I think I'm very proud of that. It kind of gave me the indication that that's why they wanted me to come over. And I'm like, oh, we're just going to take all of Anna's ideas and try to put them in place. But, and then at my previous job, I think it was that's where I actually got the tagline, Amazing Anna. Because I'm naturally so resourceful.
Yeah.
I would inherit either relationships or partnerships that were being underserved or overlooked, and or that they were just unhappy customers with us, and kind of taking it to the opposite, right? In terms of making them happy customers, returning customers, and really addressing their needs. So.
Well, let me ask you this, because we just had a question come in for you, Anna. How can nonprofits build long-term relationships without making donors feel like they're only being contacted when money is needed? And Brooklyn, if you have insights on that question, I'd love to hear your answers as well.
That's an excellent question. And I think for me personally, I've only been in the fundraising space for the last 5 or so years. So by default, the majority of my career in workforce development and leadership development within the nonprofit space has been on stewarding relationships and partnerships that generate revenue. So I always see it as the relationship first, in that the output is the revenue. Like, we're not going to be able to ask people that are not aligned, that don't know us well, that have us miscategorized, right? They think that we do this when we really do this, without having that trust and without having the relationship. So for me, it's as simple as it sounds. It's about listening to the nonprofit or the prospective funder, obviously doing your research in terms of what is it that matters to them, what is coming up for them on the horizon. Are they growing? Are they retracting? Are they trying to be more tech savvy? Are they trying to do more with less? And then I think it's the human beings that you interact with, right? I just had a stewardship call, and it was more focused on, like, as people, what are we seeing? What are we feeling in our day-to-day? And remembering those things, right? I like to engage funders the last outreach I want to do is the actual ask, right? Because I'm like, I'm thinking of, I saw an article and I'm thinking of you, or I recall you said X, Y, and Z during the last conversation. How is that? So that follow up, and just demonstrating to them that you are listening to them and that you care for them as people, not just what they can offer you. I think that's what's important, because once you have that trust and those open line of communications, that completely can shift a relationship.
This next question is for you, Brooklyn, because you've built a lot of processes and you are an expert in being able to take an idea, develop a process, identify personnel, and scale it organizational wide.
Mm-hmm.
How do you approach developing intentional processes that just make organizations better?
Working backwards. I mean, almost everything I've ever done for system implementation, deployment, succession planning, you really need to know every process, every person, every direction that you need to go. But it's not as simple as taking it from the front end going forward. A lot of people out there are front end users. And for me in particular, I'm a back end user. So I start with your end result, work your way backwards, and test that theory, working your way again forward. That has been pretty much through and through in my 26 years of experience. Every single process, every single standard, every single deployment, implementation, etc., has been that way alone.
Can you talk to me? Let's say I'm not gifted in the way that you're gifted.
Mhm.
Let's say that, I'm new to this, but I want to be able to do what you do.
Okay.
Can you talk to me about some things that I would need to either learn or implement or be able to do differently so that I could be able to approach work from kind of a perspective of backwards designing?
Yeah. So a lot of it, like even in HR, we call it reverse sourcing or reverse hiring, same exact philosophy. You know your end goal, you know the job description, you know the talent, the strengths, et cetera, that you're looking for. I think the very first thing for me, Kyle, especially in corporate, because I spent my first 20 years in corporate, is really knowing your accountability and the consistent stewardship amongst your team. It's all about collaboration. If you're not a high collaborator, you really need to start deepen the trust within your team and long term. It could be a long-term project, long-term donor engagement. Either way that you're looking at it, you really need to know every key player amongst that team. So if you were to take, let's say, one of my 2 deployments for SAP at Pfizer, it is knowing those key players. The first go around in 04, 05, I had no idea who anyone per se was, but pulling 66 people off of their role and being able to backfill them. I don't know who those leaders are, who is the next up and coming leader, but the team lead that I'm pulling for that project, they do. They can backfill it. They know who is their strong lead. Also, I think a lot of people have a misconception when it comes to system implementations that it's just, a person in that seat and a body in that seat. It doesn't work like that. You really have to be skilled. I was fortunate enough to have IBM teams to be able to bring my experience even farther than where I'm at today. But I was able to lean on them when need be. Pulling 70 people off a job to be able to deploy a 2.5-year platform is a big deal, but you also have to be able to move steadily and move that needle with every cross-divisional team seamlessly. And
That's
it's
good.
something that, coordinators, project managers, I'm a project manager by trade before I ever fell into HR. And that's really the success of working my way backwards, figuring out all the components that you need, and then having a stellar beta testing collaboration team, and then having your expert team too, because it's not just a one and done. You shut down a facility 2 weeks later, you're back up again. You better have a call center to fuel that. And it's an amazing process, but it's also very experience based too.
That's good.
Mhm.
And I have a question that came in for you as well. What does genuine stewardship look like in 2025? What are donors actually expecting beyond the thank you email?
Yes.
I think I'm getting all the difficult questions, even though I love hearing about your experience, Brooklyn, because I was
Sorry, Anna.
the only reason why I know about Kalamazoo is because I actually tried to recruit talent there when I was at Inroads for Pfizer. Because I was like, I need to look this place up. Is this real? So this is like a boomerang moment here for me. So loved hearing about that experience with Pfizer for you, Brooklyn. I think donors are looking for transparency, and it is often difficult to navigate transparency because you don't know how it's going to be received. Particularly, like I'm completely virtual, right? So my days of being able to engage people and just show up in their office are non-existent, right? So it has to be driving impact, being transparent. When you don't have the answers readily available to their questions about, well, what is my investment doing? Or, I noted this particular line item in the report you sent and it doesn't match. Like being able to tell the story. Well, this is where we're at, right? And we need a little bit more time. Or we did some research, right? Or some analysis and realize that these are the trends, the hiring trends, right? Or what's happening in a particular hiring industry that are impacting our ability to generate internships for our young adults and or to get career accelerating opportunities for our young adults. So I think outside of the thank you email, which, has to be very customized to that particular funder, they are expecting that. I want to say that the other thing that I have seen you utilize a lot are video testimonials, infographics. I'm seeing a lot more use of infographics and video testimonials for within the philanthropy space, period, right? And for me, it's like, well, what particular pieces of that story do I know is going to resonate with a particular funder? Whether it's a funder that cares about HBCUs or a funder that cares about HSIs, is it someone that is it a funder that's particularly focused on the engagement or just how many lives are we touching? So being able to distinguish what those factors are per funder, and then of course utilizing the resources available in terms of tech and innovation and what your marketing teams are capable of is trying to meet them there, which can be tricky sometimes, right? But you have to learn to navigate in terms of like having those testimonials and those student stories. Our organization is very well known for the coaching model that it implements with the work we do with young adults. So one of the things that I've consistently brought to the table is we need to be sharing more of our coaching. Who are our coaches? Why do they do this work? As industry experts with years and years of experience, why do they then come to nonprofit to then coach and develop the next generation of leaders within that particular function, within that particular industry, or that particular job? So that is something that we've been doing more and more of, particularly this calendar year, so that it's not all focused on the recipient, but like who are all of the players that also make this work real and impactful. And for us, it's the coaches, right, that are working directly with our young adults.
Now, Brooklyn, this question's for you. I got a challenging one for you too that came in. You talked about earlier that you grow teams and deploy in various aspects of the work that you do. How do you balance personalization with scalability? In other words, how can smaller teams maintain authentic, ongoing relationships without burning out?
Yeah, that's a great question. And kind of to Anna's previous point, I agree with her 100%. Transparency is the number one thing people are looking, but a close second to that, I think, is honesty. If the donors know exactly the position of where everyone is at, you're probably going to have higher donor retention because it comes down to speed, specificity. Also, it's going to be ownership as well. So as long as you have that, it could be a same day personalized acknowledgement. It could be that dedicated internal. I, in fact, just had that recently in my own community where there wasn't a dedicated internal ownership. And I was like, well, who do I contact if I want to up, maybe 125 is not enough. Like,
Yeah.
what if you want to add more? So those are all hitting the same exact chord. But I think really to Anna's previous point, and I want to touch on that real quick, Kyle, I really do believe in this day and age in almost anything, it's transparency and honesty that really gets you far. And then building into small teams, I think that's what we do really well. And, you know, I have a small HR technology firm here in Michigan. And with our small firm, those two core values are at the very top of our core values because it's what we sustain our current clientele, but also it is what we're putting out there. You guys both earlier heard me say I'm a mustard seed. It's in my bio. It's in everything I do. It's ingrained in me and my heart in the way that I've gotten that from my higher power. I always will remain a mustard seed, showing a light to everyone out there. People are going to gravitate towards it or they're not. In building and curating small teams is easy for me when you're genuine and you're really your authentic self.
That's good. Anna, we coming back to you now. You know, and it's interesting.
I think I'm ready.
Brooklyn, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, but the question is, if an organization wanted to improve donor retention starting tomorrow, what's the first step they should take after a gift is given?
Acknowledgement. I mean, some of the things seem very, very basic, but people, especially when we consider, I think you said, Kyle, you've been doing this for 7 hours today. You've been sitting in front of your computer, engaging with people, and you're not in a room, you're not in a shared space, right? And it's like you're moving from one thing to the next. And people want to feel heard and seen.
Yeah.
And I think that oftentimes we get stuck with it has to be perfect, or it's not my job to do it, it's someone else's job to do it. But for me, it's like, well, how can I enable whomever's job that is to quickly acknowledge a gift, right? And respond and say, you know, I've received this. Delighted to receive your gift. Give us a day or two to circle back with a formal acknowledgement. So I like to kind of be honest, right? In that exchange, in terms of like, give me the time that I need to get you a formal acknowledgement. In essence, that response, that immediate response to them is an acknowledgement of their gift. And then you send them, you know, on the letterhead with a personalized message, with the PDF document that they need for their files. Then you send along the message with all the bells and whistles. But it's that acknowledgement. And then also one of the things that I've also realized, particularly when the fundraising team is not as close with the direct service team or the program teams, is then sharing that news with all of the people whose work that impacts.
That's good. That's good.
It's all about connecting those dots, right? Because if I can get or quote a coach or a program lead or a recruiter or someone that's working directly with the students in my formal acknowledgement, then that is even more than me just saying thank you on the receiving end, because that's my job, right? But then I do try to connect those dots for folks in terms of like, you know, this is an incoming gift for this particular cohort or for this particular project. I'm going to be in the process of formally acknowledging this donor, you know, any thoughts or words that you can share with me. So that's how I rope people in, because it's not just me as the fundraiser. I'm just on the receiving end. My job is to just go out there and find it and keep them happy so that they can continue to support our projects and our work.
That's good. Brooklyn, I feel like you had something to add. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Anna is saying. I think the personalization at scale, you know, without the burnout is key. You're working in a lot of different, you know, CRM driven workflows, automations, different frameworks. I think making sure that you have those pre-built before anything launches, and then having that tiered effect, you know, the tiered stewardship tracks, being able to really just have those introductions, those referrals, any digital responses that you can go ahead and give that doesn't seem highly automated is going to be better. We always call that high impact 45-day stewardship framework, where you can do like a personalized leadership video. You can create an impact story, or maybe the outcome. I like the outcome snapshots personally, because it's like, where did this go? What was it used for? And then you could see it in the community and the public. So for me, it holds better weight when it's an outcome snapshot, like last year, and we want to double it this year. Well, that gets me moving. I don't know about y'all, but I start moving. And also a lot of things at the core and the heart of everything that we do. You know, I'm a very core value, but also a mission based. So if you're mission aligned, that invitation or even behind the scenes experiences, that's going to also hold a lot of credibility, but at the same time, it will bring in even more donor as well as retention. So I look at that because I have that systematic brain to it, is how can I make this easy, but also user friendly, so it doesn't appear as if it's automated responses, but then how am I able to blend in the mission, the engagement, and the outcome expectation full circle?
Let me ask you both this. If you, most of the conversations that we've had today have been very tactical in nature, and then some theory and some philosophy, but many people had nuggets to be able to give for their earlier selves. If you could give an advice to the 21-year-old you that's just getting ready to graduate college, that's getting ready to go out there and transform a company or an organization or fulfill their passion or purpose, what would be your advice for them right now, so that they can be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are in front of them?
Follow your heart. I think that's I think more often you know what drives you, what motivates you and gets you moving. As Brooklyn just said, you know, that gets her all jazzed. And sometimes we're caught up in, well, it has to be linear and it has to follow a certain path. And that could be detrimental. I think you have to find joy in what you're doing. You have to really, I tuned in earlier, Kyle, and I want to say it was Kim who said something about how she was able to be as successful both professionally and personally because she knew herself and she had done that introspective work. And I think when you're just getting out of college or just pursuing your first job, or you navigating what that looks like, you haven't done so much of that. It's more of like the textbook and the college and the classroom learning. And I think it's spending time and really uncovering, like, what are the things that motivate me? When am I the most happiest? What are the skill sets and the competencies that just are natural to me and ingrained in me because of who I am? I love how Brooklyn has come back to the mustard seed part, because she says it's what sustains her organization. She answered your first question about her identity using that same response. It's a mustard seed. So to me, that signifies, and I'm sorry, Brooklyn, I'm using it as an example, right? As a live example. Like, that has meaning to her. She has sat with what that statement is, what that identity and label is. And it's a part of her business. It's a part of her work. It's how she motivates people. It's how she identifies herself. And I think as young adults, if we were to do just a little bit more of that internal homework, it will bear us out, much better as it relates to identifying careers and jobs and opportunities that are the right fit.
Yeah.
That's good.
And it's kind of funny that you say that, Anna, because you talking with you for just a half hour now, you already understand who I am as a person, and it is ingrained in me. That's how I was raised. I mean, I come from a complete family of educators. I'm the only one in business. So for me, it is important that everyone has a clear understanding of who we are and who we represent, but everything is mission focused. So
how do we ensure that we as individuals and professionals are aligned with the mission of either the organization that we're working for or the organization that we're building on our own?
I think that really comes with high drive. Like again, what Anna had mentioned, what is the core? What is the center of your focus? Because everything that you're doing leads into that. You really have to be 100% on board, not just, oh, maybe sorta, or I'm in an 80-20. That's not going to work. It's going to emulate in everything that you do. You know, for me, building structures, workflows, accountability frameworks, all of that make everything we do sustainable, including the mission-driven work we do in working with donors as well. I think honestly, a lot of organizations today, I have a lot of lean in my background too. So when you think of, lean, being more agile and lean has had many benefits. Like if you were to ask me that question of what would I tell my 21-year-old self, I would only tell her one thing, and I just realized it this year. And that is, I would have went to become an attorney at 21 years of age and followed it all the way through, because I am just down to research 24/7 in everything I do. Our world in HR is not subjective. Nothing is subjective. Everything you're doing is backed by data, analytics, proven methodology. It's not just a thought or an idea. You have so many countless hours you need to put into the methodology itself before you ever launch it. And I think it's the driver in each person that really will hold a candle to themselves to go from conception to completion. And I'm a conception to completion gal through and through. I don't deviate from the plan.
What are your, and I want to chime in on this because I'm a conception to completion as well. I'm more so of I'm going to complete it after I've already launched it.
That's fair.
Like I have this great idea. Let's just go ahead and do it. Let me tell some people so that I'm held accountable to doing it. And I'm going to just figure it out on the way. But I find that you are very methodical though. And when things launch and all of the different resources and things that you need to have in place, can you talk to people like me that are jump out of the window and build the plan on the way down, and why sometimes that can be risky business in business?
Yeah, I think the hundreds and hundreds of system implementations and deployments that I've done allows me to work with visionaries that do want to jump and they're ready to go from P to Z. And I'm like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. I mean, we're going to have some fallout if we're not careful.
Yeah.
And those experiences definitely make you resilient to be able to see it through. But here's the biggest thing that I can give as a takeaway on this one, Kyle. I don't believe in Band-Aid fixes. That's why I'm so systematic and very heavy in the method in which I use at hand. The reason for it is if you're using a Band-Aid, what ends up happening is any workaround, any Band-Aid, any immediate instant fix, once you rip that Band-Aid off, it's going to cascade all the way down to ground and it will fall apart if you do not.
Broken underneath the Band-Aid.
Nope. I don't believe in Band-Aids. That's the very first thing I say in every project launch too when I'm working with a group is, if you believe in Band-Aids, I'm not your gal. I really am not. Because here's the problem. Once you throw in one, then all of a sudden you're getting ready to deploy and you have 75 different Band-Aids and they're all going to just domino effect. Fall apart,
That's interesting. What's your perspective, Anna? Same question.
I'm not quite as structured as Brooklyn. I'm noting. I have some more years of experience to catch up on, but I'm also not as risk averse as you, Kyle. So I'm somewhere in the middle, right? So it's like, do I have enough? Do I feel comfortable enough with what I have?
That's good.
So it's really that gut check, right? Because I'm not as risk averse naturally. So it kind of bleeds into myself professionally in terms of like, am I going to do this? Okay, let me go back to my list. Let me check off. Have I checked all, the data points are correct? Can I fine tune the language? Is this impactful? I will ask for, a blind check from a colleague or someone else who's nowhere near connected what I'm doing, but I'm like, this is the idea, or this is what I'm trying to drive home. Is the following example, does that do that for you? So for me, it's not as extreme on either end, because for me, it's like, I want it to work, and it's very much connected to brand. So it's like, do you want this to fail? Or like, what's the probability that this is not going to be a good thing? So I go through those motions of just making sure that, when I'm going to put my name on something, or when I'm going to, press the green light and it's like a go, that I'm 100% comfortable with that. Even if it's not 100% of the way there in terms of development or just being completely operational. But I have to be comfortable with that, because if not, then some people are fueled by that adrenaline. Like, oh my God, I jumped out of the plane and I'm still flying it. Not I. I want to
I think Jim Collins said it. I believe it's in his book, B 2.0. I mentioned the book a little bit earlier. I believe he said that get 70% of the idea together and then make a jump. And I love how he put it in his book, and he pretty much, and this concept is talked about in a lot of different books that I've read, but how he described it is essentially a lot of organizations are, their productivity, their performance is paralyzed because of this idea of having all of the answers, all of the strategies, all of the things, trying to be perfect. And instead, he found it more effective when we do take that risk or that jump or commit to that thing with 70% of the data, and then being able to make that intentional decision. And then you leave room to be able to be innovative or leverage the experience or leverage the data as a part of that conversation or as a part of that project or that experiment. And I think that's how I am. I think, kind of going back to Brooklyn's point, I believe that I could pull off the Podcastathon in 2 weeks, because for the last 100+ days, I've been podcasting every day. So I knew that as long as I could have the people that showed up, then I know I can maintain and hold conversations for 9 hours in a given day, because I love people. I love asking questions. I'm curious. But then it was all of the other back end stuff, like follow-up emails and graphics and a funnel build to be able to give something away. It was all of those little pieces that was my 30%. So I guess the question is, for leaders out there that are not as risk averse as me, but leaders out there that aren't as strategic as Brooklyn, where can we find that middle ground so that we can still be productive, but not paralyzed by this idea or this mindset of trying to be perfect?
Brooklyn, I don't know if you have a response. I see you shaking your head, but what immediately comes to mind for me is the curiosity of what was it that made you pull the trigger on the Podathon, on doing this? Because you knew you were at the 70%. So I'm thinking from the lens of the driver in you, to Brooklyn's earlier point, right? What was that driver that took you from that 70% to like execution? We're doing this. Was it a conversation you had with someone that validated the idea? Was it something you saw on LinkedIn? I know you're a very avid LinkedIn user. Did you see this kind of someone else manifest this idea? And you're like, this is a sign I needed? Because I think that's what people need to be paying attention to, because you can sit with the idea for a very long time, but you decided not to.
I'm gonna say this. I'm glad you brought that perspective up, because I didn't share this throughout the whole day. So I was on a call. I'm on a morning call every single day at 7:30 with a group of entrepreneurs, and we meet Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. And one of the experts came on, and he was explaining, and it was the last week of October. So I believe the last week of October, the last day, that Saturday was November 1st, this last October. And he was communicating. He was like, what can you do in 5 days? And he gave all these examples of the Beatles Blowout soundtrack was done in 5 hours, and then the original Airbnb website and the software behind it was done in like 5 days. And all of these things, Apollo 13 was found in 5 days. Like all of these things, these major things, like he talked about Tupac Shakur, his album All Eyes on Me was like written in 5 hours or whatever the case may be. And these companies have went viral and grown had billions of users in like 5 hours. And he challenged us on that call, like, what could you do in 5 days? Like, what could you do? And mine was attached to a financial goal and an outreach goal and an ask goal. But then I started to approach everything like that. And then I recognized a colleague of mine, shout out to Scott Leese. He had one of these for 24 hours. Now, he wasn't on it for 24 hours, but he had 24 speakers. It was, I believe, November 7th. It was 24 speakers. And literally, they were on every single hour from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. to 12 p.m. the next day. It was the craziest thing. And for me, I'm the type of person, if I see it once, I'm no longer unexposed to it. And if you can do it, I believe that I can pull this off. And now it's like, for me, even in the Podcastathon, it wasn't 70% of resources that I had. It was just 70% of confidence. I just needed to believe that I could do it. And then I think there was one person in my life that told me that, look, you can do this. And this is how you do it. These are the things that you need to do. And she's been that one person that believed in me, like from conception of this, and gave ideas. And we went back and forth with various aspects of the day. And I think for anybody listening, you need to be in spaces that you get exposed to things that are impossible. Number two is you need to align people around you that push you past your comfort zone. Mm-hmm. But not just push you past your comfort zone and have nothing to add value. You need people that push you past it, but then also have value to be able to provide you with a skill, with an idea, or with a perspective that you can use to be able to pull off that big thing. Mm-hmm. And then hold you accountable to the level of excellence to pull it off. So she reminded me, like, you need to have these types of graphics. You need to market this ahead of time. You need to send these emails out to, all of the speakers. You need to have these different things in place so that you can be excellent on that day. You need to have coffee in the morning. You need to eat. You need to take your breaks. So like, then it reminds you, like, I'm not the process person. I'm just thinking I'm going to be on camera for the next 10 hours. And
that person was your Brooklyn.
That person was my Brooklyn.
That's what it sounds like.
She's a thinker, literally.
And pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what you've articulated is that it was twofold. So you were in this space from this phone call, right? And you're like, I have this idea, I can do this. I do it every day, but now I can do it for longer. All I need is the people. Because I saw your email and I was like, oh, let me see, what is Kyle up to now? And then I was like, oh, let me respond to him. And it happened that quickly. And here we are now in the conversation. So I think you might have been closer than 70% before you launched, but then also you saw it. So I think there was like that visual and having that conversation with the person, to your point, that pushed you past your comfort zone to just say, this is a done deal. We're going to pick a date and we're going to start to work backwards, which I think is what Brooklyn was saying earlier in terms of her methodology as she approaches all things is like, I'm going to work my way backwards to where I want to be. And you wanted to have this event. So I think, you can replicate it over and over and over. Maybe this is something you do every quarter.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
I think it would be well received. And Brooklyn, I was just noting that he worked backwards, like you said earlier. He approached because he's like, I want to do this. What are the things that I need? And it came together. So I think that that's the sign that you need, right? Mm-hmm. It all came together. You got the ideas, you got the resources, you got the infographics, you held the prep call with us. You reached out to just enough people that were all willing to say yes to you. So
and I think that's what
sauce, right? Like
that's what a lot of people miss, though. I think we have these we have these ideas, but we don't have the action and the activity that meet the outcome. Like, yes, we've had almost 20 speakers on today, but it required me to reach out to 50 plus people. It required me to get no's and be comfortable, but then be willing to extend an invitation for a deeper relationship. It required me to say, or to understand that everybody's schedule wouldn't align for November 17th. It required me to go through a process. So anybody listening, none of the success that Anna nor Brooklyn nor myself has shared didn't have some activity or barrier or challenge or objection attached to it. So I guess the question with that is, when you're met with barrier, when you're met with challenge, when you're met with objection, how do you approach it? And how does that turn into the data, to the feedback, to the framework for you to be able to continue to move forward? Brooklyn, I want you to hit it first, and then Anna, close it out.
Okay. I have to say, probably for me in particular, it's that famous quote that, I guess, right back to the educator space again. If there's a will, there's a way. There's a way. And like you just mentioned earlier, Kyle, the confidence. Instantly, the whole time you and Anna were talking, I was like, all it does is it comes down to that decision. Do I have the confidence to see this through? And if the answer is yes, you're going to put every single thing, frontwards or backwards, in position. See, the number one thing I see in the last 5 to at least 10 years is not 100% accountability or follow through. But have you ever noticed that the most driven individuals, when it comes to methodology, when it comes to systems, when it comes to changing anything within an organization, it has to have complete follow through. If you cannot hold proper accountability structures, then you're already back 1 step or 3. And that's not the point. The point is always to be proactive, not reactive. I think working, as long as all of us have been working, you realize you surpass that tactical hump and you go into strategic, because what happens after 10, 15 years, you no longer are reactive. You're like, oh, wait, I've went through this before. I know exactly what to do. And then it comes down to, like you mentioned, Kyle, in the confidence. It really is confidence based on making this successful.
Exactly.
That and that alone, you've got a process. You followed through on all your due diligence, and people are happy to come meet with you. I'm excited about meeting with you because you're just easy to talk to. And for me, finding great communicators that are invested and they're curious and that they're going to actually follow through. Yeah, it's amazing.
Someone just called you a trooper in the chat.
Somebody called me a trooper. And I appreciate y'all. And I think I read a book that I want to share with everyone on here. It's called Who Not How by Dan Sullivan and Ben Hardy. Probably one of the best books that I've ever read. And it's the framework essentially on how I live my life. And I'm going to just give the concept of the book. So Ben Hardy was watching Dan Sullivan speak at an event. This was years ago. And he walked up to him I'm probably going to butcher the story a little bit, but he walked up to him after, and he said that, hey, I would love to read your book. Now, Dan Sullivan came back to Ben Hardy and was like, well, son, I don't have a book. And he was like, well, do you want to work on one together? I'd love to work on one with you. And Dan Sullivan came back to Ben Hardy and said, I don't have the time. Like that, I'm at capacity. Ben Hardy said, I would love to interview you and write the book for you. A few years later, he's a New York Times bestseller, both of them together. And then they've been able to build multi-million-dollar organizations collectively. And the concept of the book is, when you're trying to figure out how to be successful at something, it's not about how do I do it. It's about who is my who that I can connect with that can help me accelerate that thing. And I just want to give you two your flowers. You were my who's. I needed to touch base with experts, with industry professionals, with people with stories, with experiences, with wisdom, to be able to come onto the platform and be able to deliver, so that I didn't have to come on here for 10 hours straight and be on individual episodes. That's just insane. Now then I would feel like I'm a trooper, but I wanted to then understand, like, all right, who's my who? Who's the person that can help me do X? Who's the person that's going to help me do Y, so that we can be able to put those two together and be able to create a great experience. So I say that for anybody that wants to create something, for somebody that wants to launch something, that wants to build something that's in our audience, who is your who? Who is the person that can be able to help you transform, that can help you enhance whatever it is that you're doing? And if it's in the advancement space, obviously it's Anna. If it's in the HR space, obviously it's Brooklyn. These are your people. So one of the questions that I have for you as we get ready for close is, if you had 60 seconds to share a message with people worldwide that would watch either the live or the recording, what would be that message for them?
Persistence is key. As taboo as it sounds, I think we're afraid of the unexpected. We're afraid of rejection. We're afraid of the no. And if you just continue and pivot, I think it's that testing theory that you mentioned earlier, Brooklyn. And I'm not a project manager by any means, but that's how I approach my job. Okay, if not this way, then what's the alternative way? If this person said no, that just means no, not right now. So let me earmark a follow-up, right? So I don't lose sight of it. That follow-up is strong. I have the reminder to drive those things, but I think it's persistence. You have to not give up, which goes in hand with your earlier notion, Brooklyn, of just having that high drive. Because if Kyle had to reach out to 50 people to get 20 of us to speak today, he could have quit after the second no.
Yes, absolutely. I like that you said persistence is key, because I added behind it, collaboration is everything. So if you think about what it is that you're doing, what it is that I'm doing, and you fold that in together, persistence is key and collaboration is everything, and everything that we are currently doing today. That's the sustainable approach to get everyone on board, to collaborate, to win, to think outside the box. One of the things that Kyle mentioned was, you have to stretch yourself. Well, you need other people ahead of you in order to stretch yourself, because it's not going to come lateral to you. It could. It very well could. But at the same time, the experience-based individuals like you and I, you have to come ahead or have that forward momentum to be able to bring the next generation and the ones that want to learn the experience-based, bring them up with you and alongside you.
I think that's the only way to address opportunity.
Oh, I agree.
Because even for myself personally, when I was first approached about stepping into the worlds of philanthropy, my first response was, I'm not a fundraiser. And they were like, well, people trust you. You have social capital. You listen. You're a relationship builder. So you technically are. It's just a different label or a different hat that you'd be wearing. And, that was belief, right? To your point, someone was interested in paving that path forward for me. And it was the persistence, right? In terms of let's continue to do this and see what we learn. I think I love collaboration is everything. That's my tagline amongst my team. Well, no, because it's real, because it's like, as an individual contributor, right? And the majority of my career, I've been an individual contributor. It's like, well, you operate in just your lane. But I'm like, but my lane touches so many other different lanes. And I'm okay being that person that connects the dot. I'm okay bringing that story to you or informing you of how my work it affects your work and vice versa, and why we need each other in order to push the work forward.
Yes.
Let me ask you all this. If you had the keys to run an organization, a Fortune 100 organization, and change one thing that they can do either operationally or with their people to be able to improve that organization, what would that one thing be in one sentence?
Brooklyn's still pondering.
I am. Because the only thing that comes to mind, because I've been in that environment already, and I left that environment for a reason. Not that I didn't love it. I did love it. That chapter was done for me because it was time to fly independent, because I've always been part of a team. I've always been collaborating. So that has been built within me since 21 years of age. And so I think of I think of two things right off the cuff for me personally. I think it's what do I want to do with the rest of my life and how many people do I want to impact? So for me personally, it's all about impact. Now, going back to the Fortune 100, I made an immense amount of impact. I have been lucky and fortunate throughout my whole career to be able to do system-wide deployments that I did not even strive to be. I landed in that because I cracked a code, and just cracking a code, again, there's a will, there's a way. And he found out I was a professor's kid. It led to a complete change in my careers, but
Yeah.
I rode that out. So I think personally, it would have to come down to authenticity and impact, really, Kyle.
That's
Because
good.
I want to spend the rest of my days making as much impact as I possibly can throughout the rest of the days that I have here on Earth.
That's good. Oh, I love that.
I think top of mind for me is just stakeholder engagement. You have to be willing to listen to the people that are on the ground doing the work. And oftentimes, because of the systems that we operate, it's like it falls on deaf ears. So I'm always one of like, what's the feedback loop? Have we surveyed the population we're looking to serve? Have we surveyed our funders? Are they happy people? Do they like the cadence of our communication? Do they like the means of our communication? And it's like, be willing to listen to the people or the population you are trying to serve, and don't just survey them or ask for feedback just to have it and sit there, but like make it real. Because I think that that's what sometimes creates these loops of, you see very experienced, very tenured, dedicated professionals kind of moving around because it's like, well, I had the ideas, but I wasn't being heard, or I had the suggestions, or it wasn't being implemented. And then it's like someone's always willing, to snatch them up on the other side. And I think it's a matter of we need to be asking for that and really creating the opportunity to engage our stakeholders in what those decisions are. And it's not just the board, and it's not just your C-suite or your most senior leaders, but the folks on the ground that are doing the work and being impacted by it every single day.
That is so good.
That
So
was a great
good.
response, Anna.
And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate both of you so much. And I just want to, just for a second, just give you your flowers. This conversation has been amazing. It's kept me energized. I have literally 3 pages of notes from just listening to you two. And it's reminded me of the importance of creating processes. It's reminded me of the importance of really curating intentional relationships. It's reminded me of the importance of leaning on my people. It's reminded me of the importance of believing in something that is bigger than me. And it's reminded me of the importance of just doing it, even if it's not all done, and trusting in your confidence, trusting in your experience, and trusting in what's around you, your community, to be able to pull off that big win. Anybody listening right now, Anna, Brooklyn, where can they find you online?
On LinkedIn, Anna Marte.
Same here. Brooklyn Stanfield, HR Bureau, LLC, or hrbureaullc.com, our website as well. But I'm definitely on LinkedIn, as well as our business is on LinkedIn as well. But yeah, thank you, Kyle. It's a pleasure to be on here. I'm forever grateful.
They can also find us through you, Kyle.
Yeah.
They can. They sure can. They're everywhere.
Yeah, so even if you don't remember a name, you could just go to Kyle's page and be like, who are the folks he had
Who are
invited?
those people?
Yes,
I
yes.
appreciate you two so much. And if you guys are new to the Podcastathon 2025, welcome. It's been a day. It's been a day. And we have one more session. And I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. So I'm going to go on a quick 2-minute break. I don't want anybody to go anywhere at all. We're going to go on a 2-minute break. We're going to come back at 5:01 on the dot. And then I'm going to bring up somebody special for this conversation. I'm so excited. So I'm going to go on a break, y'all, and we'll do in 2 minutes. We'll be back. And we are back. We are back. We are back. Welcome back to Podcastathon 2025. I've been your host for the whole conversation. My name is Kyle King. I'm the founder of the Culture Lab. I've been the host of the Contagious Culture Podcast. And the goal of our organization, and even today, is to help you create environments where people thrive. We've had phenomenal conversations throughout the whole day. We started the day with really just breaking down what leadership is, and then vision with balance, how empathy and power can heal American organizations, what that accountability and that strategy looks like. We continued through the day with leading with strategy, developing teams through emotional intelligence. And then we introduced this idea of AI to the perspective of building organizations that think, not just implement. Then we continued and talked about how do we develop story-driven success, how to attract your people through powerful branding and marketing. And then we sprinkled in a little bit of emotional intelligence in that conversation as well. And then we had two just phenomenal people for our 1 o'clock episode where we talked about AI for impact. One of our colleagues came up from Donor Search, which is an AI fundraising platform. And it was a great dialogue between a university executive as well as an executive of a fundraising platform. Then we talked about building your village. How can we turn those prospects into partners? What is the art of the ask and turning relationships into major gifts? And then what does it look like beyond the gift, sustaining meaningful donor relationships after the gift, and building processes and implementing strategies so that we can be able to not just create success, but also scale success. And look, you already know what they say about the main act. When you're watching any boxing event, Floyd Mayweather comes last. Muhammad Ali comes last. And I'm just so excited for Cynthia to come up. And we're going to talk about all things AI and how it can simplify, strengthen, and scale not just fundraising, but how you do everything, not just how you do business, but how you live your life as well. And she's going to be talking about tools. She's going to be talking about a platform that she's built. She's going to be talking about the differences between predictability and generative AI, hopefully. I don't know. I have some special questions for her, but we're going to be talking about some fun topics. So if you have questions, if you have comments, put them in the chat, because she is one that has a amazing vision, but not just somebody with vision. She's building it through academies and executing effectively. Cynthia, how you doing? You're on mute.
I'm amazing. What an introduction. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to pay you later.
Let's go. I'll send you the invoice.
Yes. How are you today after 8 strong hours?
I feel good. I really do. It's crazy. And I think, when you execute, and you're the execute queen, when you execute on something, you realize just doing it will teach you more than what you could have learned in the planning stage. So I recognize now that I can only go live on LinkedIn for 4 hours until it cuts me off, and then I got to start it all over. I recognize that Facebook will give me a solid 7 hours and then it cuts you off. So I recognize that YouTube is just that platform because it hasn't said anything. So many kinks, but so many things that from a back end standpoint, people don't even realize. And I think we're so hard on ourselves as founders because we see all of the areas that we can do better. Yeah. But oftentimes, if you just create an amazing experience for the people that are watching and listening, people don't even really pick up on it. So I'm so excited to have this conversation. And before we really get into the meat of the conversation and the fruit of it, can you just talk about who you are and just, man, all of the great things that you're doing? I'm still energized from our first conversation.
Oh, awesome. Likewise as well, which is why I'm so happy to be here. My name is Cynthia Respert. Super happy to be here. Congratulations to the team on this amazing event all day. I've been tuning in and out, and it's been just some rich conversations. But my name is Cynthia Respert. I'm an AI solutions architect, and I help others leverage AI for purpose and profit. What does that really mean? So we look at AI systems and holistic solutions to solve real business problems. That's what it boils down to. And what I really like to lean in on is simplifying AI to make it approachable, to make it a way where it's palatable so that people can take action. And I've created some environments for people to do that. And one is the AI Execution Club. And that is a global AI productivity program for doers, is what we say. And that's where you come in. It was birthed out of my, when you work in AI, but then you still have to learn AI, right? So I made this space to learn AI outside of what you do on a daily basis. And I raised my hand and 300 other people said, I do the same thing. Let's do it. Also run the AI Builder Academy, which we can talk about, where we transform curious learners into executors and creators. And then a great project we just got funding for that we can talk about later that we
Let's go. Now, when you opened up, you said, I help people leverage AI for profit. And what was the other P?
Purpose.
What does that actually mean in action?
For sure. So I love to work with mission-driven businesses, CEOs, teams, and organizations. I always like to start with the problem first. My background, I had decades and decades of ministry experience, and I'm just a heart-led leader. So when someone is really believing in what they do and they have that passion for that purpose, then it makes the engagement better. It makes the outcome that much sweeter, and the journey, because you'll have your ups and downs. It makes the journey better as well. So it's not a one-sided thing. So it's purpose and profits, because your profits can fuel your purpose.
That's good.
Can manage your purpose, right? So, and allow you to go further.
Can you talk to me about the story though? Like, what's the story behind these two amazing initiatives that you're running? From a professional standpoint, but what's the why that's fueling its success?
Yeah, so I got into AI because I started out as an operations professional, supply chain and logistics decades ago. But I've always searched for this efficiency rabbit, like, oh, we got to do it better. It's got to be a better way. Got to be a better way. And at the same time, I was working and mentoring children and youth. So I had this creative side. So I wanted to make it efficient, but make it grand, right? Yeah. Make it creative. Let's do it in a creative way. So those things fuse together in my background and my history, but I've always wanted it to be more efficient, like to help people gain those efficiencies. And as AI, came about, it was just a natural trajectory to say, let me do this in this space, because you can 10x, 100x efficiencies with AI. So the initiatives that, AI Builder Academy was first, and that's where we believe in our brilliance, we build boldly, and we become the solution the marketplace needs. And that is based on shifting from a consumer mindset to a creator mindset. Women, we know the stats, women get less than 2% of VC funding, and in the early stages, we're adopting AI at a much slower rate. We're catching up though. We're catching up. I got to check the latest stats. But the purpose of that is to create an environment where women feel safe. Women feel like they can learn, they can ask those questions. And the most important thing, they can build. That's why it's called the AI Build Her, BUILDHER Academy. So that's just AIBuilderAcademy.com. And that's the purpose there. And then the Citizens of AI is a new initiative that I am stoked about. I am stoked about, because this takes AI education, again, make it simple, actionable, and practical, right? To the unshiny places, to the places where it doesn't look like the tech hubs. They're not going to the tech conferences. They're in the barbershops. They're in the community centers. They're in the community, they're in the liquor stores. They're in places that they're not talking about tech. So how do they get AI education? So partner and I created Citizens of AI, and that's basically an AI education for all. We have raised $250,250 for it. Because I pulled up and pitched at Black Girl Ventures and I won $250. So I didn't get to the second round for that one, but I'm counting it. So $250,250 we've raised to take AI education to those, again, unshiny places where everybody needs AI education.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of organizations, even similar to mine, are using AI to serve more of a profitability or an efficiency standpoint. But I like how you talk about the purpose-driven standpoint as well. I guess what distinguishes organizations that use AI to serve purpose from those that use it purely for efficiency and profitability?
I think it's a perspective of keeping the mission in mind. You know how when you start something, you can gear off track and kind of lean to the side, but you don't stay focused. Or let me give you a practical example. If you're sitting on the couch watching Netflix and you started sitting up straight, but then by the end you're like, how did I start slouching?
Exactly.
What is happening here? There was this slow progression and degradation of your posture. It can be a slow progression and degradation of your mission, your vision, right? Staying centered on what you are called to do, right? So it starts with heart-led leaders, servant leadership, and staying focused on the vision. I'll give you an example. You asked for a story from the AI Builder Academy.
Yeah.
There's a young lady. We did a vibe coding session and we introduced Lovable, which is, if the audience doesn't know, this is a no-code, low-code tool that you can create apps just by prompts and words.
Okay.
And initially there were some bugs, and she said, "You know what? This thing don't work. This thing don't work. I don't. This is not for me." But later, by being in the environment, later on, this was maybe a month or two later, she was asked to step up and her and her husband lead a marriage ministry. And when she was asked to do that, they were having conversations, and she said, "You know what? I can make an app for this." Now, would she have done that if she was in that environment? Maybe not. So now she's tapped in to make an app for the marriage ministry. And she went a step further and said, not only are we going to be able to have couples connect here, but I'm going to make it monetizable where other ministries can sign up for this thing.
That's good.
So you see the purpose behind that, right? That's her passion, but it's also being in that environment to say, this is possible. Like she may not even had that thought if she had not had that quote unquote, what she thought was a failure in the environment. Oh, I don't understand this. 2 months later, now she's building an app, right? So it's that exposure to what's out there to show others what's possible.
I think it requires a mindset shift though, because I look at a lot of leaders. We are aware that AI is here. We're aware that technology is continuing to expand, evolve, and grow. But our mindset has to be in adopting these tools to be able to expand or grow what we're currently doing, how we're currently operating. So I guess the question is, what mindset shifts are necessary for leaders to completely embrace AI for creating, I guess, purpose-driven impact?
Absolutely love this question. And I'm going to say a quote that if anybody knows me, they know this quote. They're doing like this right now, right? But it's AI in its most ethical and responsible application. AI is intended to be an extension of us, not the extinction of us. And that means to amplify the very best parts of who you are. That means that this is an invitation to think higher, more strategically, more holistically. So the mindset shift is not, oh, the robots are going to take over the world, or, oh, this is going to wipe out all the people. Although we do have a very real economic impact that we're seeing with job losses right now, right? So we're not negating that, but new jobs will be created. The question is, who are you in the middle of this transition?
That's good.
Are you skill stacking right now? Are you skill stacking? How are you ensuring that you have a level of AI fluency, not just training? Because listen, you can train on something. This is a very practical example. So I was working with someone, they were practicing a speech. And I said, oh, you can use AI to help you do that. And they started to do that, but then they just began to read it. So you're reading it, but you're not really understanding what you're actually saying.
Exactly.
So for you to do that, this is for you to tap into understanding what's going on and not just putting a prompt in, right? What's under the hood right here? It's deeper than a prompt pact, right? We're distributing power, right? Not just prompts. We're distributing power. This is empowering you to achieve a different outcome. So that's the importance, is to have AI fluency, not just training on a tool here and there. Another thing I would say is to start with the problem. So the way you become a framework I have, an AI pro, is to take a pain point, rewire it, and optimize it with AI. You want to start with the problem. If you start with a tool and you get into the shiny tool syndrome, it's like, oh my gosh, this is great. This is great. Yeah. This is great. You'll still have the problem at the end of the day because you just got caught up in the shiny stuff, right? One other mindset shift leading to that, what I just said, was sometimes it can be overwhelming in this space. So having a mindset that you have to learn everything all day, every day, or you're going to be behind and the world is coming to an end is a myth. You do need to have an intentional routine to develop AI agility and AI muscle memory so you can move in this AI space. But you have to start somewhere. Like, it's too overwhelming to learn, and all that mindset needs to shift, right? So if you take in all of these tools and you're just playing with videos and making cute stuff, right? AI is really powerful, and there's a place for that for sure. I'm not giving any shade there, but the goal would be to use it to solve a problem or reimagine a passion. Take a passion, reimagine it, and obsess over it with AI.
I love what you mentioned earlier about skill stacking. And I think that there's a lot of people that are complaining about where AI is going and that it's taking jobs and all of these different things. But I said some data earlier where 79% of organizations are using AI or adopting it, but only 60% of them also say that they don't have enough AI skilled personnel, which is so powerful. And I was hoping that nobody missed it. And they were in the comment section talking about it earlier. What are some of the intentional skill sets, though, that business professionals, that leaders, that people in the midst of finding their next career path can be able to learn so that they can get certified in these things and it can make them more attractive to organizations?
Sure. The number one skill, the most critical skill, hold on to your seat, put your seatbelt on, is learning how to learn. And I say that because in this AI age, there's some fundamental things that you need to understand. What is a prompt? What is an LLM? You need to understand the language, right? But the minute you lock in on a tool that you think is, I'm going to stake my whole life, career, business model on this, Sam Altman and the team is going to come out with something to cannibalize it overnight. You go to bed an expert, you wake up a novice, right? Because something has been cannibalized. Exactly. Oh, that's old news. That's like email now, right? But you stake your claim on, this is it. This is all I'm going to do, because it's moving so quickly. So I would say that the most important skill is to learn how to learn. The other thing is that this is a mindset shift, is this season is not about your job. And I'm not saying that to be insensitive for those who have lost a job. People close to me are in that situation. That's not what I mean. What I mean is your skill set will be more important than your job title. It's no longer, I'm the CFO or I'm the this, I'm the that. This is outcome based. It will be very important that we understand that we're moving from a shift from doers to directors. And those who can direct and manage tangible outcomes will be the winner. So the skill stacking is, I know how to do that. I understand that. I've executed this. I've made this. I understand this. I understand how to do a live stream, and I understand I can't do the same thing on LinkedIn and Facebook and this because I execute. Exactly. You execute. That's how you learn that, right? So as you're doing this, now if you went and you were tapped by a major corporation tomorrow to do live streaming, you would understand, oh, well, wait a minute, the LinkedIn, you won't be able to do, right? Exactly. It's coming straight, it's right off the top of the dome because you've done it. So stack those skills, and then you'll be able to move to different parts of not just the workforce, but just the world and the AI economy, because there are jobs, there are opportunities that are going to happen that we don't even know exist yet. Like, we don't know, because they will be created in the future.
Can I talk about, I want to talk about that though. I think true innovation and leadership, in my opinion, is to be able to predict something that hasn't even happened yet and prepare for it. as if it's happening tomorrow.
I like that.
What do you believe that is one skill or job that will be needed 10 years from now that we can be starting to develop skill sets for now?
I'm going to pause for a moment and think about my answer, because the initial response was tradesmen. Electricians. Although, you know, they're employee robots there too. But those handmade, a good friend of mine talks about this all the time, but those hand-to-hand combat jobs, those that require the artisan level activity of human involvement, interaction, will always be needed. Another thing that will always be needed is community. Community builders will be needed. What you're doing here will always be paramount, because the more we connect with technology, the more we need people. You are going to look, I mean, it might be right now. You look and say, is this person real or not? Is this ad real or not? And I did a survey. Some people were, I said, what's more important, the message or the messenger? And some said the messenger, some said the message. So it's like a split, right? So you see all this AI thing, and they call it AI slop when you just flood the market with this. And there'll be more because it's easier to create now, right? So people will long for human to human connection. Yeah. So community builders will always be key, regardless of where you are. And then again, I lean back. I mean, because I don't have that crystal ball, but I do believe those that are leaning into agentic AI and understanding that. And
hold on. You talking to a kid that barely got through first grade, girl.
I can't tell.
No, what is that? Can you explain what that is and describe it for me?
Sure. And I know it's been a long day. Shout out to you for 8 hours. So agentic AI. So I'll put this in again. Maybe it's me teaching kids and mentoring kids for decades, but I love to simplify terms so people understand it. So I put it in a crawl, walk, run, fly kind of continuum. So crawling is like a chat bot on a website. Like when you do, you know, hey, what time you open? We open at 3. You know, it's kind of back and forth. That's that chat bot. The walking is more of like a GPT, a custom GPT. So in the environment of Chat GPT, you can carve out a little space.
Stands for
General pre-trained transformer.
Yeah, that's cool. Keep going.
So a custom GPT is a little part of your Chat GPT environment. You carve out and say, this is your job. You got one job, GPT. Work on this. And when I ask you this, you do this. That's what that is, right? So then you get to the run part. That's agentic AI. And the more and more we go higher, the less human involvement is required, right? So this is where agentic AI has a set of instructions, but then it goes and does that work and it learns as it goes.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So say for instance, if it's a research assistant and an agentic research assistant, to say, okay, these are the types of grants. We're talking about nonprofit. These are the types of grants that I'm looking for. It's these parameters. This is my mission. This is what we're looking for. I want due dates within the next 60 days. Always give me relevant information. You feed it all the things. It then goes out and does that every morning at 5 a.m. and then delivers it to your inbox, right? Without you prompting it. Again, you do it once, and then every morning at 5 a.m. you should have it in your inbox.
So what type of agentic? So is it agentic or gentic?
Agentic.
Okay. What type of tool?
Tomato, I don't know.
What type of tools out there could I invest in now that could do that? Because I think that a lot of times, and we talked about this a little earlier, we're only talking about the Chat GPTs or the Claude or the Perplexity. What are other tools out there that could do that type of work where I could do one thing one time and it could do the rest for me? I like that.
Why I love that? I love that question is because sometimes we think like, oh my gosh, what's the next new best thing that I need to get to achieve this? Where's the new thing? I got to be, guess what does that? Chat GPT. And I can walk you through it later. So you what you do, so they have agent mode in ChatGPT. Okay, let me go back to the crawl, walk, run real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
The run was the agentic AI, and that's where we're going to land back in a minute. Then the fly is autonomous. So that's when you think about Waymo and the self-driving Ubers and stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So crawl, walk, run, fly. So now agentic, if you are in ChatGPT, you can go and get into agent mode. That's a little plus sign that's there. Get into agent mode and feed it those things. Oh, go ahead and do it. I see you want to try it.
No, I want to try it. So go ahead.
So you go into agent mode and you give it those parameters and say, this is what I want. I'm looking for this, this, and this. These are the parameters. This is who I am. And if you've trained ChatGPT on who you are, it knows some of that already. So then it will show you, I'm searching this website. It'll show your work. It'll show their work, right? I'm searching this website. Okay, I'm searching this website. Okay, I'm thinking about this. I'm doing this. The user wants this. So it's showing you the work behind the scenes. And it usually takes longer because it's going to work. It goes to work for you while you at the gym. It's working. And then you get up at 5 a.m. or whenever and you check it. It should be delivered to your inbox because you say, I want this delivered. Give me this result every Monday at 5 a.m. And then it will be a new thread in your ChatGPT environment with that. And there should also be, when you're done, even if you don't say, give it to me every morning at 5, you can click the little clock symbol. I think you click the 3 dots, you click the clock symbol, and you say schedule. And then you schedule that task to show up in your threads. You can get a pop-up notification, push notification, or email.
I never heard this in my life.
Listen.
So what?
You didn't have to buy another tool. Not you got ChatGPT.
What version of chat do I have to have?
The $20 plan. The best $20 employee you've ever had.
Oh.
I've been saying this since 2022. The best $20 employee you've ever had. And I say that they don't need, jury duty, no lunch breaks, no bad attitude. Now, I might get a bad attitude, but you correct it. But yeah, $20 plan.
Wow. Can I just there's not a lot of times where I get blown away, but I feel like I've been just using ChatGPT because I literally only use it for email because I'll take somebody's email and, this just works for me. And then I'll just throw it in chat and say, hey, respond to this, just say this for me. And it sends back an email or writes me back an email so I can copy and paste. So it speeds me up. And the reason why Cynthia challenged me on this is I don't like using chat because I really enjoy the process of thinking. I've even got back to writing things down because I found myself going to chat for ideas and all these different things. And I'm like, bro, you built a business before. You've written books before. Like, you don't need this. So I wanted to be anti-chat for a while because I felt honestly like I wasn't writing in the same way that I was writing or appreciating not knowing or not wanting to just go read a book and learn and process how this relates to me. So I turned it off and I now only use it on the free version for just writing emails or just copying it and chopping up stuff. Oh, you about to make me upgrade.
Absolutely. Upgrade. No, I'm kidding. So you need to do that. Number one. Number two, I love that because this is also another mindset shift. AI, I gave you the quote, AI is meant to be an extension, not the extinction of us, right? I also want you to look at it as a teammate and a collaborator versus just a tool. I used to say that AI is, it's a tool, it's a tool, it's a tool.
Mm-hmm.
And it is. I don't want to overhumanize it. But when you have a tool, it's like having a hammer and you're like, this doesn't work for this job. I'm going to put it to the side. I need a wrench. Okay, you get a screwdriver. Oh, that's not it. Let me put it. Oh, here's the wrench. Okay, it works for this thing and that's it. When you have a good teammate, think about teams you've built. When you have a good teammate on your team, but they're just not on the right. I heard you mention Jim Collins earlier. Mm-hmm. You're not in the right seat on the bus. You're like, that's a good teammate though. So what do? You guide it. You guide him or her. You coach, you mentor, you course correct, right? Because this is a good member of the team. It just needs to be trained. It needs to be informed. So now this is a collaborator with shared goals. And when it's trained properly, it goes to execute on your behalf because you've trained it. So this is how you deploy your IP. This is how you deploy your expertise. This is how some people do check out for critical thinking, and I'm totally against that, right? What's another skill that's going to be required next 10 years? Critical thinking, right? So you use this as a collaborator and a critical thinking partner with shared goals. You don't lose your IP, you deploy it, you scale it. So now that you've done that and it's out there working, you think higher about something else in the next thing.
Where do ethical considerations come in? Right. I think that a lot of times, and we were having conversations earlier where if I ask ChatGPT who I am, it's going to give me a specific demographic based upon the types of answers. Where does that come in, and how we leverage chat or the information that we're sharing with chat? Because, these platforms out there, AI lacks empathy. AI lacks judgment. It's,
Absolutely.
How would you describe what it is and what it isn't?
So again, I would say it's a teammate. It's still a tool, but elevate to a teammate, and will give you some insight on how to interact with it. However, there are clearly biases there. But what we can't do is ignore it, right? So the feedback mechanisms that are there, this is good, this is bad. This is, report certain feedback that you get. I'll shout out Aaron Reddick of Chat Black GPT felt like the history of African-American people were biased in the original Chat GPT. So she asked it some questions, about slavery and about history and Green Book and things like that. And it would totally miss the mark. So what did she do? She created Chat Black GPT. She got the people in the room and said, okay, no, we're going to preserve the history. Now, let me tell you how that progressed. She posted on LinkedIn. So she was in Michigan, and Rosa Parks the family of Rosa Parks, they did a mural. I think it was on the bus station downtown. And her family was there. And what ended up happening was she said, she spoke to them and said, how would you like the legacy of your dear Rosa Parks, our Rosa Parks, but your family member, depicted in AI? So now they're collaborating on what that would look like.
That's good.
So, that's taking action on something that you believe in. If you see images, report them. But AI is just as good as the people who made it.
That's so good.
So what we see right now is thoughts, intentions, biases, and more amplified, running around in these LLMs. For many people that don't know, AI has been around since 1956. It was open access in 2022.
What does that mean?
So 1956 at Dartmouth College at a convention, there were 8 or 10. It's even number. I'm looking at the picture in my head. Men of a homogeneous group of men that decided to call this artificial intelligence and said, this is what's coming. And they coined it artificial intelligence. Now I'm going to lean into this. 6 years later, the Jetsons came out. 6 years later, the Jetsons came out. And then it has proliferated. And then obviously machine learning, engineers, data scientists, etc., have had access, right? But then in 2022, that's when the darling of the ball hit open access market and ChatGPT came out. So now it's a wider exposure to what's possible. But AI is not new. So I say all that to say this. We might have a glimpse. We only have a glimpse of the exponential power of AI right now.
Let me ask you this, and I want you to finish, but I want to throw this in there because I thought through your example when you were talking of the crawling, the walking, and the flying.
Sure.
What is the capability of AI? Like, what is the furthest that this can go? Because as you were just explaining, from 6 years before the Jetsons and all of these different things, that's kind of scary if you really think about how far AI could really go, and I guess what parameters or safety nets are in place currently so that those things don't happen.
For sure. Going back to the Jetsons reference, a lot of those things that we thought were next level, seeing each other on the video, FaceTime, telehealth, robots. We don't have moving sidewalks yet, but hey, I don't know. New subdivision.
In the airport.
I know that, but there's just certain things that we just thought was like, oh my gosh, this will never happen. This is out of the world. And now there's commonplace, or it's either being worked on. Flying cars, all of that. So all of that to say that governance is of utmost importance. So that's why there's different levels of governance, our personal agency and how we use AI. Pausing before we share information to check sources, to make sure that it's accurate and real information and not something that somebody made up, especially in this political climate, racial climate, all of that, right? The other thing is a corporate, nonprofit, organizational level where we say, okay, what is our AI policy? What is our AI governance policy? Like, we have personal responsibility. We cannot, if there's one thing we know, we cannot wait for the government to tell us and govern the whole nation and world, right? So we have to have personal agency on how AI is built in our organizations, how it's used, and what are those constraints, ethics, as well as that. And then there's the city municipality level, and then obviously the government, federal government as well. But our personal agency is reporting images that are not accurate, that include bias, that go against values, that are explicit. I don't know if you saw that, where they were trying to come out with the, so all of that's coming. The difference between this, because AI is still a tool, it's a tool and a teammate. But the difference between this and money and guns is the exponential detrimental effects that can happen if it goes wrong. Money in the wrong hands is a tool, right? Guns in the wrong hands, you might get shards, hit by a straight bullet. Exactly. But AI is around the globe. So, yeah.
When you go back to your crawl, walk, fly analogy, which I really appreciate, being an former educator myself.
Yes.
Because I can see it now. I can see the progression. When you look at movies like Iron Man, you've seen Iron Man?
Yes.
What type of AI is that? Is that something that's realistic, or is that the fly, or is that something that citizens and individuals like you and I could be able to utilize and create for our businesses? And maybe this is just a personal question for me, because I love that movie.
Man, I love the flow. We said we're gonna flow. We're flowing. We can get to some other fundraising stuff too. But for Iron Man, so my husband talks about me all the time. I'm like, I don't remember that part. So, however, this is what I do remember. I'm gonna say Iron Man, but then also The Matrix, and you can bring out anything that's not. So remember when he was moving things around with his hands?
Yes.
With screenless.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's possible now.
Well, that's happening currently in government.
Correct, but also in citizens. So there is a screenless laptop. So, I'm a coffee shop person. Oh, I got some. Anyway, that's another story. I'm a coffee shop person. To get out of the home office, I'll plop the laptop down, and I love a big table and some elbow room. Well, you don't need that much elbow room with this. You put on glasses, and it's a screenless laptop. Like, yes, I have to send you the thing. This was like last October.
You've seen it in person?
I have seen a video. I have not seen it in person. So but the Meta glasses and all that's out.
Yeah.
So it's not far off. You put the glasses on and you can see your notifications and messages right now. But this was a screenless laptop where you're doing this and you're typing, and there's your backpack just got smaller, folks. Like, it's crazy. But the reason I love learning about this is to not, like, this is a good conversation, because we need to learn and know what's available and what's possible, so we don't get run over by the AI wave.
I'm not gonna lie. When you say certain things, my mind just that is so cool to me. And I want to just, for the audience, ask your questions, put your comments, because we're far left from my plan.
You sure are, right?
We talk about Iron Man. No,
Listen, collaboration.
I really feel like, because I hate, and not hate, there's so much I love this conversation because you're exposing me to the opportunity that exists in artificial intelligence rather than what's available to people that aren't really doing their research or in this field. I had the opportunity to go to the Forbes 30 under 30 event. It's a few years back in Detroit, and they were talking about,
by the way. But go ahead.
Oh, shout out to Detroit.
What up,
They were talking then, there was a guy there, I don't remember his name, but it was autonomous 18-wheelers and how they're getting ready to build a charging, a bridge that when the 18-wheelers are on the bridge, the tires are charging it as it's driving. So when I was there, I was like, oh my God, that's like, I love technology. And I feel like in another world, I would have been a software engineer or a developer. So this conversation is just like, this is everything for me.
Good. Look, we can run it back. We can run it back and do nonprofit and fundraising. But
no, literally,
the reason I love your perspective and what you just said is it brought me back to one of your other questions. Is this is the age of the thinker, of the visionary.
That's
AI
good.
has democratized creating. It has democratized being able to go and build a business, build an app, to affect an ecosystem and a market just like that. Using the IP, our strategic thinking. The biggest thing, the most critical thing is critical thinking. This is the age of the visionary. This is the age of the creator. And if you weren't a creator before, you're now you are. Like
Exactly.
I used to use I'm gonna date myself. I used to use what you call that thing? Word art.
I remember word art.
You
art.
do? So word art, you make little curved words. Listen, you a whole cinematographer out here now with a
literally. You a Canva graph. I remember I used to talk about this a few years back, that people would say that I'm a graphic designer and they would be doing everything via Canva. And for people that actually are real designers,
that's me.
They would be looking at these people like, yo, like, this is crazy.
That's me.
It's really interesting how tools can create whole industries but it's also sad though, because when we look at published authors that actually write and actually script write and actually think through these types of concepts and these very innovative concepts, and then we have AI tools that people are using to just write books and then launch books. How do you feel about that? Because as somebody that's written all his books and actually wrote all his papers in college and earned a lot of my literature that I've pushed out, no shade to anybody, but how do you feel about those either trainers or people that are only using AI as mask to the information that they really don't know?
I love that question because that's another perspective, right? So I guess it's reevaluating what authenticity and cheating is, right? So is an author who has his IP and experience and wrote all the papers, and you see all the books I wrote, this is my loose leaf thesis. Both my parents were doctors in education. And I've seen the books, right? This is my first draft. You see this binder, So is it an issue to use the technology available to amplify your genius? Because
that's a tough one.
Yeah, your output is going to be totally different than mine because of your background, your experiences. If we started with a blank slate, it would be similar. But we're not. You have your experiences. You have your businesses you've built, the books you've written. I don't have that same experience. So the way you prompt and collaborate and have shared goals with AI will be different than mine. Your outcomes will be at a different level. So it's all about the ingredients. This Thanksgiving coming up. Everybody's macaroni and cheese ain't the same.
It's not
the same. And then, people want to put raisins and extra stuff in it.
not.
And I don't know if you've seen that. It was years ago, but there was the elders, the women elders of the family went to the young girl and said, "You messed up Thanksgiving. You messed up the recipe, right? Because you tried to flip it up and put something new in it." Well, your macaroni and cheese will be different than mine. I don't know how we got here. I guess I'm excited about Thanksgiving, but it's going to taste different, right? Because of your prompting. So when we have the mindset shift that this AI is a collaborator and not a copy paster. So I have, you have child protective services. I say I have copy paste services. I put that back in there. You need to tussle with that information a little more to make it sound like you, to put your original thoughts in there, right? Because have we ever had an original thought? Have the things that you created, has it been inspired by anyone else?
I think I've had original thoughts. I think there's a lot of people. I think I've had original thoughts. I think, that's a challenge. I think everything is inspired by something. But I think sometimes, though, I would be interested in hearing this conversation with a poll of individuals.
Oh, that'd be good.
Like, how many original thoughts have you really had? So do you not believe that anything is original?
I can't say that. I won't go that far left. However, I do believe a large majority, and this is not an advocate for AI everything and nothing's original. However, I almost said everything, but a whole lot close to everything is inspired by something else.
Yeah.
A mentor, a book, a movie, a manuscript.
That's fair.
Come on now. The Bible wasn't, come on, it's inspired by God. That's God's word, right? So, I mean, and then we write books from how we got inspired by the scripture. Especially in this AI age. It's so, my friend and I joke, because it's like we talk all the time. We're like, yeah, I thought of that. Well, I thought of that. These ideas seem so similar in this AI space because it's getting so, I don't want to say convoluted. It's getting so abundant that access to it and ideas from it may sound similar, but the X factor is you.
I think the future belongs not to the thinker, not to the idealist, but to the executor. I think I think that there's probably a lot of people that have had the same ideas of a book, a business, a podcast, whatever, but are sitting with it. And what I will say to anybody listening, your ideas mean nothing without execution.
Absolutely.
You may have, like, I even feel like when I was in college, I thought of, what if there was like a delivery food service? And then years later, Uber Eats and all DoorDash come out, and it's like, dang, I should have. And it's like, I thought of that first, but I didn't do anything with it.
I love that.
So
and I agree with you. I'm not recanting my statement, but it still belongs to the visionary to think. Those that are not visionaries are not going to have anything to execute, right? So, but exactly. I do agree. Hence, AI Execution Club, shameless plug. Every week we get together to say, what are we going to make? Building a second brain. The author of that, Tiago Fort, he said, we only know what we make. You look at videos, you scroll, you look at this podcast, you scroll, you listen. Oh, it's good. It's like going to church and saying, this was a great sermon. What did he talk about? I'm not sure. It was good.
That's good.
We only know what we make. I don't know how to make an AI twin by looking at the video. I got to go make one. I don't know how to train AI like me unless I go train AI like me. Got to go make one. You have to make. You have to execute. So I totally agree with what you're saying. Shout out to AI Execution Club, school.com/AIX Club.
Cynthia, can you talk about the work that you're doing in regards to, your organization, as well as the AI Execution Club, and how people can get involved and invest in that as well?
Sure. And this is actually a limited time. It's actually free. It started out free as well. There will be an investment, but affiliate opportunities with that in the future. But the AI Execution Club, again, was born out of a personal pain point of me seeing all the cool things outside of what my tech stack. And I feel like we need a part 2, Kyle, but outside of your tech stack, there's still things to learn. So you don't fall, behind. I hate using that phrase. I got to get another one. But so you stay in the know and you have that AI agility. And during this time, I was saving. And one Saturday, I just checked myself, like I said, and I said, when are you going to use that? Like, how many? I mean, my bookmarks was organized, Kyle. I have folders. Oh, this is content. This is research. Like, when are you going back into those? Yeah. So that's when the AI Execution Club was formed. And like I said, 300 other people said, I do the same thing. So we come together and we co-work. But what we did was introduce skill sprints. And skill sprints is member-led. And a member comes to teach what they've been working on. A skill, right? Because some people could come in there and say, I don't know what to work on. This is an opportunity for them to learn. So you not only, we say we take the LSAT in the AI Execution Club. You learn, you share, and teach.
That's good.
Learn, share, and teach. So that's how
is it all specific to AI, or is it just kind of anything that we're working on?
It's anything you're working on using AI. Like, it's an AI Execution Club. So you don't get in there and make your dentist appointment or clean the kitchen. I invite the cameras to be on. I said, don't watch the soap operas in the background. I don't even know if they still have them, but it is AI related. So I did preparation for a slide deck with AI during that session for a session I had coming up, right? So it's not that you have to build a chat bot, but you can. Or you can say, I saw this post about AI, about the future of AI or agentic AI. I am going to read it and make my own post to demonstrate that I learned it. Because when you teach someone else, that's the highest form of mastery, right? So it doesn't have to be complicated. You have to be building something amazing. I mean, everything you do is amazing. But take a video, take a blog post, take a newsletter, take a concept and create something. What you have down at the bottom is I created a prompt sequence. We didn't really get to this part, but a prompt sequence for nonprofits for smarter fundraising. And my approach to that is falling in love with the problem. Fall in love with the problem you're solving. So that prompt sequence takes people through, what problem am I solving? You're really like reconvincing yourself. Like, oh yeah, I'm the stuff. Like this organization, we're really solving a big problem. And then it leads you through empathy mapping. What is the people that I serve? What is their before state and their after state? Right? Before my services, before our services, and after. What are they thinking, feeling, doing? It's just a simple prompt sequence. I think it's like 10 prompts in there. You go through it and you understand your avatar that you're serving, but then you also have a donor avatar in there as well. How to communicate with them, how to connect with them. And that's what I see, the future is going to be like hyper personalization of that stuff. But this is a prompt sequence that can assist with that. It's just a bit.ly link. Donors love me. That's a positive affirmation as well. Say it. My donors love me. Every time you put up that link, say donors love me.
Thinking about smarter fundraising, could you give us some tools as we prepare for close that organizations, mission-driven organizations, nonprofits can use to be able to fundraise smarter?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with the good old legacy is ChatGPT for one. Because some people out there may not have the $300 subscription fee and other things. I want you to be able to start where you are. Yeah. So using ChatGPT as a co-collaborator, meaning you train it properly on your organization. What is your mission, your vision, your values? What problem do you solve? Use that prompt sequence that the link was just shared and really understand your problem and your donors and how to prospect them if you don't have the resources for a subscription at this point. Now, some other things that for the project Citizens of AI, we were looking at, and some other things is instrumental. Have you heard of that?
I haven't heard of that one.
It's the OG. It's not like it wasn't born yesterday, but it manages the grant process from prospecting.
Oh, instrumental. Yes.
Yeah, instrumental. Yeah. So, however, it is a ticket on that, right? So everyone may not be able to use that, but there's other things. Grantable is another one. Another one I want to introduce, just in case you haven't heard, is VentureKit. I really love VentureKit. Have you used that?
I know VentureKit.
I like that platform. So that gives you AI generated information that you can tweak, financial, SWOT analysis, pitch, all the way from inception to the pitch deck. So I do like that. And I think storytelling is a big part. So there's two platforms, senja.io, senja.io is a good platform to collect testimonials, because 90% of the battle is storytelling, right? The story that we tell to donors and the way we communicate the impact that we've had. So that's senja.io. And then Memory Fox is one that I've come across recently that is geared more towards nonprofits, but it allows you to tell your story, segment your testimonials, and do some personalization with AI in there as well.
How did you learn about these tools, and what would you recommend? Like, what's your final message to those that are in this space, that want to get involved in this space, that are mission-driven leaders, that are change makers, that are running organizations, to learn about these tools, adopt these tools so that it can start powering up their mission?
Yeah, so I started back decades ago with learning how to create my own databases when I needed data. And I said, this has to be right. I was in an automotive environment where it was hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute if the data wasn't right. So I had to get the data right. So I just had this propensity to build, like, okay, let me see how this does. So that's how I began it. It just transferred over to tools and systems, and then into AI and exploring that. I would caution, again, start with the problem that you want to solve and then investigate these tools. Learning that is, again, execution. Just like you said, take a pain point, rewire it, and optimize it with AI. And then evaluate these tools and how it is serving you. And in the process of the doing, you learn, this is for me or it's not, right? You have a tech stack that you have. This is what I use. And then you court other ones. You're married to these, but you court the other ones to say, no, this is not good enough for me to disrupt my entire workflow. So execution would be the most important things, and trying them out. But the way where do I start, is take a problem that you have and then pick a tool or a platform that you can use for that to solve that problem.
Cynthia, I appreciate you. And the comment that just came up, shout out to Kiana. She's been super valuable today with questions and comments. She said something that I just want to highlight. Your insight, your knowledge, and your ability to just share it all is I'm so thankful. And I'm so grateful, because so many times thought leaders will come on platforms and spaces and like gatekeep information and not really give all the sauce, in fear of, I don't even know. So I really just want to say I appreciate you. I know I got us off on a tangent talking about Iron Man, talking about mac and cheese, and then all of these other things. But anybody listening, I want you to implement the things that she communicated. I think it's so important for us to be stacking our skills, upskilling ourselves, being aware of the potential digital divide that can happen if we're not prepared, and then the wealth gap that will continue to be exacerbated, and the things that we will lose out on and continue to lose access out on if we're not ready. So can you give one final pitch and just talk about why you're doing this work and how people can join your communities and invest in the work that you're doing?
Absolutely love that. Thank you so much for having me. It's been fun. I would say, again, I'm going to say this quote again, is AI is intended to be an extension of us, not the extinction of us. And to expound on that further is AI needs to be integrated into your life in a healthy way, not just your job. Because when you think of it as this extra thing that you have to do, it's a task, it's the chore. But when you say this is how I flow, I have this level of AI fluency, it's integrated and it shows in how you show up in spaces. AI can show you the how, the why and the what. Who are my donors? What's my mission? It can show you those things, but you do the how and how you show up in these spaces, how you show up in their inbox, how you show up in the meetings, how you show up in the boardroom, how you show up on social media. You're in control of the how. So it's super important to realize that AI is here to help. It has its downsides or detrimental sides if not managed, things that need to be governed. But this is not the time for you to sit out. It's time to stack those skills, use it, integrate it into your life, and then go crush it. This is the most democratized time to create, to see your visions come to life and to execute. So AI Execution Club is on the school platform, and I think maybe it's scrolling down there. Yep, it's scrolling down there as well. But then we also have Citizens of AI, where again we raised $250,250. I'm gonna count everything. But I am on LinkedIn, so we are building up that information so you can follow that directly. So right now, follow me on LinkedIn at Cynthia Respert, and you certainly will see the fruits of that coming out very shortly for Citizens of AI. And the mission for that is to take AI education to those shiny, unshiny places, the community centers, the coffee shops, the barber shops, where AI education is needed as well. AI for all.
Cynthia, this is the one to end the day right here. I don't even really want to do a closing speech. I just want to cut the recording off. This is what we have to do. We have to commit to doing a part 2 and actually like not talking about all the other stuff, but really talking about the things. And I would love, so I have a question, a final question. And this is for me. Are your 2 platforms only for women because it's AI Build Her as well as the Execution Club? Is it only for women, or can men or however people identify, can they join your organization?
AI Execution Club, both are for both are for everyone. And just for the AI Build Her Academy, men ask me all the time, and I say, listen, you can come, it's just you're going to be surrounded by a whole bunch of brilliant women, right? A whole bunch of brilliance. So there are more women, obviously. So that's the AI Builder Academy. And partially, that's another underlying reason the AI Execution Club was born, because they're like, what you got for me, right? So join us in the AI Execution Club. That's for everyone. Both of them are, but more men and women are in the AI Execution Club.
I love it.
Of AI is coming for everybody globally.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for your heart, for your wisdom, for how you've continued to show up in this space, for how you are setting the trail and the path for other people, for how you've allowed your education to be a bridge and not create divide, how you've been able to teach and provide so many gems, and you've led with heart, and you have not been a gatekeeper at all of information, how you've been a gate opener and allowed people in these communities and spaces. I definitely will be joining your community. So follow up with me via text, because, you know, after this, it'd be a lot of things.
Sure.
I will be joining the community, and anybody listening in, I want you to join her community. I want you to stay within her leadership, because there's some people that you run into that are experts, but then there's other people that are visionaries. And I want to be on the side of a Steve Jobs. I want to be on the side of an Elon Musk. I want to be on that side. Yes. And that's where you are, Cynthia. So I appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Could I indulge and give you one example?
Of course.
That was such a great close. And I hate to be like, but one more thing. But I think this is an important distinction, just to kind of drive one point home, is I want to ask you, how many phone numbers do you know right now? Off the top of your head.
Probably 5.
5. Back in the day, before all the technology.
About 30.
About 30. Oh, you had them written in a phone book, right? Yeah. So when we remove the pain point, the friction, then we also remove the practice. So we don't know phone numbers, because all we have to do is look at a person and hit their face, or we say, hey, Siri, call Michael. Shout out to my husband. That's Michael. Hey, Siri, call Michael. We don't have to do that anymore. So this is wisdom on how to delegate those tasks. When you take away that friction, you also remove the practice. So take away the friction of the things so that will free you up to think higher. The data collection and all those things, you will use this to get the data, so then you can strategically think about how to use it. So it won't be like those phone numbers, right? So that's what I mean with the invitation to think higher. I just wanted to share that example.
I appreciate you so much. Cynthia, where can we find you online?
CynthiaRespert.com is the website, CynthiaRespert.com, but on LinkedIn, working on the Instagram, y'all. I live in LinkedIn. I live in a LinkedIn neighborhood, but I frequent the suburbs of Instagram. So it's Cynthia Respert on both platforms, and then CynthiaRespert.com to learn more about me and the work that I'm doing.
Cynthia, I appreciate you so much. And again, thank you for joining us on Podcastathon 2025, and we'll see you next time.
Absolutely.
Anybody still with us? Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. From the very first session at 9 a.m. to this final moment, you showed up with energy, with curiosity, with amazing questions, with commitment, with consistency, and not just to learn, but to transform. And today wasn't simply a podcastathon, it was a masterclass. It was a masterclass in leadership. It was a masterclass in innovation, in resilience, communication, fundraising, culture, AI, technology, and the future of our organizations. We heard from executives pushing boundaries. We heard from visionaries like Cynthia reshaping the way that we've been able to do business and think. We've had culture shapers, we've had strategists, we've had entrepreneurs, we've had servant leaders, and every single one of them poured into us. And what made today special wasn't the length of the live stream, wasn't us getting cut off during the live stream. It was the depth of the conversations. It was the depth of the energy in the room. And we asked hard questions. We learned new language. We challenged old habits, and we confronted the way that we even limit ourselves. And there was so much that I learned. And my hope for anybody still tuned in is that you learn something as well. But let me just say something. And oftentimes I've given so many people their flowers publicly, and I thank you all so much for your affirmations in the comments. I've given so many people their flowers publicly, but none of this would have been able to be possible without those behind the scenes. So before we close, I want to just give a special acknowledgement to Kiana. Hopefully you're still listening in, and I just want to say thank you publicly for your creativity, for your strength, for your resilience, for your calm under the pressure, for your detail-focused leadership, and everything that you've done to be able to get me to this moment, to have the courage, to have the boldness, and to have the grit to be able to push through, even though today was challenging. Today wouldn't have been anything without my team. And I don't like to say behind me because they've really been able to build me up. But I just wanted to say that special thank you to you because I don't give you enough credit. Information, y'all, without implementation is just entertainment. Information without implementation is just entertainment. But information with intention, it becomes transformation. So I want you to leave with 3 questions. I want y'all to leave with 3 questions to carry into the next hour, the next week, the next month, the next quarter, and the next season of your life. What's one insight from today that challenged your old way of thinking? And what will you do with it? What will you do with it? Where in your leadership, your organization, or your mission have you been playing small? Where have you been playing small, and what bold steps are you willing to take today? Who did today remind you of, but who did today remind you of becoming? And this is my final question, because this is way more than 3, y'all, for y'all who are still listening. What's the next move? What's the next move that you're willing to make? Because as we move forward, I want you to remember this. You don't have to wait for permission to lead. You don't have to wait for permission or a title to create change. You do not have to wait for the perfect moment to build a platform. When you were called to build, you were called to impact, you were called to inspire, you were called to transform. And it gets me so emotional because this time last year, I did not have the courage. This time last year, I would not have been able to show up with the boldness. This time this year, earlier this year, I thought I lost it all. But through God, through community relationships, through connections, through intentionality, you have to believe in what you have inside of you. In 2 weeks, we were able to put together this whole event. With 2 weeks, we were able to put together something that has truly empowered other people. Whatever you are building, you need one yes. Whatever you are building, you need one person to believe in you, one person to invite you in their circle, one person to say yes, so that you can be able to build platforms that inspire so many people. I want you to go build it. I want you to go build transformative platforms. And I want to remind you that you can build a stage too. If you were not invited in these rooms, if you were not invited in these circles, if you haven't been invited into some of these critical conversations, into these boardrooms, then you go create it. There were so many times in my own career where I have not been invited into these rooms, where I have not been accepted to go speak on those major platforms, where I've went to conferences and I knew I could outspeak and I knew I could outperform those speakers on stage. So what did I do? I built something that was possible. When you are told no, you go build your yes. When you are told no, you go build your yes. So thank you so much for your time. I thank you all for your attention. I thank you for your openness. I thank you for how candid we were able to be in the comment section. I thank you for y'all staying professional in them comments, because let me tell y'all something. I was on a webinar last night with another group of people, and look, it was not as connected and professional as this has been. So I just thank y'all so much. And everybody, from the bottom of my heart, this wouldn't have been possible with every person that shared this, reposted this, spoke on this, performed, commented, engaged, whether you're on my YouTube platform, my Facebook platform, my LinkedIn platform. I just thank you. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell y'all this. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. The people that casted you out, they're going to be calling you for information and for insight. The people that forgot you, they're going to need you to be able to help them build their next thing. And the people that didn't believe in what you had to offer are going to ask you to build something next for them. Let's go build, let's go lead, let's go love, and let's go serve with purpose. Remember this, the energy you bring is the culture you create. If I can do this for 9.5 hours, y'all can go create miracles. Y'all can go create something amazing. I hope everybody has an absolute incredible evening. Go to upgrademyfundraising.com, upgrademyfundraising.com for your completely free course that I'm sending you to your email. And hit me up on LinkedIn. Hit me up with some testimonials, whether on Facebook or LinkedIn. Hit me up on the comment section on YouTube, and let's go build something amazing. Remember this question. What type of culture are you spreading? What type of culture are you spreading? Like I said earlier, the energy you bring is the culture you create. Make yours worth catching. I love you all. Have an incredible evening, and I'll see y'all next time.